The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. Finals day is here again. Group E this time. England 11 setting the pace. They are former champions, but they're going to get a run for their money here as we get ready for another big day of action here on ECN. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Buenos dias. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to another huge day of European cricket. It is Group E finals day today. We'll find out who the sixth team will be in Championship Week, leaving only one spot left for the Group F champion on Saturday night. So we have four big games. We are going to start with the eliminator, the two teams that finished third and fourth respectively. It's Romania versus Malta. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming. He's got the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Your call. European cricket? It is European cricket. We're going to bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Varun Prasad of Malta has won it. He's elected to bat. I think it's a good toss to win because when these two teams met yesterday, Romania batted first and they ended up posting 124. Malta on the chase could only manage 95 for one reason or another. Bit of a mixture of good bowling and fielding from the Romanians, but also the Maltese bats just failed to fire in the second inning. So they'll have no set target in mind here. They'll just be going out there trying to express themselves, the Maltese, who look a better team than a team that only got one solitary win over the last 2 days. That was over Cyprus, who have dropped down to the competition. So watch out for Boom Boom, Basil George at the top, and Zishan Khan. I think if they fire, Malta fire, they'll be looking to put a big score on the board. Romania, they were 2-2 in the group stage, so a bit of a mixed time for them, that's for sure. And look, I think that Ramesh Satheesan, the captain, he's too good a player to continue getting out cheaply, so he'll be at the top of the order, I'm sure. Taranjit Singh, he's had a pretty good series as well, and of course, I think those two are the key. So the openers, I think for both teams, are pretty important. Not too much between these two. They've had some close contests this year. I expect this to be another one. Weather-wise, it's pretty good. 25 degrees expected maximum. A few clouds around, but I think they'll burn away. It'll be a really nice sunny afternoon. Again, currently about 21 to get this one started. Corey Ruckers is in the dream box. Corey, this should be an absolute banger of a contest. The news from the toss is that Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of Group E finals day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. It's an elimination final. Excited for this. Romania versus Malta at the beautiful Cardama Oval here in Andalusia, Spain. Those pretty pitches. A fantastic little ground this. And, well, the players, they'll be fizzed up. It's do or die. If you lose this one, it's goodbye. And we won't see you until 2024. The umpires as well. Suleiman and Tyrone make their way to the middle. The kids from the schools always here enjoying themselves, doing some cricket practice on the second field. And boy, are they fizzed up. Here's the two lineups. And quite remarkably, Malta ended up 1-3, but I think they've played better cricket than that. Romania 2-2. Taranjit Singh's the key later with the bat. Malta, that top three, they're going to want them to click. And also Bikram Arora at four-handy with his left arm off spin as well. Wasim Abbas Seema. It's going to be a close one. I think it's a genuine 50-50. The supercomputer saying 55-45. But we're all set to go. Players have made their way to the middle. Welcome viewers around the world. Get ready for a good final game here. Ball number one. Umpire says play. Here we go. And in the air and caught. He's gone. Big moment. Zishan Khan gone for a golden globe. He hit it out to deep mid-wicket. Taranjit Singh holds on to a spicy one. That was hit extremely hard. And the first wicket goes down. Vashisht, he gets it. And Khan will be super disappointed. He didn't hit it too badly, but he put it straight down the fielder's throat. And a big moment early in the eliminator final. Hit it hard, but too much technique on the shot. Good catch from Taranjeet Singh because it was flying. And that does mean it's a golden duck. So Zishan has to go. And there's the shake of the head. He'll be disappointed. He's made some runs in this tournament, but this time it wasn't his day. And what a good time to welcome in good friend, co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. What a start for Romania. I mean, sliding doors, if Taranjeet puts that down, you feel like, oh, is it not Romania's day, even though it's just one ball? I mean, Zishan is so dangerous. He likes to lift over the leg side. They had the fielder just there for that, didn't they? And probably one of their best fielders. It's no mistake, it's Taranjeet out there. He holds on to the chance. Jaspal comes out at number 3, but yeah, no time to get settled. Dream start for Romania, horror start for Malta. Talked about the importance of both sets of openers here, of Zishan Khan and Boom Boom Basil George for Malta, but also Satheesan and Taranjeet Singh for Romania. Vashisht, 1 ball, 1 wicket. And now it could be 2 in a row, and it is! What's a dream start on their wildest dreams? Would Romania have thought they'd have 2 wickets in 2 balls? Another golden duck. Vashisht is on a royal hat trick, and it's none for 2.
Oh, Jaspal Singh's just come out here and offered a little bit of catching practice. It was, well, an innocuous looking shot, really. There was no real speed to the ball. It was pitched up, and he just chipped it straight to cover.
Yeah, to try to time it over the infield, didn't he? But, yeah, Satheesan perfectly placed again. Off came the hat. He frisbeed that one away. Well, you said that the teams were fizzed up before they came onto the field. Well, Romania right now, they are flying. Vashisht is on a hat trick. We saw Nessa Baluch do that for Ariana Keith, the Swedish club in the ECL, take a hat trick off the first 3 balls of a match. Could Vashisht do something similar? Disappointment for Jaspal. It's 0 for 2.
Yeah, quite remarkable start for finals Wednesday, just before we get into Group F tomorrow. Well, a royal hat trick. I don't think I've ever seen one, actually.
Yeah, I've seen only one of them on this ground. All right, here we go. Hat trick delivery. It isn't a hat trick, although it's Darshit Patanka who's come out, and haven't had to call his name too much this week, but Darshit, he is a guy that could open, for example, plays his cricket for American University of Malta, who have been to the ECL before. Look, I'm going to try and find a positive for Malta. Not easy, but they haven't wasted too many time. Just think of it as 2 dot balls. You've got 2 guys out there, very, very capable. You've got Basil George, who's been in some pretty good form. He's still there, hasn't faced a ball yet. This will be the first run in the form of wide. She's getting some good outswing there. Gives me a chance to say quick hello to everybody that is in the comment section as well. See Terry's there watching from Estonia. Hello to Kai, hello to Rob. Nice to see you. Hello to Chris. I had a question about when was the last hat trick. It was opening day of this ECC. It was Lorne Burns for Spain. Haven't had one since. Oh, this is a full toss, and again it's chipped. Catchable height, but this time finds the gap in the first boundary of the contest. It's 4 runs to Darshit Patanka.
Yeah, there's the first runs off the bat, just pushed into a gap. It was in the air, it's catchable height, but if you hit the gaps, it doesn't matter. And here come Malta.
What a start. But the tank, he suits this situation actually. I think he does like opening, but there's not really room for him at the top of the order at the moment. He's essentially thrown into that position with a bit more pressure. Now, works one off his pads. Luca Petre will do the fielding. He bowled really well yesterday. I actually saw him holding his own against the England 11 last night. He got out Rishton, for example. Got down Lincoln playing and missing a couple of times. But right now, Malta, I say you just have to pretend they haven't lost those 2 wickets, but back of your mind, you know that there's a bit more pressure. There's less batting behind you now.
I don't think Basil George will worry too much, Vinny, though. The way he plays, if he gets going, he's extremely dangerous.
Oh, first one. It's a bit big on him. It's good running by Patanka to back up and get through for the single. End of a very eventful first over of Group E Finals Day. It's 7 for 2.
Be very interested to see if they go straight to Taranjeet Singh here, because he had a good matchup against Basil George yesterday. This is the day's action of playing England-Switzerland coming up next, and then obviously what I like to call the preliminary final, and then the main final later tonight.
Yeah. So we've got England 11 and Switzerland, of course, waiting for their opportunity to get on the park. There you go. And only one of these teams can progress to Qualifier 2 when they'll play the loser of Qualifier 1 for a chance to be in the Group E final. So each of these two teams have got a tough road ahead of them today. They have to beat the other three teams here if they want to come back. But one game at a time. I do think this is such a tight contest. Of course, Group E final tonight. We'll find out who will be coming back on Monday. Here's Abdul Asif to start, and he gets horned out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo! Basil brings the boom boom at the start of the second.
Well, I actually think they missed a trick here. Yesterday, Taranjeet Singh was such a good bowler to Basil George. They could have gone the spinner early. He loves pace on. That's a lovely shot. 6 runs.
Yeah. Interesting, because Taran occasionally will bowl in the power play. Not very often. Maybe they like him with a slightly older ball, but by then, George might be in. This is hit leg side, but Satheesan will cut it off in the circle. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, well, just on a little bit of a recovery now, Malta. Both batters, have got a boundary now to their name. Still, they're going to want about 120 plus, you'd imagine. Last chance saloon for these two teams.
Yeah, it is. And, yeah, I'd love to see what the win predictors thinks of it, because Malta started slight favourites. Now, a big swing and a miss from Patanka. Has had a bit of a rough patch in the last 12 months, has had pockets of matches where he hasn't been able to score as many runs as he would have liked. Certainly thrown into the furnace here. He's commanding kind of a guy as well. Tank by name, tank by nature. Oh, but he loses his form a little bit here. Another dot ball.
Okay, back-to-back dot balls. That's good bowling from Asif after he was pumped for a big 6 off his first. So good start there still for Romania. 2 wickets off the very first 2 balls of this game.
Now, another ball that swings. I think partly they've gone to Abdul Asif here as well because there is that sideways movement. These Grizzlies have been swinging. They've also been flying. Yeah, Corey, nice to have you with me. I know you're here for the first half of the day. Rico will be in the afternoon, but should be a fascinating one.
Yeah, well, the question is, who's going to try and take down this big English team today? They're going to have a very good game in the final later, but who's going to get there first? And, well, if this man keeps bombing sixes, Patanka, maybe it's going to be Malta later tonight. What a fabulous shot.
Similar sort of shot, but this time it's been hit. So, yeah, it's gone a long way. Short top edge. Where's this going? We're a long way. I think it's going to go over the rope. Maximo! The tank fires back. That one wasn't quite off the middle. It was more of a top edge, but it does fly with the pace of a Asif. Well, 2 wickets in the first, but the second goes magical for the Maltese. They are 27 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, just like that. They're back at the rate they probably want to be at, and you've still got Basil George there, Patanka, Mughal gives it a whack. He's due in next. There's plenty of batting to come. This is how the groups ended up. 8-6-4-2-0. Just going in order. Unfortunately, Cyprus couldn't get themselves a win. Malta are a better team than 1 and 3 as well.
It's another group, though. Only Group C didn't have this pattern of everyone beating who's above them. Sorry, losing to who's above them and beating who's below them.
Really?
So that's the way it's gone. And so Romania took care of Malta yesterday in a fairly low-scoring contest. Vashisht is back. He had 2 wickets in his first 2 balls. Right now, he gets drilled straight, and he's drilled straight out of the ground. Maximo! Boom, boom. Basil gets in on the act at the start of the third.
Yeah, really good response this from Malta. After losing 2 wickets in 2 balls, they've been able to get themselves to 33 in no time. And that's what good teams do. It's a very good counter punch.
Yeah, Basil, you're right. He's going to be unflapped by the wickets at the other end. Now, elevate. Sports one into the upper deck of the jungle. Maximo. He's 20 off just 5 balls.
I hate to say it, really poor captaincy from Sathita. They had to go to Taranjeet Singh against Basil. He had the wood over him completely. If you bowl a bit of pace on to this man, and it's not quick, it just flies.
Yeah, I can see the gamble though. Vashisht started with 2 wickets and 2 balls.
I'm talking about the last over.
But they were 2. Okay, yeah. But maybe they don't want to bowl him with a new ball.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's 20 off 5 now.
I think for sure we'll see him in the 4th, but how many will George be on by then? He goes again, and he absolutely tattoos this one over all the structures you can imagine. Maximo Basil booming it in the eliminator.
Wasn't it the game yesterday versus Romania where he made 30 off 28 or something? And right now, he's just booming it. And look, they had to be brave, and they could have gone to the man that had the wood over him. They didn't, and he loves military meds, Vinny.
That's the thing. On the chase, he just couldn't time it. You're right about it. But, yeah, middle of the innings, Taranjeet really pegged him down.
Oh, no. That's going to be close. I think that's been called as well. It is. It's a no ball. It's a 7. The wheels are falling off for Romania. Can you believe it?
It is a 7 up as called. It was hanging, and he just kind of flat bats it out of the ground. And, yeah, well, it's one of those ones that's on the border. They generally get called, and the result, Maximo time.
How many off this over, Vinny?
Well, it's 6, 6, 6, 6 off a no ball. So we've had
We're not going to get it again.
25 off 3.
We're not going to get another 6 sixes, are we?
Could get 7 sixes
What?
in this
They're
over.
on 52, Vinny. They lost 2 wickets off the first 2 balls.
They could, no, I won't say it because I don't want to jinx it. But here's a free hit. And of course, as soon as you mention it, could still get 6 sixes in the over though.
This is just what a crazy comeback. They've put on 52 in 2.1 overs.
Yeah. This is ECN cricket.
Wow.
I want to say quick hello to Lido, who said that they're watching from Melbourne in Australia. Well, very good evening to you, I suppose, in Melbourne at this time.
Aussie viewers tuning in early.
Now, so we're 4 hits, 2 misses. There's still 1 to come.
Oh, why is he running at it? Just stay still, Basil. You've been looking good deep in the crease.
Tyrant's got to come on next over, though, doesn't he? Out of the power play.
Oh, absolutely.
Again, Vashisht
They've
over
won
the wicket. Better angle, I think.
Malta have won this power play. What a comeback. What a partnership. 52 partnership in no time.
Pitches outside leg stump, so he just throws the hands at this, and he's going to get 4 more. So that over, let me just get my abacus. It goes for 29, and it had 2 dot balls in it. It's the end of the power play, and Malta 56 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant comeback, and Malta, remarkably, after losing 2 wickets off the first 2 balls of this match, win the power play by a long way. And now they've got a platform to hit something big. This is going to look quite peculiar. Look at that.
2 wickets in the first 2 balls, but I was looking for a positive, and both of them have kind of come to fruition. Patanka, he's basically an opener, but he's batting 4, and Basil George was still there. You haven't gotten rid of him, and so Romania has been turned around really quickly. So they do bring on Taranjeet Singh here in over number 4, and Patanka, theoretically, this is a good matchup. Patanka probably does prefer pace on the ball as well. Sweeps first up. This will be a single out to Luca Petri.
Well, this is the matchup we were calling for because Taranjeet Singh bowled extremely well to Basil George, slow and outside the off stump. Well, wonder if Basil, what's he going to do to counter it?
I wonder if there's any kind of gremlins in his head from yesterday. Taranjeet bowled really slow to him and turned the ball quite significantly away from him. Like this, but slightly over pitched, and Basil's in and going. That one rattles the fence. Maximo! Round 1 to Basil George.
Yeah, well, Basil George is just ticking it. Probably in this whole group, even including the English batters, when this man goes, he goes, and right now he's flying along.
That was slightly over pitched, but I like the pace that Taran bowled then. Now it's going to be a similar result. Maximo! Basil to 48 in just 12 balls. What an incredible first 20 deliveries we've had of this contest. Ridiculous stuff.
Well, I said, how's he going to counter it, Vinny? From yesterday, remember when he was standing still and reaching for ball? That time he skips across to the offside. Perfect way to play these bowlers trying to bowl wide of off stump. And it's something, if you're going to beat England in this comp, you also got to do that. You've got to bat wide of off stump and back yourself to whack it that way.
It's also slightly overpitched, I think, for Taran. It allowed him to play it from the crease.
What an innings.
He's going for a ball. Quicker one. I don't know if Basil was expecting. He's a bit late on it. Get a little French cutaway for one. Gives me an opportunity to say a quick hello to Maya, who's watching from Germany, and also want to say hello to Alamin Ali, who's watching from Wellington, New Zealand. And I do like Anch Yadav also in the comments saying this is ECN at its very best. You never know which way the game could turn. It could turn back as well, you know. Push through. Straight to Luca Petre, who holds the catch. Well, Luca Petre is having such a wonderful European Cricket Championship. The Romanian teenager, that was dipping on him. It was low down. It was about knee high. He got a feel for the tank, who made a good start. But he's going to have to go. The partnership is broken, 70 for 3.
Another good catch from Luca Petre at deep backward square. He's held on to everything that's come his way. And, well, Malta, they'll be disappointed, but a great 70-run partnership. And a really, really smart catch. Never easy running forward. Romania, they needed that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he's got this kind of technique. It's his own, Petre. Doesn't really dive at that. He's comfortable enough that he can kind of bend over and take it about knee high. But that's an important innings from Petanka. I know it's not as many as he wanted, but he is part of the resistance, an important part. 18 off 9 with 2 Maximos.
It's a good partnership, 70 partnership. That's what we've got to look at there. He came in at an awful time.
Yeah.
Would never have expected to be facing the third ball of the game, so he's done a good job.
Prasath comes in, so you've got 2 left-handers at the crease now against the off-spin of Taranjit Singh. Pushes his first one through. Wow. Luca Petre, for me, he's in the best 5 bowlers. I think he needs to be bowling here. But he'll have to wait a little bit, I think, as we get to the end of the 4th over. Ultimately a successful one for Romania, 70 for 3.
Yeah, 70 for 3 at the moment. Basil George really ticking along. He's almost at his own personal accolade milestone.
So it's going to be Vasu Saini to bowl over number 5. So let me see. You've got Vasu potentially with 2 overs. You've got Ijaz Hussain with 2. You've got Taranjit 1. Then Abdul Asif went magical. May see him again, maybe not. Maybe bowl Petre 1. A few things to consider. Also, it depends how Vasu bowls, I suppose. Vasu's got a good change of pace. We've seen him bowling a little bit earlier in this series than we have in previous series because Ijaz Hussain's kind of taken over that closing role. Here we go with over number 5. Oh, Basil George just deflects this away, and this is his half century. Finds the gap and finds some runs at a critical time in their tournament. Basil, 53 or 14 balls.
I'm going to say that's up there for probably innings of Group E. I know he made an amazing innings versus England as well, and we've seen some good batting, but considering he was at the non-strikers end, he watched 2 wickets, 2 balls, to come back and counterpunch this well in an eliminator final, he is a big game player, and that's a special innings.
It's a bit unlucky for Vasu Saini as well because that could have easily gone to a fielder. Rolling off cutter, which Basil George pops down for a single. Well, Prasath, he's a real dynamite middle order batter, isn't he, for Malta as well. And this guy can hit the ball a long, long way. But I suppose he does also give a lot of chances. He's got a slightly unusual technique as well.
Yeah, Prasath does whack it. And he's got long levers and holds the bat quite high. Like Adam Gilchrist, though, he has his hands right at the very top of the bat. That's why he gets the leverage.
Yeah.
Well, these 2 left-handers are probably the most dangerous batters in the lineup. If they get going, look out.
Well, he just tries to lean on this. Has he got the distance? Taranjit is going to take a simple catch. Oh, he didn't really commit to the stroke, did he, Prasath? Tried to time it over the Romanian outfielder, but Taran holds another catch. Saini with a big breakthrough. It's 75 for 4.
Massive wicket. Really big wicket. Funny-looking shot from Prasath. He usually bombs. He just chipped that and has to go.
Feeling for the ball against a new bowler. And so, yeah, it looks soft, doesn't it? But I think he was just caught in 2 minds. Didn't quite time it. Or get the timing of the ball that was on him from Vasu Saini. So Yeah, good fight back now coming from Romania. Wickets falling in twos. That's the fourth one. Maltese skipper goes. It's 75 for 4. Prasad will be disappointed. But I suppose doesn't waste too much time. He's got Derek for company. Basil George, highest score on the network of 84. And I bet you know when that was. It was against England a couple of days ago.
Oh, it's old Mughal, you can tell, because he's got his bat on his name. How often do you ever see that?
Well,
do you have Mr. Maximo on your bat?
At least it stops other people from taking it. Anyway. Wow, Miguel's wasting 0 time as he horns the first one out of the ground. Well, no second fiddle for Funyan. Maximo! Malta fight back after 2 wickets once again.
Tell you what, if you can do that first ball, I want my name on a bat. You get your name on your bat and then you play a shot like that first ball. That's a big 6. And Malta just keep throwing punches even when they're up against the wall.
Maybe he wants his name on the Grizzly ball as well. What a shot first ball. That is what he likes to do. Tries again and nails it again. Well, Mughals come out swinging. Maximo! It's all happening in the first 5 overs of finals day.
They're still miles ahead, Vinny. Ignore the 4 wickets, Colin. They're going in at 17 and over. This is remarkable striking. And, well, when you make a score like 160, 170, you can almost bat the opposition out the game. And Romania need to be really careful here.
All right, Vasu. Well, gets a third chance at Mughal. Will it be third time lucky, or will it be adios pelota? Of course, he tries again, but he kind of drags this one down to long off. So that's the end of the 5th over. And the first half of this inning sees 88 runs and 4 wickets. It's 88 for 4. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Group E finals day, got Corey Rutgers with me. Rico will be in a little bit later, but it's very ECN cricket what we've seen so far at the start of this finals day. Pretty
much chaos. I really don't think I've seen a team lose 2 wickets first 2 balls a game and then put 50 on in the power play. So that sums up ECN. But to do it in an eliminator final, one of these teams is going home in about 60 minutes.
Yeah, backs to the wall kind of stuff. And, well, Romania, they've got the chance to work their way back into the contest as well, which they kind of have done to an extent with those 2 wickets that fell there late in the first half of the innings. Just want to mention quickly the World Food Programme, and it's a UN-backed organisation. The Share the Meal program is what we're really supporting. It's our official charity partner. If you see the QR code down there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, if you scan that for as little as 70 cents, you can make such a big difference. So I know that 160 million people have been helped by the UN World Food Programme in the last year, and obviously want to continue that good work. So if you'd like to get involved, then please do. It's super easy. Going back to this game, though, it's quite incredible. But if you think that we've seen the last of the twists and turns, I think you're mistaken, because these 2 teams, for me, they're really evenly matched. I think you saw that in 20-over cricket during the year in the Continental Cup. You saw that in yesterday's game when they met in match 8, that Romania seemed behind but found a way to fight back. So, yeah, ultimately, when you're tournament on the line, there's always that added pressure. I think these players respond well to pressure. They'll bring their best.
Yeah, you'd hope so. They do have to be careful, though, Romania. You don't want to be chasing something silly like 160, 170, because that is rare.
Now, here's an interesting one, because Ijaz Hussain typically has bowled 8 and 10. They brought him back for over number 6. Well, they brought him on for over number 6. So they're feeling that they want to kind of shut things down a little bit earlier here. He tries the Yorker first ball and misses.
So the old type of double windmill bowling, isn't it? The arm goes up and down and around twice. But yeah, you're correct, Vinny. They need a wicket.
Interesting. What do you make of it? If you'd like to get involved, you can always get in our comments section. You can chat with us live on air. Heading down the leg side. It's been leg by.
Good running.
Through. Yeah, Basil gets back on strike. I know that Julian Dawson is in the chat, but he's also here at the Cardamom Oval with his lovely wife, and also Dave B is here live and also popping into the chat from time to time. So I think we'll have another bumper crowd, especially with the English team on board in Group E Finals Day.
Yeah, the English always come in droves. Here we go, big match up there, Hussain. Can he get the big wicket of George, who's 54 off 15? striking it fantastically. And to be honest, Vinny, if Basil George bats through, he'll bat them out of the game. They need to get him out.
Wow, he stops his shot here. Petre's going back and he takes an amazing catch. Running back with the flight. It was a wide full toss. Basil chased it anyway, but Luca with the basket catch. Unbelievable work from the young Romanian. His second catch of this eliminator and a big moment in this match as Malta lose. Boom, boom, Basil. It's 90 for 5.
The boy's got massive mitts, doesn't he? He doesn't drop anything. That's not an easy catch over the left shoulder, but he made it look so easy, so calm. The Romanian national, that's a brilliant catch. Basil thought he'd got this for 4. They make that look easy.
He really made it look easy. You could see there the anticipation. He watches it. He even has to kind of, his eyes have to go from the left of his body to the right, but he tracked it all the way. And you're right, for a young guy, he's got buckets, doesn't he? As Basil George plays an incredibly effective counter-attacking innings, but he is going to have to go for 54, just 16 balls, 7 Maximos in there. It's 90 for 5.
Basil will be a little bit disappointed he didn't throw his hands through that ball. It was a wide full toss and he sort of just checked his shot.
It's one he could have left alone and got the wide. That's the thing, he's in 2 minds.
He just checked his shot. He just put his bat there. He didn't really swing at it.
I think partly it's because he realised as he's playing his shot that it's one he could leave alone. And so here's Imran Amir coming out. Again, he's another guy who typically opens the batting for his club, Sweet United. Coming at 7 here, being used more as an off-spinner in this national team. And he's pretty careful with the first ball. So, okay, 5 down. I don't think it's time for panic stations. You're still going to play your shots here, but certainly that's a wicket that might save Romania 30 or 40 runs.
Yeah, it is a massive wicket. It really is. Romania trying to get back into this game. 5 wickets now. Can they make that 6 and 7?
Good Yorker. Hussain doing his job. Gives him a little stare to go with it.
A brilliant over. He picked up the big fish and he's only gone for 1. And just changing where this innings was heading. It was looking like a mammoth total, but that big wicket, maybe they might only get to 140, 150 now.
Well, Amir's out of patience, and I think he's got this wrong. Taranjit's going to make the ground, and he's going to drop it. Wow. Taranjit did all the hard work. He did have to run a long way, to be fair. He never got to kind of get stationary under the ball. Slight misjudgment. Amir gets lucky, gets dropped on 0.
Gets very lucky, and how much will that cost them? He should have caught that, Vinny. He made the ground. He got 2 hands to the ball, but just couldn't steady himself, and that is a big drop.
Yeah, well, Amir's a guy that can hurt you. But Willie, that's the question. McGall, remember the start he made. Brought his own bat. And he's going to go again. Does he have enough? Taranjit takes an outstanding catch. Wow, what about that for a turnaround from Taranjit Singh? He hurls himself at the ball, gets 2 hands to it, stays inside the field of play. So McGall, the next man to go. This is a chaos eliminator so far. 6 wickets down. It's 91 for 6.
I don't really understand cricket at the best of times, but Taranjit drops one that he probably catches 95 times out of 100, and then he catches one he probably catches 10 times out of 100. It's an amazing catch. Paul probably would have gone for 6 as well. He made really good ground, dived full stretch, and holds on to a fantastic catch. And that over shifts this game completely. All of a sudden, Malta need to worry about the wicket column, and the run rate has slowed down a bit.
I mean, you'd probably take that off Vanya McGall if it's offered with a couple of big Maximos in there. It doesn't waste time at all. But what a catch from Taranjit Singh. I'm not going to say the other one was easy, because it wasn't easy because he had to run so far, but he was able to stay upright and got 2 hands to it. But what about that over from Hussain? He takes 2 for 2 in the over. 6 overs down, 91 for 6. This will bring Bikram Arora to the crease. He won't be facing because it is change of over. Now, brought back of Abdul Asif here. Interesting. Thought maybe Petre would be worth a go. Asif, though, he did have a good day yesterday, and so that's why he's been trusted with another over, despite his first one going for 20.
You ever had that before? You drop a sitter, then very next ball, take a
On
screamer?
Yeah, a few times. My favourite one was actually in Kiel, in the north of Germany, where we had probably a more pronounced version of what you just saw. All right, this is in the air, and I think it's going to travel. It does. Maximo. Asif gets the dot. First ball of the 7th, but the next one disappears.
Well, they dropped him, and they've got to be careful because he can hit the long ball. You're right, Vinny. This has got chaos written all over this eliminator final. We've had wickets, amazing catches, a lot of sixes. Yeah, very difficult game to read right now.
So the one in Kiel, it was a genuine goober, as you would call it, at mid-off. Yeah, goober. And, which is to drop a very easy catch. All right, goes again. It doesn't really time. This will be a single. But the next one was a running back, a bit like Luca's effort, but probably had to run twice as far and got it one hand fully. A bit like, remember Fatty Vorton's catch in the classic game, the rugby league player?
Oh, yeah, I remember
Before
him.
your time? Or
Yeah, yeah.
Early 90s. That was in consecutive deliveries as well. I think I timed 35 seconds between the drop and the catch. All right, goes up and over point. Or does he? Because the fielder is going to take the catch, and Aurora is going to have to go first ball. Another golden duck, 98 for 7.
Really good captaincy this time from Sathis, and he actually brought deep square up that ball and put backward point back that ball. So, good captaincy. He gets rewarded, and now Malta actually have to think about the wickets column just a little bit, so you don't want to get bundled out.
I mean, we see some pretty unique innings. This is one of them. He didn't have to move, did he? Mijaz certainly likes this time of the day where the sun's not screaming into his eyes, because he had a few issues in that area of the ground yesterday. Disappointment for Aurora, but you're right, it was clever captaincy. Didn't really control that thickish edge flying away, and he has to go. He'll have Derek for company. Derek's been busy this morning. Is he going to come out of the pond?
Nah,
no.
No, it's finals day.
Maybe. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
He's a little bit late, Derek, but you can go back.
That must hurt when you're on TV and you get a golden duck walk you off.
Yeah.
Is there any other sport that has a weird animal just all of a sudden walks you? Or,
That's a question to put into the...
or is there any other animal
comments?
term that goes in any other sport?
Yeah, we'll have to have a think about that. I can think of one. Anyway, Chajol Sudasan, and the keeper comes on, and he's going to cut... Oh, no, he's going to cut a 4. Wow. Talk about things changing very quickly. Yeah, just the same. I suppose... Given those 2 balls, you'll take that as a win.
Don't think he'll be doing the John Cena celebration
now,
this
you
time.
see me now, you don't. Well, he saw one, then the next one he did. Perfect technique, to be fair.
No.
Just the only problem was...
National cricketers
Missed it.
can't be doing the long barrier. It's not junior cricket.
Anyway.
This has been chaos, Vinny.
We'll let that one go.
That'll be a wide.
Yeah, over the head. Oh, I've got another sport that has animal terms. Golf.
Eagle.
Yeah, so maybe
Birdie.
if you get an eagle, wouldn't it be nice to see an eagle on the screen?
Good point, actually.
Yeah.
Or birdie.
What's a bogey, though?
Something that hangs from your nose after a long night, Vinny.
Anyway, I'm sure you've seen a few double bogeys in your time. 4. Just bounces it into Sathisen, who then rockets the ball at the stumps. If that was a better throw, if it might have hit the stumps, it might have been, well, it would have been out. But anyway, I see who's ahead now. I forgot. Anyway, end of the 7th over. It's 103 for 7.
I just think that in the last 2 overs, Romania have done a stellar job of pegging it back. It really potentially could have been a 160, 170. Not anymore. And there you go. Vinny, quick question with that graph. Does that mean Cyprus were the second favourite in this group?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I think they were in the second. They were in pot 2.
How did they get into pot 2?
Just based on how the pots were decided, I guess. There are a couple that are kind of on the cusp. This is lifted up, and it is going to be 6. Maximo Hussain tastes the boundary for the first time. You can see Malta really trying to fire themselves out there, fire themselves up. I mean, both these guys are batting the top order for their club, so they consider themselves to be batters. It's a slow ball, I think, from Hussain, but well picked up, just gets the distance.
Yeah, just gets the distance. You're right, Vinny. And well, they did drop him here on 0. Can he come back to hurt them?
Oh yeah, Rob Lever's got another good one. Watching from Romania. All right, this is in the air and catchable and caught. Another wicket's gone down. That's 8 wickets within 7.2 overs as Amir. Remember, got dropped on 0, but he offers another chance down the ground. This one's taken by Vashisht, and it's 109 for 8.
What a peculiar game we've got at the moment. Sixes, then wickets, wickets, then sixes. Malta are starting to waste what was a really good recovery, and they're in danger of being bowled out here.
Vashisht's a very good fielder. Gets down on the knees. Tom Cruise risky business style there to take it.
Good movie.
It's Amir, again, gives you something, gives you 14. So there's been a few bit part players in here. Wazim Abbas is going to come out at number 10, but Amir gone for 14, 109 for 8.
Well, they're at a real crossroads, Malta, because right now I think the suggestion should be from the camp, hit the ball on the ground now. You cannot get bowled out. If you get bowled out less than 120, you probably lose it.
What if you feel lucky?
No, you just hit 4s. There's still 4s in this game. You can still hit along it. But if you get bowled out, it's sacrilege, and there's a lot of balls to come, Vinny. If you get caught on the rope here, that's not okay.
Wazim Abbas has been put in some pressure situations this year for Malta with the bat. He's gone first ball. He's just missed a full toss. Bit of tail in from Hussain, and they're down to their last legs. There's still a quarter of the innings to go. It's 109 for 9.
Well, he's missed a straight one, and Hussain has been the game changer here. He's got 3 for 8. After 5 overs, they're on 88 for 4. They've lost 5 wickets for absolutely nothing. And what a turnaround. What a weird game of cricket.
Hussain does it again. Now you see him, now you don't.
Plum. That is the definition of plum. It actually hit him on the back leg.
Maybe. Oh, I suppose if you want to be technical, he's trying to hit across the straight one.
Just watch where his front leg goes, Vinny. His front leg goes really weirdly, and it hits him on the back leg in front of middle.
Basically, Shane Watson's himself, doesn't he?
Well, now, honestly, right now, I know you think, oh, yeah, you got to be risked. You can't now. Now you actually bat like you're playing a normal game to probably the 9.3rd, and then last 3 balls you try to put in the air. You cannot. The next 2 overs, you can't be bowled out.
How many golden ducks is that? That is 4 in the innings, and a second baller as well. It's 5 ducks in the innings.
What a collapse.
All right, so who are we down to? Jasvinder.
Oh.
And he's going to come out. And like I said, you'll never know if you never go. If you like it, go for it. He whacks a 6 first ball, and that is the number 11, Jasvinder Singh, with a maximal. Well, you want 6 singles? You just do it like that. Now he's in credit for it.
That's the greatest shot ever from number 11. I'm trying to say, okay, now you've got to hit it on the ground for a while. Just check drives it over extra cover for 6.
Yeah.
He'll get bowled now or something, won't he?
I think you're not looking for trouble, but if it's there to hit, you still go if you back yourself.
If you get out, you are sacrilege. You cannot get out.
Don't get out.
Yeah, but
what if you're 10 runs short of what you think you might have made?
Kids the wrong thing, Vinny.
It's a bit wide.
Every moment they're out there for the next 2 overs, you'll probably, if you bat 2 overs pretty normally, you're going to get 10, 12 runs naturally.
We haven't had a chance to talk about sporting animals, and Rob had a good one. Turkey in 10-pin bowling. That'll come up on the screen. Turkey 3 strikes in a row.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You ever had turkey?
Yeah, plenty. I was a good 10-pin bowler.
It's your high game.
242.
304. Hey, like
good batting.
Yeah. Oh, geez, really slow to take off there. Oh, Saint 4 for 15. He's on a 5-for, by the way. 2 wickets in each of his overs. It just took so long to get going here. And you can see, I think direct hit might have been out. Satwick couldn't really get position quick enough. Last ball the over.
Good batting.
Yeah, knocked by Saini towards the outfielder. So just a single. Malta fighting hard with their last pair. 118 for 9 after 8.
Just smart batting from this pair the last few balls. Just keep it on the deck. If they keep it on the deck, Vinny, just don't take on it. You'll make 130.
Yeah, but what happens when you try and I agree with you, right? You got to be fairly safe.
No, if it's 8 wickets, then I'm listening to you. I'm not listening to you while they're 9 wickets. You have to keep it on the ground right now. If you get caught now, like trying to hit a 6.
With these guys, though, what about when you check a shot, you try and keep it down, and you just end up hitting it straight to an infielder?
I'd grab the player, put him in the shed behind the locker, and give him a thump.
Okay, what's your coaching methods? Was that what you learned at your level 3?
Back in the day, coaches didn't mess around. If you made a mistake like that, you'd be strangled.
You know, Sir Alec Ferguson, boot of the face. Anyway, here we go with the 9th. It's pretty hard. Gets one.
Keep it on the ground for 12 balls and make 130, and you'll take that. You'll take 130.
Yeah.
And then maybe even the last 2 balls you might get a boundary.
But I'm saying that there's certain things like those balls outside off stump where, you know, you can throw your hands. There's no outfielder. You know, they're the sorts of ones like that one. The shot he hit first ball. I think that's on. I like that.
Out.
And it's going to be 6.
Him.
And I'm right again.
He dropped him.
Oh, 125 now.
Hey, well, it's gone to the one guy that can't
I said if there's no outfielder, to be fair, and there was an outfielder, he gets a fingertip on it, but it goes over the fence.
I just was saying can't catch a cold. I've seen him drop some absolute good. This should be out. This should be innings over. He came running in and then dropped a 6.
Wasn't a sitter, but yeah, it should have been taken. That
Should
would have been 119 all out.
Now
just remember that would have been 119 all out.
Good call, actually. 119 all out. You are right. Watch the figures here. Plus, that is a big moment, and he's been moved from the position again.
I'm surprised when I looked around the corner of the box and saw he just standing there, actually. That one I'll give you a little bit of discipline, but hey.
Number 11's a great. Well, Singh's a number 11. He's hit 2 6s, and he's on cloud 9.
Jasvinder will tell you he's not a number 11.
This has to be the most rogue innings I've seen in a while.
It's been pretty good. Anyway, 9 to come, potentially.
Good batting.
Run? Nah. I think again, that's the other thing with the running between the wickets. You've got to be pretty conservative.
This is a seriously good innings from a number 11. Well, he would not have thought in his wildest dreams to get a bat, and he has got plenty of time.
This is a brilliant innings. That 135 is your kind of median score here as well. And they're creeping towards it.
Benny, the last pair's already put on 17.
Okay, hits this pretty well. This is going to be a tough one for the fielder. He can't get there. Another boundary. And so Sudasanan joins the party. Malta scraping the barrel for every possible run in this first innings.
That's such good batting. You keep it on the deck, you can't get out, and you get 4 for your trouble. Last wicket partnership of 21. We can't have had that many high partnerships for the 10th wicket, Vinny.
That's a good one in Belgium, actually. The highest score by number 11 is 49 not out by Zohaib Hussain.
49 not
off 18 balls.
It would have been devastating.
You know how in Belgium they all fight each other to be the next batter?
Yeah.
Coming out in a second as we get to the end of the 9th. It's 130 for 9. Yeah, so he pretty much lost a few battles to be the next batter and spat it, and then eventually went out when they were 9 down. He was hogging the strike and everything. 49 off 18, ended up actually running himself out, trying to get back the strike back to get his 50.
Oh, no.
That was in ECS Belgium 2022. I've got another animal one. Now, I hadn't heard of this one, and this is from Ben, who I think is watching from Perth. Have you heard of a... Wait for this first ball, the 10th over. Luca Petre, solid as you like. We'll keep that to 1. Ben says in Australian football, a Joe the Goose. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I think Ben's had a couple
Apparently
too many.
it's a handball over the top for an easy goal.
That's terrible.
Oh, learn something every day. Taranjeet bowling the 10th. Now, feeling lucky, you play your shots as that will be another single. You're ready on borrowed time now. This was the gamble which they've won by taking a few risks.
They didn't win it. Someone dropped a catch.
Yeah, but they've won it. That was a gamble.
Should have been out.
Yeah, but they have won whether you like it or not. Now, they've got what they thought was their kind of maximum, their ceiling already.
So now, yeah, these are happy. If you get caught, you get to try and launch a 6.
Yeah.
What a partnership. This might be the highest number 11 score at ECC, Vinny.
Yeah.
Remind me of an ECC where a number 11's done this.
Can't remember one. Again, not really eating any dot balls either. So 134.
After where Malta were at 2 for 0 and then 9 for 109, they're very happy.
You know, the funny thing is, this is going to be an average score. But there's anything but average, what we've seen. Yeah, he's going to be stumped here. And that ball turns back.
He's got a pad ejection as well.
Oh, wow.
How's he lost his pad and been stumped? This is the greatest number 11 innings of all time.
Jasvinder is going to get stumped by a country mile.
How's that even possible? Oh, you see it all on ECN.
Yeah. He's at least 30% quicker. I might see this again. Just double checking.
What a pad ejection, Vinny, and does bring an end to a pretty entertaining first innings.
Two things I'm looking here, and one of them is how the pad falls off. But, we'll check this on the replay. Trying to get back. And yeah, I think the pad starts to go there on the right leg. So he really put everything into that. They don't bat out their 10 in the end, but they get pretty close. 134 all out Malta in 9.5 overs. I think there have been 12 times on ECN teams have been bowled out before the 10 and still won the match. This could be another one of those occasions. But for me, 135, it's the middle of the road kind of a target. Romania have a decent batting lineup. We know that they bat beyond their openers. They've recovered from early wickets a few times. And once again, a gripping contest between these two rivals here in the Eliminator. Romania yesterday, don't forget, they scored 124 against Malta. They need to do a little bit better than that today. Tyrone and Suleiman Saeed led the players out. Always great to see the cricket school kids there as well. But Tyrone, he was fizzed up. I know you were fizzed up. I was fizzed up. I can tell you who was fizzed up after the first two balls were the Romanians, because it was an incredible start to this finals day. As Vashish got ready, he had no idea what was about to happen, because Zishan Khan went very, very first ball, holding out to Taranjit Singh. And then Jaspal went second ball. There were no runs on the board, 2 wickets down. At that stage, it was all Romania. They were cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, the old throw the hat celebration. You don't see that often, but right after those 2 wickets off 2 balls, we saw a 70-run partnership in 3.3 overs. Quite remarkable. It was the Patanka, and Basil George just started bombing everything. Something massive hitting. This man, Basil George, when he gets going, I actually think he's probably the most dangerous player in Group E. And enjoy these sixes, Vinny.
Yeah, and it's exactly what this game's all about. You need to be unbothered by losing wickets until perhaps the very, very end. You got to just keep rolling the dice. Got to say, Basil striking once again was very, very sweet. Then Taranjit came on and he actually gets Patanka first. Petre, I mean, his catches were pretty important as well, as he was able to grab that one. And well, Basil ended up bringing up his 50. He was unflustered through all of this. And Prasad didn't fire, just kind of checked his shot there. Taranjit took 3 out of 4, didn't he, Taran? Out there, so he was pretty important. Prasad again, just in the moment, changed his mind. Mughal came out, he horned his first 2 balls for 6. This really was an incredible 10 overs.
Yeah, it was. This is just before the batting collapse. This catch changed it all. And Petra again, that man, that's actually such a tough catch, and he's so calm, cool and collected. A fantastic wicket, and the wicket started to come in this little section here, in between some sixes. It was a confusing sort of innings. This catch by Taranjit Singh as well, after dropping an easy one. Just a weird innings, Vinny.
Yeah, didn't wait too long to redeem himself. It was about 30 seconds after a drop. It was Amir that went. But then Amir, again, got a couple out. Had a few bit part players that whacked a couple of sixes in there. Meanwhile, Aurora went first ball. That was a bit of the now you see me, now you don't. We saw that one, didn't see the next one that he misfielded for 4. But Hussain, again with the ball, was pretty important with 4 wickets, despite getting a little bit. He then got Amir, well caught by Shantanu Vashish down the ground. So, yeah, then we saw these last couple of wickets making all the difference, because Abbas went first ball. At that stage, it was 109 for 9. And you're thinking, right, what are they going to make here? Maybe 110, 115. But then, what about Jasvinder coming out and whacking a 6 first ball? You can see they had that look of that wasn't very smart, but we're glad it worked out. They continue to play their shots. And look, they just backed themselves, I suppose. On another day, it might not have worked out. Remember, at 119, there was a chance with Hijaz Hussain dropping one over the boundary. Second last ball, Jasvinder was out of lives as he went, but he did contribute 16 off 8 from number 11, along with Sudasan, and 12 not out off 8. So that's a pretty good return. See what I mean about some genuine ducks, but everyone that didn't make a duck made at least 12. So obviously Basil George, 54 off 16, he was a real game changer, along with Patanka, who was really important in turning things around after the first 2 balls of the day were wickets. But yeah, Mughal, Amir, Sudasan and Jasvinder all kind of chipping in, and they end up 134 all out, leaving one ball on the table. But yeah, Justin in particular, I think he shocked all of us with how attacking he was, but he did end up with 16 off 8 balls. 4 for 17, Ijaz Hussain was the man that takes the figures. Also pretty miserly in there. 2 wickets apiece to Vashish and Taranjit Singh, and 1 apiece for Abdul Asif and Vasu Saini. No Luca Petre, which surprised me a little bit, but ultimately, I really think it's one of these totals, which is an incredibly average total, but there was nothing average about how Malta got there. It was chaos. As we'll be back in just a few minutes. Romania fighting for their tournament life, 135 they'll need to continue. Malta will need to restrict the team in yellow to less. And if the first innings of Group E Finals Day is anything to go by, you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Koi Ruckus. Back soon with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. We're straight back into the action here after a power-packed and action-fueled first innings of Group E Finals Day. Romania coming out to chase 135 to stay alive in the tournament. Malta 134 all out in 9.5 overs in the first innings of the day. 2 very evenly matched teams. And yeah, interestingly here, 59 to 41. And Malta given a 6 out of 10 chance to stay alive. So, Varun Prasath out there, captaining Malta. He's going to have his hands full. So 60-40 to Malta. Obviously, Romania's batting has had its moments. I know that last year they really struggled to put a good score on the board, not reaching 100 in any of their 8 matches. They were eliminated after the group stage. This year they've had a bit more success. One player that hasn't fired yet is Ramesh Satheesan, who's going to face up to the first ball here. I mentioned before the toss that he's a player that he's too good to stay down for too long. Taranjit Singh out there also very important, but I suppose Romania, they've had the backup of their middle order, haven't they, in this tournament? When these two teams met yesterday in match 8, Romania put 124 on the board. That ultimately was enough. The Maltese batting didn't fire in the second innings. Here we go with Jaspal Singh to get us going. Goes after a wide, but he'll get away with it, and he'll get 4. Well, Satheesan He has a collection of 24-carat golden ducks that he doesn't want to add to, and that was pretty close to cover. It was heading back outside the circle, but just got over him. And Romania make a good start. Another outswinger. This time he's found trouble, and it's going to be a second baller for T10. So this isn't the game where it clicks. He's going to have to watch the rest of this from the sidelines. Went after it on the up. He knew the fielder was there, but it was down towards the bottom of the bat that he's looking at right now. So Jaspal picks up the Romanian skipper's second ball, and Romania 4 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Corey Ruckers joins me once again. So T10 misses out.
He hasn't had a good tournament, Vinny, and, well, quite remarkable. This game keeps doing exactly what the first thing is. A boundary, a wicket, boundary, wicket, just chaos. That is a good start for Malta, who are ahead in this game for me. Not easy to chase 1-3-5 in a final.
Yeah, it's incredibly disappointing for Ramesh. He's backed himself there, but hit it a bit too straight. I guess with only 2 outfitters, you've got to be pretty aware of where they are. But this will bring in Satmik Nadigodla in the number 3 position, the keeper.
What? Yeah, so T10's a good player. What's happened to him this tournament? What, do you have his scores? Or is it? Nah.
Yeah, I can tell you most of them on one hand. But well, it does remind us that if you'd like to get in touch with us, you can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey at CRuckers_28. I'm going to check your Insta
I'll answer
DMs.
the first question.
Okay, I'm going to check my Insta DMs as well. All right. Nadigodla cuts down and thinks about a run. Thinks against it in the end. So slide into our DMs. We're ready. Will require me to log in, of course. Anyway, Jaspal, he was the man who was out off the second ball of the day. At that stage, Romania were 0 for 2. Now, so T10 taking off the pads, wondering why he ever took up cricket in the first place. Feeling that most cricketers will recognise. Nadigodla steps across and he goes straight and he goes well enough. 4 runs. That's what he's going to do. He's going to play his shots. He likes to bat in the power play. Hasn't always come off for Satmik in this series, but you can see the approach from the Romanian keeper.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Gets going. That's exactly what they need. A good power play for Romania, and this could go right down to the wire. But if it's anything to go by, this ball will probably be a wicket. I swear, the amount of times in this game there's been boundary wicket, quite phenomenal.
Oh, it should be gone. No.
Oh.
Well, he knocked it up and it hung in the air. Nadigodla gets a life.
Well, there you go. Should have been a wicket. This game's been action-packed. What a way to start a Wednesday morning. And Nadigodla can thank the heavens. He should have been gone.
Nadigodla's eyeing up that gap straight down the ground. You can see it hits off the inside half of the bat. And, oh, almost a chance now. He's going to get a boundary. Throws the hands at this. There's no one back at deep third in the power play. And over is pretty much par for the course in this game. It's 12 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, that basically shows us a typical T10 over once again. Just chaos. So we got an enthralling final on our hands here. And, well, a golden ball probably would surmise this game that we've seen. It deserves it at the moment. The first 11 overs of this game has just been bonkers.
Correct. This had as a possible golden ball.
If you win a game like this, it does fizz your team up for a big game later.
All right, Wasim Abbas to bowl the second. Taranjit Singh faces up for the first time. Does like that pull shot. He's looking for it there, but misses.
Yeah, boy, isn't he an important player in this team, Abbas. And also Taranjit Singh. This is a big matchup. If Taranjit goes early, could shift this game to Malta in a big way.
2 swings, 2 misses. Big appeal, and he's gone. Wow, the appeal was vociferous from the Maltese. And Taran looks nonplussed, but the decision was given. Taranjit Singh goes for a duck and it's 12 for 2.
Massive moment, and has to go. Everyone went up and just a little feather through. And Taranjit, well, he didn't really look too disgruntled. He just walks off, and I think there's a feather edge there.
Yeah, well, again, if it was a nick, it was a faint one.
It was in unison, wasn't it? They all knew. Even mid-off went up.
Did Abbas appeal?
Abbas is the only one who was the... literally, if you do the wider view of that, Abbas is the only one that was sort of went with the fielders. But the whole fielding group went. The whole unit went. Watch mid-off here. Mid-off, here's it. He goes. He knew there was a nick. The keeper knew. Mid-on knew. Abbas was the only one a bit non-plus, but when you have 10 supporting fielders and they all go up...
Yeah, well, obviously, on the field, they've got a much better idea than we do here.
The way Taranjit went off as well, I actually think he got a feather. I think he knew. I think he knew. So 12 for 2, and well, Malta ahead.
It's the same story as the first innings of the 2 early wickets, isn't it? But will there be a fight back from Romania? Vasu Saini, a bit like Patanka for Malta, probably a good man for the job here at number 4 to dig him out of a tough spot. Joins his Cluj teammate Notagodla. He misses out in this first one from Abbas.
Just looking at the runs for Romania, Kumar's had 97 runs this week, Asif 72, and Taranjit Singh 111. The rest, yeah, it's not good. Sathis in the end only makes 20 runs for the week, so they're going to need someone, maybe Asif, Kumar, Notagodla to go big. Saini needs some runs as well.
Goes after an outswinger, and he's dropped. Tough chance for Zishan Khan down at deep point. He does get 2 hands to it.
This game's crazy. This game's had everything, Vinny. It really has.
Yeah, but the thing with Romania, they've boxed themselves out of some corners this week. And this is a tight corner. How about Vasu getting dropped on 0? Zishan was motoring, needed the perfect kind of contact with ball in the middle of the hands. It didn't come. And he got the steps across very late on the pull. But I suppose the thing that Malta did so well is at this stage they were able to go at supersonic rate throughout the next couple of overs.
They lost 2 for none, and then they put on 70 in 2.4.
Yeah.
So
about 3 overs. Yeah.
It just, that hitting from Basil George and Patanka flipped the game again. Then they had another collapse, and then the final wicket put on 26. Weird game of cricket, but right now Malta are pulling away. Oi.
Yeah, picks him with a bit of pace there. Get the hands through the pull shot that time. Malta, it's their turn to get fizzed up as we get to the end of the second. 1 for 1 off that over. It's 13 for 2.
Yeah, with that dismissal, Vinny, of Taranjit, just you read people's body language sometimes, and the whole 10 other fielders besides Abbas went up as unison. And Taranjit's reaction was someone of a little bit of guilt, I think. It wasn't...
He looked at the umpire, which he is entitled to do.
Yeah,
he waited for the decision, and then he went.
Yeah, and sometimes you see a little bit more emotion if you haven't hit it. So I reckon there was a faint one, but this is how the groups ended up. We're past that stage, though. Cyprus left yesterday, and today it is finals time. England, Switzerland coming up after this one.
I was chatting to the Cyprus coach, Richard Cox, this morning. It's nice to see Richard here. Obviously, a bit of a tough couple of days for him and the Cyprus guys. Anyway, here's over number 3. Going back to Jaspal. They're going to take on a bit of a dodgy one here. Pretty close.
This is really good keeping, Vinny. The gloves were right next to the stumps and quick hands. He could be in trouble here.
This is line ball. I couldn't call this one way or the other.
I'm going out. I reckon he's just gone.
When you think they're too close to call, pretty often they're out. This is a big moment in the game. Notagodla sitting there. He doesn't know. To be honest, Malta don't know either.
Big moment. Big moment.
Did I say 9? Hopefully I didn't send you the wrong end. Oh, it's so close.
Is the bat grounded? Oh. Can't tell if the bat's grounded or not.
I think it is. Well, yeah, it is grounded because...
I think you have to give that.
I think you've got to give that in for me because I don't know if the bail's completely removed.
Yeah, just.
So, well,
Wow.
I said, we even spot on when we said it was super close to call, and he was millimetres in. So, Nadigotla survives. Guess that's a well-judged single. But he won't survive the next one, as this one tails in. It tilts back the off stump, and Romania have lost 3. Trouble with this chasing effort from the Romanians, 16 for 3.
Well, trouble at the old mill, Vinny, and the Romanians might be booking their tickets back to Bucharest unless they come back, because Malta finally, we've been to and fro the whole game. Now Malta are really pulling ahead.
Yeah, Jaspal rattles the stumps, and disappointment for Nadigotla, though he does contribute 11. Look, they've still got their hitting to go at the rate required. That's the thing. But who's going to stick around and do it? I know Rohit Kumar has been very good at getting him out of a tight spot. Abdulasif as well on occasions. Vashish's another guy who can do it. Look, they've got the batting, but can somebody step up in what is a real emergency situation? They're on life support at the moment. The Romanian 16 for 3.
Boy, oh boy. They need someone to step up here, Vinny.
Well, that's not a bad start for Abdulasif, who rocks onto the back foot and puts it over the roof. Maximo! And if you doubt what I'm saying, just have a look at that start from Abdulasif.
Nice shot, really nice shot. Back of a length, and he pumps it for 6. And, well, can he tick for 10 to 15 minutes and make something happen?
That was so sweetly hit
That
as
was,
well.
That was
almost
sweet.
like he knew what was coming, like on a computer game where you can see where the ball's going to land.
One thing Malta have struggled massively with this week is the 5th and 6th bowler. They still are yet to come, so if Romania can hang in there, this could go close.
Bring something up in a moment about that. Now goes, and he's dropped. Wow, what an effort it was from Bikram Aurora, who climbs the ladder. He actually gets hands to it, but he can't quite hold on.
This is another almost 6
What
and
a
out.
game.
This game is just...
Oh.
And soft. If this is your first time ever watching T10, welcome to the greatest format in the world.
This is an ECN classic right now. No matter what happens from here, it's an ECN classic. Don't you worry about that. Anyway, back to the action. The next one's a miss. So what I was going to say is Malta have a little bit of a habit of blowing good scores. Last year they blew 147 to Luxembourg. This year they blew 157 to Switzerland. Okay, 135.
Yeah.
Chaseable, but they're certainly in front at the moment, Malta. Will they stay that way? Don't want to necessarily say the one to England is one they blew as well, but I'll be concerned as we get to the end of the power play. More action coming your way very shortly. It's 22 for 3.
Yeah, what a game this has been. Quite remarkable, really. 22 for 3.
There was a game in Romania when Abdulasif was playing for his club ACCB that he came out and he was just struggling. He was like 8 off 16 or something like that. He ended up with, I think, 94 off something like 32 balls or something like that. You know, we're talking about retiring him out and all these things. But I said, I think it was Rico was saying, no, he's got to go, he's got to go. I said, look, this guy is mercurial. He's the kind of guy you can't be like Basil when he was struggling yesterday. We're thinking if it was anyone else, you might retire him out.
Yeah.
But certain players just can't. You feel you can't do that in case they do what they're capable of and they flick a switch. Now, interesting, they're going for spin with Bikram Aurora.
One thing with
the
Romania, lack of left-handed batters makes a big difference. They never seem to have too many lefties, and well, left arm off spin will fancy this.
Well, the first one is going to be cut up and over the top. Another close call. That's Samuel Stanislaus, who's the 12th man in this game, who's on the field. Couldn't quite climb the ladder that time. 4 runs to start the over.
That was so close. It's more an edge. It did go in the region he wanted, but it was a very big and thick top edge. Okay, there's a boundary. This ball will probably be a chance.
Probably. They do have Rohit Kumar as a lefty to break things up a little bit. They won't want him yet, though. Oh,
There you
another
go.
ball,
It
which
is a chance.
drilled at Aurora, who gets hands to it, maybe regrets it. That'll be a single.
Well, he might have saved a couple of runs here because this was laced.
He dropped it last over, if you want to call it a drop, when he was at cover. Now
Yep.
he's got the ball on. Not really timed. It'll be a single that they'll have to work for.
Good fielding from deep mid on. Zishan out there attacking the ball. Still, they're falling behind for me, Vint. They're going to need a good over from somewhere. What a fascinating game this has been to start Wednesday morning. Action-packed.
Oh, it's a really good shot. Really good shot. Gets down the wicket, backs himself. Vasu goes large. Maximo. Now, it's Romania's turn to fight back.
Yeah, they need to. They need a big over. That's going to help, isn't it? Great batting. Comes down the track, turns it into a half E and pumps it over long on. Exactly what they need. Someone needs to step up. And maybe it's going to be Saini on your screens. He hasn't had a great week. He's high score of 13, but we know he's a much better batter than that, Vinny.
Yeah, well, a lot more than that. It was a brilliant shot. Always not a huge turner of the ball. And he won't need to be because Saini runs down the pitch. They're going to have a look at this. But I'm telling you right now that unless Sudasana is encroached or something like that, Saini's going to be on his bike for 12.
I can't imagine he's gotten back in time here. It's a loose stroke after the previous ball. And Malta cock a hoot at the moment.
Yeah, the last shot had form, didn't it? This one didn't. And you see he didn't make it.
Yeah, that's out. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, so Saini. Yeah, just the difference is he lost his shape there, didn't he? And so yeah, he's going to have to go. And there's the decision. So disappointment. That's probably a rush of blood there from Vasu. It's hard to know sometimes where the line is between aggression and recklessness, but I think he crosses it there. Just 34 for 3.
Another good player that just hasn't clicked with the bat this week. I mean, so he's going to end the week with 47 runs, and we know he's a better player than that. Him and Sathisen, just some of these batters haven't clicked. The man coming out next, though, I think this will be Rohit Kumar. He is one that has clicked. He's got 97 runs per week at an average of 48 and a strike rate of 200. So
the thing is, this is their rescue plan. This is it right now. And they're going to have to employ the rescue plan because Saini is the 4th wicket to fall. Smartly stumped by Sudasana and roar up with a breakthrough. 34 for 4. Yeah, so these two have been in this role before and they have done well in it. Now, it is a left-hander as well, and you mentioned that is a pretty good matchup against Aurora, who we saw, let's just say, having a mixed time during the group stage. Hassan Ahmed hit him for 6 sixes and over, but apart from that, he's taken a lot of wickets.
It might be a blessing in disguise that the left-handed Rohit Kumar comes out now because a little left-arm off-spinner has to bowl still 7 balls in this game.
Did he go the first one?
No.
It's only 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, you actually have to be pretty brave, I think. You got to try hit a 4.
3 fielders guard the leg
hit
side.
Hit it for 4. Hit it on the ground. Well, you can hit that for 6. Oh, well, you get your wide, but I tell you what, if he had caught up with it, that was 6. That was an
Aurora
absolute...
does spray the odd one. That's one thing
I think they're
for a
done.
spinner.
I think they're gone here. I can't see Romania getting back in this.
These are the two that can turn around. And he does hit it for 6. Maximo. So why take 6 when you can take 7? And that is the end of the 4th over. Romania 41 for 4.
Another over where there's a wicket and then a 6 and then I don't even know what's going on anymore, but what a crazy game. I guess it's the first time we should touch on it, Vinny. What are they chasing?
135.
Should have been 109. And this...
119.
Was it 199?
109 was when they came together, but 119 was when there was that ball dropped over the boundary.
It's a massive moment. It's a massive moment.
Look at
because
this game. Look.
Just dots
it's
everywhere.
Like a join the dots puzzle, doesn't it?
That was always a good game, Join the Dots.
I like Join the Dots.
That was a primary school classic.
Yeah, it didn't really test the cranium too much.
Ever play the square game where you join the dots and it was whoever got the most squares on a page?
Oh, yeah.
What was that called?
I don't know.
That was a good
But you made me think of Sudoku.
Nah, not
Are people still doing Sudokus these days? Or was that a phase?
Phase. Gone. Out of
More
fashion.
app-based these days.
Word sleuths?
Well, some of our crew do it, apparently.
Weirdos.
Plenty to do in Latvia, obviously. Anyway, this is up. It's in the end at 6. It's going to go straight to the giant ball. And how about that from Asif? He's come out and he's nailed another one.
One thing, poor old Mughal, whenever he comes on the ball, he's a good bowler, but he seems to get pumped.
He's got that Sohail Tanvir kind of action.
Yeah, so that's 13 runs off the last 2 balls as this game just continues to throw up utter chaos.
A few supporters in these countries might be doing just that. It's good Yorker, though.
Well bowled.
He's right to just keep that one out and stay alive.
Hey, well bowled and well played. Asif jarred that out. That was going to clatter into the stumps. What a game. What a game.
It's a brilliant game of cricket. It's great advertisement for the game as well. These two sides that we've been to many, many times, both of them.
Is the chat blowing up? Are viewers all over this?
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be at the moment? Rohit Kumar, 1 legal ball, 1 6. Now facing Mughal. He'll get a wide, which he did last time as well. A few people talking World Cup stuff. South Africa making a good start. We'll just digress for a second. But I got to admit, it's one of my favourite hobbies, watching South Africa find comical ways to bomb out of World Cups. And the better start they make, I feel like it's it's just setting up something similar.
Don't have that killer spirit.
Oh, it's a pretty good ball from Mughal.
Well, I actually don't mind that they've held him back. He struggled in the power play. Look, bowling in the power play is not the easiest thing in the world, but holding him back 2 overs gives them maybe a different dimension.
See a little bit of induct there. He does get the ball to swing late when he gets it going. He's just one of those bowlers. Most of the time he'll swing in, which is right to left. Slow ball. Good variation. Rohit Kumar's annoyed he misses it. Kind of, if there is a criticism of Rohit, he does probably look for the leg side a bit too often. He doesn't need to.
They're still very far behind, Vinny.
Does this game have another twist? Wide. It's going to go over the tram line. It's a good call. Umpire's under pressure as well, but very experienced officials we've got here at the European Cricket Championship.
Interesting.
Well, if Malta do win this, you know what we're left with? 3 reds.
Well, that's why I wore my red shirt today.
England, Switzerland, Malta. Romania don't want that to happen. It's a good swing again. Going down the leg side. Throw for no particular reason, but it's well backed up. So actually a little bit of bat in that according to Tyrone Peters. So that will be 1 run to the total. And just 1 to go in this 5th over. Leaving themselves a lot to do here. 80s in the last half. Slow ball, goes for it. Does he get enough? He does. Maximo. Important blow from Asif. Can he keep Romania in this contest? End of the 5th over. It's 55 for 4.
Yeah, what a nice shot, Vinny. Just sat up, he got it for 6, and maybe one more twist in this game.
Mughal misses his spot just once. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Got Corey Rutgers with me. This game, if you could post the highlights of this, it's a really good representation of what ECN is all about. You know, in countries that we spend a lot of time in, putting on a big show that the whole world's enjoying.
Yeah, I think it's just action-packed cricket, isn't it? Obviously 90 minutes, you want to imitate it. It's a little bit like a football game, in, out, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and it's just exciting. The amount of sixes that have then gone on to wickets the next ball, just remarkable.
Absolutely, and well, that's the way we live our lives. We love the action. It's just going to keep on coming. Of course, England 11, big favourites for this group, but we know that things can change very, very quickly. And if you're enjoying the European Cricket Network, we'd love for you to continue on our journey. Of course, these games will be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, starting in Croatia, which is only starting in 12 days' time. We've got 2 weeks here. 3 weeks in Malta again, so we'll be back in Malta, including some internationals as well. Back in Spain for another Barcelona bash before we return to the Cardamom Oval for the ECCW. First ever time we've had that tournament take place. And of course, the ECL, I know you're really looking forward to that. You're a former ECL winner with VOC Rotterdam.
I do forget that, but no, ECL is always a good event. Looking forward to that. The women's event at the end of the year, 5 teams to start. I'm sure that will balloon out, but over the next few years. Interesting though, Vin. Can Romania somehow get a... If they can pull off 1 20-run over, then maybe it's going to be spin, and it's going to be the spin of Imran Amir.
I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting them out at this stage. Amir, off spinner to the left-hander. No, paper, this is a good matchup. Time for over number 6.
Well, that's a good single.
Yeah, dragged for one. And
This is the thing.
yeah.
This is why lefty-righty partnerships are massive. Right now, you got to hope Abdul-Asif enjoys the spin and gets a couple off the middle.
They need 16 and over through this last 5 overs. Let's look at this over. As a batter, you're looking, okay, we need 16 off that. We don't want to fall further behind. So 1 off 1 so far.
Well, 2 boundaries and over keeps you thereabouts. You have to hit 2 boundaries over. So you have 5 balls in this over to go. They need 2 boundaries.
Reaches for it and he nails it. Maximo! 6 to Abdul-Asif.
There's 1. 4 balls to go on this over. Get another boundary. But hey, Vinny, I'm saying if they can have 120 run over or something like that, then it does open up again. Abdul-Asif's on a little bit of a heater here. He's 26 off 9. So he's ticking. Can he keep going, Vinny?
Oh, slides it through, but it's going to be called a wide.
Oh, and the ball.
I think that ball's dead. He's just trying to try and get it to the bowler. Sudasana very quick to put the bails on because remember he kept knocking off the bails the other day and it cost him some time, some crucial time.
Tough call. Big ball. Can he get this out the middle again?
Tosses up, taken on into the gap and all the way. Maximo! They're not going anywhere just yet. What a match to start Group E Finals Day.
This is the over, and this is why having a righty-lefty in the middle is massive, because you can't bowl right arm off spin to a righty with these parameters. They've got a left arm offie as well. Good matchups at the moment for Romania. Is this the big over, Vinny? 3 balls to come.
Potentially. Oh, I think that's missed everything, so it's going to be called a wide. Good keeping from Chanjal down the leg side.
This is the over. It's 15 at the halfway stage. Turn it into a 25-run over.
Just goes pace on, and this kind of into the gap, but
Got to be running. What are they doing?
now they're taking it on, or are they not? That's really poor communication.
That is a horrific bit of running from her. They need to watch the situation. Look at this running. The non-striker Kumar is just jogging, watching the ball, and the right-hander doesn't get on strike again. So, bad cricket there from Romania. Opportunity missed.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens with Rohit still on strike. Again, you need to be looking for that second from the very beginning. By the time they thought about it, it was too late. They didn't want to risk it. But Rohit will get one back. Got him back now.
Silly. It's really silly. Little things, Vin. But still, it's a good over, I guess. 1 ball to come. Can Asif get 1 more out the middle? Turn it into a 23-run over. Maybe we've got a game on our hands again. Still 2 to come, actually.
So we talked about, will they get 16 off this over? They got 17 at the moment.
So now you want to get
one to go.
1 to go. You want to get the bonus boundary now.
Wide again. So 18
get
off
the bonus
over.
boundary. Get 1 more bonus boundary.
About the bowling depth of Malta and the fact that sometimes they've struggled. Takes it on again and wins again. Magical 6, Maximo. And it's going to be 1 to come as well. So, incredible stuff at the moment. This game has had more twists and turns than a length of old rope.
This is potentially game of the tournament at the moment. This has been a phenomenal match.
You know what will cap it?
A golden ball. Is there 1 left in the over? Is that over, Vinny? What have you got?
Well, I think they're just checking to make sure it's all correct.
There was 3 wides in there. So I think I have it with 1 to go, but I'm not concrete on that.
Yeah, they're just going to go back and double check. I mean, these things are really crucial to sort out in the moment. And, yeah, I've got a feeling that there might be 1 to come.
Yeah, I do as well.
You remember 3 wides in the over?
I thought so.
But, yeah, obviously every ball is so crucial.
No, that looks like it is over. Maybe there was only 2 wides.
All right, so takes us to the end of the 6th, and the score is 78 for 4.
That's the over, though. 24 off it. They've been struggling with that sort of 5th bowler, and well, it looks like they're going to go aggressive. Wasim Abbas is going to come back and bowl here and try and break this crucial partnership. 57 of 24. What a game of cricket.
All right, so 14's required. That's a quote-unquote normal rate, I suppose. Wasim Abbas, Didn't he bowl a good first over? 1 for 1 in the second.
The thing is, Vin, they're still going to have to bowl 2 overs a spin. Bikram Arora or Amir, and they've both been taken for 19 and 24. So Romania are right in this. 2 of the 4 overs are going to have to come from sort of spinners that haven't been great.
Other options at their disposal, maybe Basil George or Varun Prasad. As this is pulled away off a length. Fielder's got to make the stop and does. Keeps it to 1.
In theory, even if this over goes for 10 or 11 or 12 without a wicket, I think you're happy with it. They've got to bowl 2 overs from Fayan Mangal's got 1. But then who else are you going to bowl?
I was going to say you could bowl Prasad. Left
How's he
armour.
going with his injury? He hasn't bowled much.
Struggling a bit. Basil George is another option. I suppose at this level he's a part-timer, though he's pretty comfortable with the ball.
I can see an edge here going for 4 or
Jasvinder
something
maybe.
like that.
Probably not. Oh, he's going to be gone. He's just guided it straight to Imran Amir. And that was all about the placement. And Amir, he's going to dial in. And, well, as if, unfortunately for him, he dials the wrong number, doesn't he? He's going to go for 39.
4.
Romania 79 for 5.
What a big wicket that is. That's a massive wicket. 39. He got them back in the game. And, well, quite remarkably, he just tapped it to backward point. Left or right of him is probably 4. And Imran Amir, who just got pumped for 24 off and over and almost losing the game for his country, decides to act in a childish manner.
Well, he enjoys it. That's his,
We just got hit
his
for 20.
trademark. He's got the phone on both ears. So
If you just got hit for 24 off and over and I was the coach of Malta and a player did that, he'd be pulled off the field and 12th man would be put on. Disgraceful.
not allowed to do that in Laws cricket. But anyway, Abdul Asif is going to go, but he's kept his team alive. 39 off 13, 79 for 5. Yeah, the 2 phones, kind of like a Wall Street trader through the mid-1980s. They had the ball phone and the hand phone on at the same time.
Embarrassing, Vinny.
Special comments by Koi Ruckers. As Abbas, 2 wickets to show. Now Manan, he's going to sky one first ball. Could be another 2 in 2, and it is. Oh, wickets falling in 2s in this game. Abbas has a 3rd now. It's a golden duck for Goham Manan, and it's 79 for 6.
Manan just hasn't had the week with the bat either. And, well, right now, Romania, those 2 wickets swing it in. And Abbas has phenomenal figures, Vinny.
I think you got to go Vashish now, I'd imagine. Well, he's got Saidullah, Ijaz Hussain. So, I mean, you've got 10 batters in this lineup. Yeah, and when you get to this level, they're all similar, I think, in ability. Probably Luca Petre, the only one that you'd consider a real lower order batter. But disappointment for Manan. He's a guy who's just struggled to translate runs domestically into something at the international level. As he goes, very first ball, Patanka with the catch out there.
Malta just doing enough again. I mean, this is hat-trick ball time. This man, Wasim Abbas, has played a beaut. He got Taranjeet Singh. They've brought him back early now to pick up wicket. He hasn't just done that, he's picked up 2. Here's our hat-tricks record. If he gets this full and straight, I reckon he's got a big chance. For me, he's the standout. He's making the difference.
36 hat-tricks in season 2023. Could this be hat-trick 37? Wasim Abbas on a hat-trick.
Oh,
Pretty close, but dot ball is something that Malta will take at the moment.
if they go on to win this game, you might be looking at your player of the match right there. His figures are phenomenal. 3 for 2. He was called on to come take a wicket. He does exactly that. And he's bowling well today.
Ashish, does he swing away? That's 2. As he's going to hit it, and he's going to hit it out of the ground. Maximo shoots the lights out. He's off the mark with the 6. This game takes another turn.
It helps. It's a good shot off a good bowler. And a 6 to start his innings after the play and miss. Romania just won't go away. They're sticking there. Just to remind, there's still 2 overs a spin somewhere. So it could still get close.
Vashish backs himself. He's got 1 more ball in this over. And doesn't quite get it, but he will get 1. And that's all he's going to get. 7 overs down. Romania needs 16s in the last 3. There's 6 out. 87 now for 6.
Brilliant spell of bust. 3 for 9. You take that any day. Okay, so we've got 48 off 18. And this is the finals day program. Next game coming up, England-Switzerland. We're looking forward to. Okay, here we go. They've made a big call, Vinny, just down the field. Looks like they're going to go to Jaswinder Singh to bowl. So They have backed off the spinners, and they're going to go Jaswinder Singh. Very interesting. Jaswinder, he did make 16 batting at number 11. Vinny's bowled one over. He's bowled one over.
Oh, look, 3 in the circle. And they realise at the very last moment, wait.
But Vinny, he's bowled one over in the tournament. It went for 24. They're calling on him to be the 6th bowler. He made good runs with the bat. That's a lot of pressure.
He's aware, I'm sure, of that number that you just talked about. So first ball, skied. Is this staying in the field? It is. Zishan takes the catch. So what a game this is from Jaswinder Singh. Came out, hit his 6th first ball at number 11. His first ball's a wicket for Shish, the 7th man to go. It's 87 for 7.
Well, credit to Jaswinder, who hasn't bowled since he's over to England a few days ago. And now he comes on, gets a wicket first ball. And Malta getting closer to another final.
Yeah, just disappointment for Vashisht, who doesn't get the elevation. But who's to say they don't have another partnership left in Romania? I mentioned they've got 10 batters. It's only really Luca that I think, can hold the bat, but he's not going to be banging a lot of sixes. Vashisht goes for 7, but does get one maximum away. 87 for 7.
Very interesting.
I mean, interesting as well. Imagine that they don't pick up that they had 6 outfielders and that ball gets bowled.
Small things,
No
yeah.
ball, free hit, extra delivery. Certainly can't lose a wicket off that ball. Then Ijaz Hussain comes out. Again, he's a guy we've seen opening the batting for his club, Baniasa. Before, but he swings and misses at this first one. Kumar's just stranded at the other end right now.
Yeah, it's starting to get away, isn't it? Malta again just picking up wickets. Wasim Abbas is over. Really sensational work. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a slow ball into the pitch, extremely slow, and Hussain not seeing it, and right now they need a 6, Vinny, desperately.
Watch Malta hustling with the clock as well.
They got plenty of time, Vin.
Right. This is a leading edge. It's going to loop over the infield. Will they take a second? Rohit's not interested, and I think, okay, his strike rate isn't setting the world on fire in this game, but he has been a guy that has shown he can provide some resistance. But time is running out. Needs something big here. Probably a magical 9th.
1% chance. Supercomputer. It's almost over.
Yeah, he hits this towards the deep mid wicket, who makes the stop, just a single. What an over. You mentioned that he went magical in his only other over in the tournament. And so right now he's gone for 2.
Yeah, what an over. He's had a great game. I mean, batting at 11. Got some vital runs.
Wow, that's up. It's in the air. Is it travelling? Right back to the wall. And 6. Wow, McGall. Finger tipper. He had the real estate. But something for Romania. They need to go 20s in the last 2 overs. As the score after 8, 95 for 7.
McGall came running in. Look at this. If he's standing on the rope where he should be, it's a catch. He ran in the few metres, had to run back. Does that just keep a door open? Unsure. McGall will grab the ball now and have a chance to reprieve himself. What a game. What a corker of a T10. Vinny, imagine if they were chasing 119.
Yeah, that's a good time to bring that up. They need 25 of the last 2.
Then that would be game on.
All right. Still is maybe. McGall gets a good one in. Lynn swinging Yorker. Kumar can't deal with it.
Well, they're rushing back as if the clock's about to expire.
Yeah, you tell them that they're fine with the clock. Because
you got 5 minutes.
the last time.
They got plenty of time.
Yeah, I like that they're thinking of. Also, rushing the bat is probably smart here. Another miss. So I think, apart from the fact that the clock's a deterrent, I think rushing at this stage is smart. Getting through these deliveries.
Set match. I don't know how Romania have gone back to 5%. Supercomputers had a couple too many shandies, but this is over.
Top 1. An awful start to this over, and it's been a brilliant game for so many reasons, but it's not a brilliant result for Romania. 2 wins through the group stage, but I feel like this is going to be their swan song in ECC 23. Hanging full toss. Doesn't quite time it again. Oh, no.
Oh.
Wow. Door's open. Tank was in for servicing, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, boy, that is a proper goober. Straight through his hands and a bonus 4.
Well, I mean, if somehow Romania were able to pull this off.
Need a 7.
You'd be looking at this again.
You need a no ball 6.
And we see him happen. Top ball, mate. Can't follow up with more.
Tell you what, that last wicket partnership, they came together at 109 for Malta. You don't often get a 26-run last wicket partnership. If they hadn't have put that on, they don't win. Oh, that's a no.
There you go. There's your no ball.
That's got to be close. That's got to be a no ball, you'd imagine. This is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's no doubt. Look at the way he plays this.
Oh, yeah. Massive no ball.
Cut. So, no ball as called. And so, free hit coming up.
Well, that's handy.
Not quite the no ball 6, but does get Rohit Kumar back on strike. Hit a 6 here. You need 27 off the last over. Kumar struggled with what McGall's dealing here, though. This would have been a Y, but it's going to be 4. So, look, I guess you're probably happy with that, actually, for the fielding side, because at least you get out of the over. It means they'll need 29 in the last. 106 for 7 after 9.
I think it's 31, isn't it, Vinny? Maybe it is 29, yeah. Yeah, 29 off 6. You need a miracle. It does look like. That last wicket partnership, hey? Yeah, it's an amazing thing. We don't often get last wicket partnerships.
I don't harp on it, but it wasn't a regulation catch for Ijaz Hussain down on the boundary. But yeah, it was not 119. It would be 14 off the last.
We've seen Ijaz Hussain on the boundary this whole tournament, Vinny, and hasn't looked calm. Anyway, well, that's hit, but not big enough. So that's a 1.
All right, you're out of time now.
If they hit 5
bombs, basically.
If he hits 5 bombs and wins the game,
then
empanadas on me for the rest of the year. I'll buy every empanada anyone else wants ever.
Suddenly become a huge Rohit Kumar fan. Anyway, he's just been to sing. Boundary, or this game's dead. And he doesn't get it. Oh, so what a contest. We're finally going to have a bit of dead time, I think. You got to feel for the Romanians who have played their hearts out this tournament. It's just a shame again. I think their top order didn't fire as much as they wanted to. Their middle orders kept them in a lot of contests, won them a couple of games. As this is lifted up and it's lifted out of the ground by Ijaz Hussain. Maximal at 21 of 3. They're relying on a no ball to be bowled here, stay in the contest.
I always think when you need a no ball or a wide to be bowled, you start running around the crease a lot, trying to put the bowler off. Stand outside off, run back to leg. Just try and do something. You never know. Even the non-striker just yell out something as he's running in. Lose the sportsmanship.
When you get desperate. It's funny talking about sportsmanship a moment ago. We had some positive comments in the chat, which I think now you would have lost those exact same viewers.
They've just gotten past the 109 of the last partnership. The 119 was
they get 120, it's going to hurt them even more. 3 to come. And this is hitting miles in the air. Someone's going to catch it, or are they? It's going to be taken by Fanyan Mughal. So it's going to be a wicket for Jasvinder Singh. I mean, look, Basil George, will he take the player of the match, or will it be Abbas? But Jasvinder Singh, with his late runs and his 2 wickets here,
also candidate,
throwing his name in the ring.
Him or a bus for me. A bus, really. 3 for 9s. 3 for 9's equivalent to like a 9. 9 off 2 overs is equivalent to a 75.
But also Basil George with the 2 early wickets and the rate he went at.
Yeah, Basil's Basil, but I think, honestly, it's hard to equate what 9 runs off 2 overs is. But 9 runs for me is almost like someone hitting a 75.
Yeah, true.
9 runs is phenomenal.
19.
And they brought him back when they, all of a sudden, this game took 2 wickets. But also, you're right, number 11, Mr. Singh, he played some amazing shots, and well, he's picked up 2 wickets. You could give it to him as well. Tough one for the officials.
Yep. 2 to come. Saidullah gets a bat, and he's going to get a single, but yeah, it'll be a tough one for the Romanians to swallow again.
They'll be devastated,
And they made the finals this year, so I suppose they achieved that.
Yeah, 4 out of 5. They're a good team, Romania. They'll rejig and next year come back stronger.
We thought these two would give us a contest. We weren't wrong. Here's the last ball coming up. Kumar will get it away, and they'll just turn down the single in the end. So Malta will survive. It'll be a battle of the Reds here in Group E, as Malta will be playing in the qualifier number 2 later in the day. Romania, they bow out. They can hold their heads high. Certainly can't fault their effort, but it's a cruel game sometimes. Only one team could make it into the second half of the day. That team is Malta.
Yeah, congratulations. What a good game of cricket. Highly enjoyable, Vinny. Loved every moment of it. And Malta, well, we'll see them a little later today.
And don't forget, Corey, that last year, Malta, they missed out on the finals in really cruel circumstances when they were out by a fraction of a point of net run rate. Right, this time they've made it back. They've made it to at least 3rd in the group. They'll be hoping to spring a surprise a little bit later on. I do think they will start underdogs in qualifier too, but they probably don't mind that because they know that they've got players that can perform when it counts, and someone like Boom Boom Basil up the top, I don't think anyone would really fancy playing them. As we look back at the highlights, it was 135 to win. Malta, by the way, they become one of the few teams, handful of teams on the network to get bowled out before the end of the 10 overs, but still win the match. But it was another chaos start, wasn't it? With 2 early wickets. And so Thiessen went 4 and out early on. Nadigotla was living dangerously. Taran, little feather behind, as Abbas removed him from the equation. So once again, they had to fight back from behind, didn't they, Romania? Look, these two teams, they know each other so well. There were sixes, there were chances, there were wickets. Nadigotla survived a really close run-out call, but then very next ball. Have a look at this one. Just tailing a little bit when it counts. Beats the inside edge. Great replay from our partners at Spring Productions there. But Abdulaziz came out and he mowed a 6 first ball. And he was looking very dangerous. I mean, he was also creating a bit of chaos. Aurora couldn't hold on to that one. This one was a real teaser as well. Then Aurora had one drilled back at him. But really, with Romania, they knew what they had to do. Saini went 6 and out. Again, he's a player they would have loved a little bit more out of with the bat. But it's Russia blood there. Rohit Kumar came out and it was rescue job time 2.0, wasn't it, for Rohit Kumar and Abdulaziz as they went about knocking this over. And look, they really did get Romania back in the conversation, didn't they, with that partnership. Luca Petre, it's a shame we won't see more of him on the field in this ECC, but I'm sure we will again in the not too distant future. Amir was brought on and he got absolutely slammed a couple of times as this over went magical. Asif and felt he was such an important wicket. Romania, they were believing. It has a game of topsy-turvy moments, but then as if he guided one straight to Amir. He had to put one call on call waiting. Certainly getting tongues wagging. He's a player that always does that. Abbas, though, he was kind of cool in a crisis, wasn't he? And I think that he came back at a crucial time. Patanka was able to hold this one out the deep mid-wicket boundary. Vashisht, again, he backed himself. He's a guy who can hold the bat. We know that Romania, they had 10 batters in this team, so they were going to still throw it when it was required. But Vashisht went soon after. Zishan holding on to the chance at deep long on. And then, well, this moment, Bagal dropped one over the boundary. There was also a big misfield out of deep mid-wicket from Patanka. We're wondering, could Romania pull this one out of the fire? But really, it was just a bridge too far towards the end. Magal took that one, but I think by then they knew they had 1 foot in qualifier 2. Malta have made it. And so it was a pretty interesting game, to say the least, with Malta getting over the line in the end. 19 runs between these two teams. far as what's coming up next, England 11 taking on Switzerland. The toss is about to take place and the game will start in 45 minutes. And for that toss news, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Of course, in the comment section, we'll let you know who wins the toss in that one. Big game. You see they're preparing for it right now in the middle. Abdul Azif with 39. He led the scoring, came in at a tough time, but he swung away. But once again, just a few innings in the teens there. 19 for Ijaz Hussain late on, 13 for Saini, 17 not out for Rohit Kumar. Could never quite hit his straps, and ultimately Romania, they go out. They certainly go out with their heads held high, but they'll be bitterly disappointed. But I'm sure they'll be working hard on their cricket, and they'll want to come back stronger in 2024. As far as the bowling went, well, Corey talked about Wasim Abbas, how good he was, 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, 2 wickets apiece to Jaspal and Jasvinder Singh. But yeah, Abbas, 3 for 9, only conceding 9. Quite incredible. And he certainly made up for things after he went for a golden in the first innings. We'll take a break then, back in around about 40 minutes, and we'll have some bonus content for you in the meantime as well. Jared Wilson from Cricket Island will be heading down to the studio to have a chat with Daniel Weston. But for now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. Rico, not too far away as well. We'll see you very shortly for more Group B Finals Day here on the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
great to have you here. What are some of your first memories of cricket?
Yeah, it's probably a tough one to remember that long ago, but I'd say it's probably with the family. Yeah, I've got quite a sporty family, and we probably just played in the backyard, and on Christmas Day it was just so competitive. My cousin's about 2 years younger than me, so quite close to the age, and we just used to go at each other like day in and day out, and as I say, Christmas Day, and it was, so if I could put back the longest memory, it's probably battling between us two, and yeah, that's probably the
And it's
highlights.
in South Africa, right?
Yeah, so born and raised in South Africa, and yeah, they're still back there. And then, yeah, about 5 years ago, made the move to Ireland with my family, my brother and my mum. And here we are 5 years later and living in Ireland full time, so it's great.
So what have you, some of your first memories of cricket in Ireland?
It was probably because of, so I finished school in 2018, and the first transition period I moved over alone. So they had to finish their jobs, and I just finished school, so I left in early January 2019. And I remember the first ball that I bowled at pre-season training, I got a wicket. So it was kind of like a get a wicket, my first ball in Ireland. It was great. It was a training session, but still, it kind of hyped me up, and I was like, oh, I'm really feeling for this, and it fired me up. So I'd say that's probably my first memory. It was great.
So that's a great memory to have. Did you bowl the guy, or?
Yeah, so just in a net session, obviously January, it was, I can't remember that long, but I think it might have been snowing, so we're indoors. And obviously I'm a new player to the club from South Africa, so they were like all excited to see me and gave me the ball, came in, bowled first wicket, and everyone was pretty shocked. They were hoping, right, this season's going to be great, hopefully he's going to take a lot of sticks for us. And yeah, so that's probably my first memory in Ireland, which is quite a good one to have.
Yeah, it's a fantastic memory to have. Yeah, and are you still with that club now?
So I'm not. Unfortunately, it was Ardmore Cricket Club, which was my first one. I was there for 3 years, 3 great years. And yeah, I was doing a bit of part-time work on the side, and the reason for the move is I could turn cricket into a full-time thing, so I could do a bit of coaching and playing at the same time. And yeah, just to progress in my career, I went to another club, New Buildings Cricket Club, competitor of Ardmore, so it was a bit of a touchy subject, but yeah, just to push on my career, I made a move, and yeah, I think it paid off in the end.
And being part of the Irish national team set up, how often are you training together? And yeah, what does a season look like for you and the academy team as well?
So I think a couple of years ago, I think the academy had a group that was named at the beginning of the year, and I think it's like Irish cricket's turning professional and more professional by the day and by the year. So now every union has like a full-time professional coach, and instead of the likes of myself and a few of the other lads, like Dublin is the base. So for us, it's about a 3-hour drive, where the setup is kind of trusted now at the moment, where each union has their own professional coach, and we can go there 3 or 4 days a week and train hard and train well, and get tested. So in terms of preparation and training, it's every player's at their hometown, working hard, training hard, probably 3-4 days a week. We've been introduced to a gym program as well, which is great. So every team is working really hard, which is great to see. And then yeah, in terms of the season, we play about 15 games a year as a union. We play 650 over games and 90-20 games, so it's not a lot of cricket. And that's probably something Cricket Ireland's looking to change in the next couple of years, is just double that or increase that. That's probably the next step that they're going to look to go. But that's probably a season as a whole. Train 3-4 days a week with a bit of gym, and then for 15 games a season.
Yeah, well, you're certainly looking very fit, and the boys are too. Test cricket, obviously, it's a big aspect of cricket in Ireland now as well. Do you play multi-day cricket in amongst the regular season?
So we did. I wasn't living in the country when it came. I think it was 2016 or 17 when it became first class status. So they introduced the red ball then, and they played for a good 3-4 years, and it was great. But then COVID hit and kind of put a stop to that. Yeah, I'm sure COVID was tough on everyone, and it certainly was on Cricket Island. So the red ball cricket stopped, but the ICC funding strategy is changing next year, and Island's funding is certainly increasing. So I'm hoping and holding thumbs that it comes back next year, which will be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very special moment when Ireland is playing Test cricket. You know, we want to see more and more of that, and obviously barbelling it with all the short-term cricket as well. We're at the moment, Malahide is a place where you play a lot of your games.
So it's actually not. I think with the amount of games that they play, they're trying to spread the workload amongst the grounds. So Malahide would be a cricket club as well, and with the amount of cricket that they play. And we've also got to cater for under-19s, our Ireland under-19s, the ladies, the domestic ladies. So we haven't played a domestic game at Malahide for quite some time, but all the international games are there normally. So it's a great venue. I actually haven't played there yet. I was 12th man when my team played there, but lovely venue on a sunny day. I think it's hard to beat. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and is there cricket being played in schools, or is it mainly clubs for the juniors?
So with the schooling system, they normally finish school around June. So they do play a little bit for about 2 months, April, May, and then June is like final exam. So they do get in a quick little season, and then as soon as the school holidays come around, everyone's just into club cricket, which is great. So it's quite a nice setup to have, because when all the kids are on holidays, club cricket's booming, the weather's great, summer camps. So yeah, there's a quick little school season of 2 months maybe, and then straight into club cricket for 3.
Right.
Which is great.
And are you doing any coaching as well yourself?
Yeah, so that's kind of my role. I was a full-time cricket coach and player for my club, and yeah, so I would start off with a little pre-season camp in early January, just like 1 day a week, just to get the cobwebs out for the kids and even the men's and the ladies, and then slowly build it up. And then as soon as it comes April time, and we're pretty lucky in Ireland, it gets dark at like 9 o'clock at night, so we're working we're coaching and playing on the cricket field from about 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and it's just great. Kids running around, hitting balls, throwing balls, and everything. When it's summer, it's just great. Yeah, I love it. So it's good.
Yeah, and obviously coming here and playing T10, is there a preparation phase that you have to try and adapt to the shorter format, or how do you approach the talents for T10?
I think I think there's about 5 players here this year that was here last year. So I think we and the coaches, obviously, we had a bit of a understanding of last year. I'd say last year we didn't know what to expect, of course. It was our first time as a whole group and coaching staff as well. And then after the first game, you kind of get an idea and just you settle in pretty quickly if things go well. And obviously we've got Seamus Lynch, and yeah, last year he just stole the show, and it like when you come in not knowing what to expect, and then he just takes fire. And obviously this year he's done pretty well to start off with as well. So like yeah. Might take a game or 2 just to settle in, but once you've got that strategy, you stick to the strategy and everything should be okay. So it's great.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I mean, to have you guys with potential Test cricket experience and knowledge filtering into Irish cricket, and also playing the shortest of short form games, puts you in really good stead for exciting us, which we really appreciate, and bringing this highly technical but fitness and talented way of cricket. So we love seeing you here, and also just the age range of the boys is also young. So we're excited to see potential players that will be Test cricketers in the future that are here.
Yeah, no, certainly. Even like a young guy like Ollie Riley, I mean, he's 16 years old. And on the biggest of stages, obviously we saw Lewis Deploy score 163, like we were all watching our phones, like this is incredible. And for Ollie Riley, a 16-year-old, to do what he did today, I mean, he bowled 2 overs, he got the big wicket, he went for 3 runs on a big stage. I mean, like we knew it was a must-win game, and for someone of his age to step up was great to see. And if we can just encourage more of that, and which we do, and which Cricket Island do, it's great to see. So yeah,
it's a huge confidence booster for him, but for his friends and family and his schoolmates, study mates, and everyone, he becomes a hero for his younger generation as well. And you guys are all putting up a hero moment and inspiring the next gen.
Certainly. Even on the first day we arrived, I mean, we were packing our bags and we were looking to go to the pool or whatnot, and he had his headphones on looking to go to the gym. So he's definitely a hard worker, and yeah, I hope he continues to work hard. I mean, 16, I think he's probably 2 meters tall, bowling really quick. I mean, he's definitely a bright prospect for the future, so he is.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with going to the pool when it's as hot as it is here as well, if you can balance that with the gym. So where do you see cricket in Ireland in the next 5 to 10 years?
It's probably a question and an answer that everyone's shaking their heads or asking that question. Yeah, I think next year is going to be an interesting one to see with the new funding. I mean, if you look at some of the positives that Cricket Ireland has had over the last few years or few months. I mean, the under-19s won their first ODI match against England about a couple months ago. I mean, that on its own is an incredible landmark. And the last under-19 World Cup automatic qualification, the first time that they've ever done that. So 2 little things like that, we can definitely see that there's talent in the country. And now it's probably just trying to match the facilities and probably the opportunity in terms of getting them on the match field as a group and just playing at the highest level. So in the next 5 years, I'd probably like to see more opportunities for under-19s and Wolves. Like there's a tour to the West Indies coming up now for the under-23s. It was supposed to be, but it seems to be that there's a few contracted players going now, which is fair enough. So in the next couple of years, it would be nice to see that we can get the youngsters going on that, or under-23s, and then because the international team's doing a great job, and now if we can just have a good feeding system into that would be great to see. So just more matches and better facilities, but that'll all come now in due time with the funding increase that we'll have, so it's great.
Yeah, I know dealing with Elaine Nolan and with Richard Holdsworth, these people are fantastic. They gave us the chance to have Cricket Ireland involved in the ECL and the ECC, and that was really appreciate that. And with what Warren Dutram's obviously doing up there as well, it's fantastic. And this year seeing the women's team also participating in events that the ECN has been able to cover, it's made us feel really good about trying to support that as well, because obviously the women's game is and should be growing just as fast as the men's.
Definitely, yeah. No, the women's game is growing quite a bit in Ireland, which is great to see. I mean, every club every year is trying to bring in a team to the league, and full-time coaches in women's cricket. And I think last year or the year before was the first time that Cricket Ireland got full-time contracts. So now you've got a group of 12, 13 females training full-time at head campus in Ireland, in Dublin, like working hard and training really hard to become better, and that just feeds off to the level below in terms of club cricket and domestic cricket. So yeah, it's great to see that Ireland's starting with the ECN, so we'll definitely be watching from Ireland. Yeah,
that's great. Thanks, Jared. I appreciate your time here. Good luck in the rest of the event for you and the boys, and keep doing well.
Thank you.
All right,
thanks you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Khartoum Oval. Well, what a start we had to Group E Finals Day with Malta getting over the line against Romania to stay in the competition. So they're waiting to see who they'll be playing, and it all depends on this Qualifier 1 between the top two teams from the group stage. It's England 11 taking on Switzerland in a battle of the Reds here. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Thank you. Okay, it's your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. We're going to ball first. Okay.
Yeah. So Switzerland win the toss and they've elected to bowl first. I think that does a couple of things. We know that England 11, they've liked chasing in this series. It's kind of been their preference to know exactly how many they need to chase, so it takes that away from them. But also I think Switzerland have really enjoyed chasing as well. Don't forget they have the highest chase here at the Khartoum Oval after they chased 158 against Malta, and they did that without losing a wicket. So their openers have been very good, but so have the English openers. I think Young and Lincoln likely to open for them. So we'll see them fairly shortly. Okay, watch out for Rishton as well for England 11. He's last year's MVP, but it's been great to see a few new players in there, like Hindley, for example, who's a bit of a mystery spinner, and kind of guys of this nature that are finding their feet at the Khartoum Oval. So both these teams need to find 2 wins today if they're going to qualify. Should be a really good game. Corey Ruckers is in the dream box right now. I can tell you Switzerland have sent in the English here in qualifier number 1. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Welcome back, everyone around the world. Well, we have a good game ready for you here. It's going to be Switzerland versus the English 11, and we'll have a quick look at these two lineups, shall we? The umpires making their way out to the middle. Plenty of fans have come in for the mid-afternoon game, or early afternoon game, I should say. Here are those lineups. Switzerland, they've elected to bowl first. They want to chase these runs down later. And they do have a decent enough lineup. Stanigzai, look out for the all-rounder there. Kumar at the bottom there, good bowler. But it's going to be a difficult game up against such a good team in the English 11. 85-15, that's probably fair enough. You'd imagine that. England 11 will look to win this one comprehensively, get into that final tonight, and reassess after a bit of a break. The sun is shining here on this beautiful ground out here in Andalusia. Really looking forward to this game. Can Switzerland spring an upset, a bit of a surprise? It's going to take a lot of good cricket for them to do it. Good opportunity. Welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you might be watching from. Hope you're ready for this one. As gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Good to be back. I hustled back because I saw that perhaps you had a bit of trouble reading the clock, and I saw you sprinting towards the dream box to make sure you're here on time. How are you doing?
I've just run 1,800 metres to get here. I was in the back physio tent and getting my free back massage, and realised the time was 1:54 and just started running.
Free back massage, hey?
Yeah, perks of working for the ECN these days.
I heard that Magic Spray Mary is doing some Magic Spray sessions as well, potentially. Those aches and pains.
Things are feeling good, Vinny.
There's Ian Ramage on screen, ready to call play. Very experienced umpire. Many international games from Scotland. He'll be here tomorrow, actually. Scottish 11. Milkesh Patel with him in this one. Here's Ashwin Vinod to get us going in qualifier number 1. And it's going to start with a wicket. Can you believe what you're seeing? It was just a miss-hit from Sam Young. And Jason takes the catch. It was an absolute goober, as you would say, Corey. And the two Cossaday boys combine. Worst possible start for England, none for one.
Well, it's similar to the game this morning. It was 2 wickets in 2 balls to start the morning fixture when Malta lost 1 and 2. And this time, it goes into game 2. And, well, perfect length from Ashwin Vinod. He got that to bounce quite a bit. And it gets a bit big on him. Only lobs it up to square leg. And the first one's gone.
Yeah, Jay probably had enough time under that to think a bit negatively. Is there any way I could possibly drop this? You shouldn't. But Young, he's had a good series so far. And he's going to go another Royal Darkin. That's exactly, like you said, how Qualifier 1 started. It's, yeah, Young, monkey 7 on his back, but no luck here in this finals day so far.
Yeah, that can happen. T10 is high-octane cricket. Does bring out a left-hander to the crease, so lefty-righty for the English 11. It's going to be Tom Hinley at number 3.
Yeah, so one thing that England do have is depth in all departments, and so a bit like that Romanian innings, I feel like they can, or the Maltese innings, I should say, they lost 2 and 2. They have plenty of batting, plenty of time. Ashwin round the wicket to the left-hander. And it's a cracking shot, long chase, ultimately an unsuccessful chase. We have our first boundary of Qualifier 1.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is from Hinley. Little bit of width on offer, and he times it through backward point for 4. And, well, that's one thing you touched on just then. They do have a lot of depth in all departments, so that early wicket won't deter them too much.
Kroom in the comment section, just mentioning the viewer sweep, a couple of big names getting knocked out with Romania. Wayne as well as Mike Seal and Phil G. Oh, now this is almost an edge.
Yeah, good bowling from Vinod, getting this ball to talk just a little bit. Angling it into the left-hander and swinging it away.
Ashwin. Very good start for him, 2 out of 3. Oh, that's looping up. And it's going to go to the boundary. Now it's going to be 4 runs against false shot from Hinley. Gets the desired result.
Yeah, sometimes fortune favours the brave. It's good first over this from Vinod. That easily could have ballooned up and been caught, but this time goes over short third and goes for 4. Looks like there'll be a change in the field now. They're going to bring Deep Long on back and put that third man back now. And usually it's a little bit too little too late.
Can he get a second blow in this first over? That's from Vinod. Oh, this is absolutely mowed. That's over the trees. Yeah, adios pelota forever as Hinley goes large. What a hit.
Yeah, that was a lot more convincing, wasn't it? Deep in the box and pumps that over mid-wicket for 6. That is huge. And see you later, adios pelota. That's massive, Vinny.
That was one of the bigger hits you'll see this week.
That's the thing, losing that early wicket won't deter them too much. Dangerous team with bat and ball, and especially in the field. Switzerland need to play almost the perfect game here to get fast-tracked to the final.
Last ball the first. It won't be, because that's down leg side. Idris Hunt takes the ball down leg side. We'll see him at the start of the innings, I'm sure, for Switzerland. Now, Switzerland, last time they played England, it was the first game of this group, actually, on Monday morning. They certainly didn't bat to their potential. 119 against the English, who also don't think bowled their potential in that game. Both teams kind of still tuning up at that stage, I think. Pitches up, and he hits it up. Well, someone can reach this, or can they? Oh, that's a brilliant catch by Jason. Turned at the last moment. He has 2 in the over, and so does Ashwin Vinod. Hinley hit a ball that'll never be found, but now he's the one that's on the move. It's 15 for 2.
What a catch that is. That is a stellar catch. He made good ground running backwards. Had to make a last-ditch U-turn to get his eyes up and somehow holds on to it. Switzerland will take that. 2 wickets in the first, and what a start to this game.
That is such a good catch. I mean, there's a Bermuda triangle forming as well. It's outside kind of edge of the bat, but a thick one. See that quarter turn last minute when he realised that he wasn't quite running the right way, but he did it perfectly. He kind of bought himself a ticket in the meat raffle, didn't he there, Jason, and ends up with the ball in the hands. Hinley will be nonplussed as he goes in the first, but he does score 14. It's 15 for 2.
Well, what a start to this game. David Scott gets himself out at number 4 here, and Well, Switzerland just laying down an early marker here, saying we're not going to be easy beats. We're here to challenge you, the English 11, and they'll take the 2 wickets despite the 15 runs. And that dressing room, I'm sure they won't be too nervous just yet. Plenty of good batting to come and a very good bowling lineup as well.
Got Ian watching right now. He's asked me a message from Stumps, Umps, and Beer Pumps, I should say. What's the pass score? Still think we'll stick with that 135.
135.
135 for me. 140 maybe.
Yeah.
Dan Lincoln faces for the first time. Start of the second over. It's the Swiss captain to the English captain. Alinaya. This one looks close-ish, but not close enough to be considered too seriously. But good start for Alinaya to beat the bat of Lincoln.
Yeah, going over. Italy going over. Nice start this from Switzerland, though. Good on them. Obviously, they are the underdogs, and sometimes having that underdog tag doesn't bother you. You can utilise that as a unit.
This is a pull, which will get around the fielder, and that's going to be for Hassan Ahmed. We know that he's having a few injuries, including at least one broken finger. They didn't really want to dive at that one, and Lincoln gets enough in it to get 4.
Interesting enough, they've got the deep cover point in place. Not too sure I'd have that in the power play, but nice shot. 4 runs to the total.
Mentioned yesterday that I think Lincoln is just back to basics a bit with his batting this year. He was getting quite inventive, maybe too inventive last year. This one's going to be wide. Swings a bit away from Dan Lincoln. But Switzerland certainly can hang the hat on those 2 early wickets as a start. It's only a start, and as we've seen, the run rate is probably the more important thing, unless you're really running out of batters. Oh, slightly false shot. In the end, it'll be a dot ball. What a day we've had so far. Chaos is how I'd describe it. Romania, Malta. Yeah, you got a feel for the Romanians.
Yeah, that morning game was off the hook, wasn't it?
Place,
Wicket sixes, amazing moments. Probably one of the more exciting games of this edition of the ECC.
One of the more exciting games of the year, I'd say, as well. Another outswing up, this time long on his back, and so it'll just be a single.
Yeah, what do you think is in the realm of possibility for Switzerland to chase? I think if anything's over 125, it starts getting really difficult.
It does, but I mean, you just got to look at the fact that they chased 157 against Malta. And okay, I know the Malta attack's not the English attack, but they have those kind of players that once they're in, they seem a bit bulletproof. Oh, it's both pads, but I think it's heading down the leg side.
Wasn't that far away from trickling back onto the leg stump somehow, so good bowling this from Alinaya. Gets the Yorker in. It's that inside foot and then goes. If it doesn't hit the back foot there on the way through.
It's bowled. Oh, you're right. You're exactly right. It would have bowled him, but luckily he was born with 2 legs. David Scott.
Lucky man.
Oh, the man had an extra one, didn't they? Anyway, good Yorker. Jams it back to the bowler. Bit of fire at the moment from the Swiss skipper. He's anything but neutral here as we get to the end of the second, and England 11, 21 for 2.
What a top over that is as well. Gets it in there. This is how the group stages ended up. These 2 teams deservedly earned themselves the double chance, and that's why we're seeing them play here. If you lose this one, you're still in the competition.
Switzerland do play a lot of the format. There is a 10-over competition in Switzerland outside of when we're there for the European Cricket Series. Of course, we returned there this year for 2 weeks in St Gallen. First time we've been there since 2020. And so, yeah, they are very experienced in the format. Jason getting the next over. Now, what do you think about the change here? Because Ashwin Vinod often would bowl out, but often his second over can travel. But
they've been saving Vinod's second over for later in the piece now. So Jason does swing the ball. He's taken 2 catches, so you'd imagine the confidence is high. Not a bad option from the skipper.
Do the 2 wickets change your mind, though, with Ashwin, whether you'd bring him back?
Nah.
It's going to be another catching opportunity if he can find it. And he has! So the change works perfectly as Roshan Karunamurthy takes the catch out there on the deep cover point boundary. And that's a big one because that's Lincoln. He's the next man to go and it's 21 for 3.
Well, what did I say? I didn't think a man out there was wise in the power play. Got that completely wrong. And Lincoln does have to go. Look to try check drive this over mid-off and sort of cover, but it gets skewed away to go squarer than that. And in the end, a pretty safe catch. Great start for Switzerland, and they truly believe.
Well, anyone that thought England 11 were going to get a walkover in Group E finals day, well, this is a bit of a reality check. And Lincoln pushes the offside. Didn't quite get the timing. Karunamurthy with the catch, and 21 for 3.
Yeah, what a brilliant start by the Swiss team. Really good start. Motivated out there. Jay Sin's having a blinder, but, well, one big thing about this English lineup, if you don't get through this man and he bats any bit of time, you're in a lot of trouble. Thomas Bevan.
Yeah, Tom Bevan. He's a very experienced cricketer, and he'll almost relish the opportunity to potentially bat 8 overs in this first innings. Chased in, though, a little bit of away movement. The ball is swinging round. He makes the perfect start. Now gets a crack at Bevan. Great shot, but all the way along the carpet, so just a single.
Well, Bevan's probably the one name in that batting lineup. Vast experience playing for Glamorgan in List A cricket this summer and also in the T20 campaign, so what a good player to come have out at number 5.
Yeah, he's more than an insurance policy, isn't he, really, Bevan? He could bat anywhere in the order. Scott, 8-2 dots so far. Third time he goes, and he goes large. Maximo! Off the mark with a bang is David Scott.
Yeah, nice shot from David Scott. Gets that one in the wheelhouse and just pumps it over long on. So, fresh hit, nice and deep, and gets the elevation he wants. Looks like he's played for Oxford University in the past 3 first-class games. So, another player with good experience, and I'm sure he'll enjoy his time out here at the Cardamar Oval.
This one's a bit wide, probably trying to tempt him into a wide one. Falls foul of the wide line. It's a good start, but it's only a start, isn't it, for Switzerland?
Oh, yeah, they've got a lot of batting on them. I mean, still got Rishton to come. Well, they bat deep. They bat really deep. Rich Edwards can still hold a bit of a blade. He's listed down there at 8. So, a long way to go. But while Bevan's there in particular, he'll be the glue in this innings.
Yeah, he reached this. Is this out? Yeah, he's gone. Well, let's see if it's a bump ball.
They're going to check if this is a bump ball, but I'm 90% certain he's just splooned this all the way to cover. So they'll go up to the third umpire, limited review system. But for me, Vinny, that looked out.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a bit like a bump ball, but they normally don't travel like this and this far.
You can't get it that far, I think, if you've hit that off the deck, but we'll have to wait and see. So he's deep in the crease. Watch where the ball pitches just before the bat, and he spoons it straight to him.
Yeah, that's pretty
out.
Clear.
That is clear. And gone. So it was one of those funny ones. I think they waited around because there was a little bit of confusion, but most of the people felt that was out. And another wicket goes.
He actually kind of bangs his bat into the ground at the same time.
Tell you what, Jason's playing a blinder at the moment. Yeah. He's on a heater.
Well, he's kind of got forfeit, if you think about it, because he's got 2 catches, he's got 2 wickets, including one of the catches of the tournament. What a start. I know he was in charge of the golden arm for a couple of weeks. Obviously, that's rubbed off on him a little bit because he gets Scott for 6 and England 11, 29 for 4.
Yeah, 29 for 4. Well, don't think many people expected this, and he'll have to go after one nice stroke. Couldn't get it away the second time. Does look like it's going to be Cameron Hemp now. The left-handed batter coming out, so still no Rishton. Good to always have a lefty-righty, especially with some spin probably coming in the middle overs.
Yeah, Hemp. Obviously a pretty classy player. Also, he had his moments where it didn't look too convincing. Took a nasty ball on the helmet earlier in the week as well. But also, it's shown he can whack the ball. So a new challenge for Jason with a left-hander there. Just angles across him. Slightly mistimed by Hemp first up. Oh, what a start.
What a start today. Just in particular, today's been on, hasn't it? And, well, Switzerland are in dreamland at the moment. They'll know there's still a long 17 overs left in this game if they're going to cause a massive upset.
That is true. Who gets the next one? We'll soon find out. Wide full toss, but a bit too wide. And you've got Naya, who just bowled the second. He took none for 6 and was kind of on. You've got Ashwin, who's probably going to bowl the 4th or 5th. because they like to get rid of him in the first half because he swings the ball. He's a genuine swing bowler.
Well, they like to bring in Anish Kumar as their main left-arm offie, but I'm not too sure I would against these two. You're
I think
right.
they hold him back while there's left-hander there.
No, I wouldn't bowl spin to Bevan either.
Another wide full toss. This time Hemp spoils it. Has to get on his bike. Oh, that's really close. And Ian Ramage, some outstanding backing up. That's clocked the Scotsman.
Well, I think he's taken that right in the thigh, has Ian Ramage, the umpire. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's a tough cookie.
Thing with Ian, no call for magic spray.
There's no magic. If that was a player, magic spray would have been run on the field and there'd be a 10-minute delay. But Ian Ramage is hard as nails.
You look at it. There's no reaction whatsoever from Ian Ramage. And he's just saying, I'm fine. What are you talking about? Bulletproof, these umpires. End of the power play. It's 31 for 4.
Yeah, 31 for 4. Obviously, Switzerland take that power play. It's still plenty of batting to come for the English 11.
Of all the places to get hit, okay, there's a few nasty places to get hit. That's kind of a dull, the thigh.
Are you
the
sure?
Corky.
If you get a good corky, that can...
but then I was thinking of some of the surrounding places as well.
What areas?
Kneecap.
And?
Reverse kneecap.
And?
Elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
Let's just call it miscellaneous. All right, they're going to keep ringing the changes. And it's Abdul Rana getting the next over. And he's uppercut away for 6. That wasn't a good start for Abdullah. That one ends up in the merchandising tent. Maximo.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie, that one, isn't it? Short and wide. And well, you're not going to miss out on that if you're a class player. Hemp just has to lean on it. Gets it away for 6.
Yeah. I suppose he might say, I had the field there for that, had the deep point, had the deep third back.
That's too wide there and too short. You can't say anything, Vinny. That's just a bit of a Gundy ball to start.
I like Abdullah. I don't know if I would have gone to him here, though. Showing a lot of confidence in him. And this next one's on the stumps, but it's worked away nicely off the pads. It's 4 to Hemp, who's into double figures.
Yeah, and he gets going early, which will give him a lot of confidence. Nice stroke again. Looks like a polished player. He'll shuffle across his crease and whips that for 4. So nice start to the 4th over for England.
I would have been tempted to bowl at guys that are on fire, like Vinod and Jason, who are swinging the ball. I know the lefty provides a slightly different look, but you just don't want to give this English team a look in, do you? Oh, probably climbing over the top. That's
definitely
by. Yeah, Rana enjoying his first season in a Swiss shirt. It's a long way back there, but I think it was always on the way up, climbing over the bales.
Now this man on strike, Bevan, I think, obviously the most experience in this lineup. If you don't get him, usually the English 11 will go on to win and put on an imposing total. So they have to find a way to get him out early. Not going to be easy, though.
Oh, really a lot of swing. In fact, it's going to swing around the keeper. It almost swung all the way to the fielder. Oh, that's a bonus. 5 wides for England.
You need to be perfect against this English 11 to pull off a big upset. And these little things really hurt you. It swung a lot, didn't it? But it started very wide and it split the 2 perfectly.
Idris Huck, he's got his own kind of technique, but I'm not really saying it's his fault, but he was kind of late to react to the initial line of the ball. It was just a bit too far. I suppose the positive thing is there was a fair bit of movement there for Rana. Next one's driven back past him for a single.
Don't let the 4 wickets fool you, Vinny. The rate's fine. The rate's absolutely fine. So these are the things. This game twists very quickly, and sometimes the wickets column can give you a false sense of identity, I think, and they won't be too worried yet, the English.
He's really got it right here. Runner has he. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Throwing him off, and there's another wide. So England 11 often play that game. Well, you've had 2 wickets to score right now. How's it looking? And 49 for 6. It look a lot different. 49 for 4. Oh, he's taken another one on the noggin.
I hope he's okay because his head had turned there. So that one's a little bit scary as well because his head had turned. And sometimes when you get it on the back in that neck region, it's pretty dangerous.
He's trying to say hit him in the shoulder, but it definitely bounced up and got it a bit of the lid.
He'll have to do a little concussion test here, I think.
He knows all the answers, doesn't he? I mean, if he's already passed it once this week.
Oh,
Kind of got caught up.
oh no, he's worn a fair bit of that. I don't think that's much. From that angle, it didn't look like it got much shoulder. I don't know if I'm seeing things differently, but...
Yeah. I think it initially makes contact with the shoulder and bounces up into the helmet. And he's saying, no, I'm fine. Well, not many people refuse Magic Spray Mary. It's considered bad luck at the Cardamar Oval.
It is considered bad luck. If you get the offer of Magic Spray, you take it with both hands. So, controversy here. Good to see that he's okay, though.
Yeah, well, she's a popular figure. Anyway, we'll come back to the action. Now we'll just get one. And it'll bring up the 50 for the England 11 as we get to the end of 4. 50 for 4. Do you think it's an unfair advantage if you've already passed a concussion test? Is there like a backup test with different questions?
No, I think if you're getting 2 concussion tests, yeah.
The other thing is, we found it quite amusing, mainly because all the tests have been passed this week, that because of the language barrier, there's an interpreter for the,
Really?
for the concussion test.
That's my future. That's my dream job. Interpreter.
Hablas español?
Uh,
Imagine getting the answers wrong because you just don't understand the questions. Anyway, we're back. And Jason is going to get another over. So Rana, I'd say gets out of jail a bit, in a way. Goes for 18 in the 4th. 50's up. Jason, 2 wickets, having the game of his life here. Here's his second over. Now he delivers a big full toss.
oh.
And that's going to be hit down the ground for 4. Has been called no ball. And yeah, poor delivery. Hemp, again, fights back. It's one of those kind of waist-high balls, isn't it? Gets caught on the field, and so free hit coming up.
This is the thing. You need to be perfect for 10 overs, and just now Switzerland are starting to fall away. 5 wides, a no ball 4. It's just 10 free runs that you can't give away.
Free hit, slower ball, stays in the infield. So just a single.
And look at the rate now, Vinny. Despite those wickets, still above 13s quite comfortably. So good little fight back. They've been helped a bit.
Max Bailey. I see him in the comment section. He says he loves that every boundary seems to go into that little gap under the fence.
Yeah, it does have that.
That's a bit annoying, isn't it?
A beautiful way of doing that.
That's what the ball retrievers are here for. And let me be honest, they've caught poorly in this series.
Yeah, the ball retrievers are running the gauntlet. Quite
Do you
enjoyable.
think they should get baseball gloves?
Oh, yeah.
That's next year. Right, find it in the budget now. Good Yorker.
They've bowled all right to Bevan. He's faced 3 balls, and I think they've been able to get it quite full and not let him get anything aerial at the moment.
So let's say on any time we have, like, say, 6 ball retrievers, we need to find 6 baseball gloves.
I'll leave this to you.
Give them a fighting chance. Do you reckon that will encourage them to go more catches and will lead to more head injuries?
I think it would lead to more injuries. Using a baseball mitt isn't easy.
Better than the bare hands. All right, this is dragged towards long on, but it's a single. Well, oh, that was so tight. Took so long to get going there, Hemp.
Yeah, Hemp, I hope he's okay. But, yeah, he's just stopped running there for a brief moment. And a sharp throw from all the way down at long on. I reckon this could have been out.
Anyway, Bevan, only 3 balls, 3 runs so far. Bevan is a big fish in a school of pretty big fish, isn't he here?
He's the shark, actually, I would say, in the
Shark
big fish
eat other
pond.
fish?
Yes. He's easily the best player in this group on paper for what he's been able to achieve in the game in his early career.
He absolutely smashes this one, and well, not even a baseball glove is going to help the ball retriever here. He goes on a massive chase. Maximo, Bevan bombs it.
Yeah, that's a big hit, isn't it? And, well, it was wide of off stump, and he just fetched it beautifully. Goes for a big, big 6.
That one had some hang time. And
it's 64, Vinny, but I reckon they've given away the no ball 4, the 5. They've given 10 runs.
You're right.
Does make things move quite a lot.
Yeah, it's true. Otherwise, they'd be on about 117 pace instead. This is hit on the ground towards Ali Nayat, the Swiss captain. So just a single. Again, we have another first 5 overs of a final here on Group E Finals Day that has runs, wickets, catches. It's had it all.
Yeah, it's been a Pretty eventful day so far. I guess the question is any other team going to be able to upset this English lineup? Very difficult to do.
In the end, they are human beings. That's the thing you've got to realise.
They are?
I believe so. They're not fish. All right, hit and run. Again, another tight one for Hemp. And he'll get there, moves to 19 as we get to the end of the 5th over. England 11, 66 for 4. Just in that time. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box, where we've been enjoying the action, and as so many people have around the world here at the Euros of Cricket. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers for ECN, Rico, he'll be with me in the second half of the day, but yeah, it's had it all, hasn't it? England 11, big favourites, probably about as big a favourites as you can be, but, I mean, it's not going to be a walk in the park, as we've seen so far.
No, it's not going to be a walk in the park. You'd think their experienced, well-coached team, and they have a lot of depth, should get them through, but it's sort of like a banana skin, isn't it? Every now and then, you can slip up as a team, and you just got to make sure it's not in the final.
And you're also right about this England team probably always having these banana skin games. I mean, everyone expects them to win. They're previous champions. With this group, obviously, there's a little bit of a gap in the level of cricket that they'd be playing week to week with even Switzerland, which is probably a country we've been to where there's a lot of skillful cricketers. But as you can see here, this format of the game does throw up unknowns, doesn't it? And sometimes you just need to have the game of your life. Jason certainly does so far with 2 catches in 2 weeks, including an absolute belter, one of the catches of the tournament. So stay with us, of course. Now, we just have about a week and a half to go. Hard to believe it, but in 9 days, we'll have our new European champion.
Yeah, look, it just goes quick, doesn't it? And then we're always looking forward to it, and then within a flash, 1 month is done. But yeah, I mean, banana skin games can happen, but I just think England look like they've got a lot of depth in every department, and it's going to take something magical to stop them.
Haven't we seen magic happen out here, haven't we?
Have we had a big banana skin game in a final, though? Have we had many big ones in ECC finals, or the big team getting...
Ireland 11 to Spain last year. Oh, is that why you wanted me to bring that up?
That's probably one. Have we had another one, you'd say? So I hope the Irish 11 are listening. Oh, I love them.
You'll never be allowed in the UK or Ireland again.
No, the UK I'm allowed, not Ireland.
Jersey can't go. Guernsey can't go. Oh, that looked pretty close. Yeah, it's gone. It was full. It was straight. It's Musa Ahmedzai who comes on, and he pins Hemp on the crease for 19. And England 11 lose the 5th wicket, 66 for 5.
Great ball from Ahmedzai. Comes in, left arm seam, and lands his Yorker perfectly first ball. Hemp was sort of shuffling across a little bit in his pre-movement and his trigger. So I'm pretty sure this is adjacent.
That's right. The pronunciation is regional. Might have seen this on the replay. I think it's just a bit slipperier than he thinks. Yeah.
He's very deep in the crease. I think that's going on to leg, or maybe at least clipping.
Yeah, I mean, it did tail in a little bit late, but he's right in front of them.
Yeah,
no, that's not missing. It's hitting middle leg. And so Nilkesh Patel gets that one spot on. Musa gets the breakthrough. So England have lost half the wickets about halfway through. And 66 for 5.
He brings out new man to the crease, and a little bit of pressure still on this lineup. That's going to be Andy Rishton coming out now, and he's got plenty of experience at Carlton Rovers. So this is the pairing, isn't it, with probably a lot of experience, and they'll be looking to dig him out of a mini hole. Not a big hole, just a little one.
A couple of players that have done it before in Bevan and Rishton. Rishton coming out at 7. It's pretty low. Won't have to do anything just yet. Musa Ahmedzai, I'll say this again because I don't think he's batted yet in the series. Bats with his hands the other way around on the bat, but can bang the ball.
I'll see it when I believe it, Vinny.
That's one way to put it. Good Yorker again. They're going to take it on. Bowler's end might be on. Oh, they weren't sure who was going to pick that up. Injuries Hark in the end as a shy, but Rishton's off the mark.
What I do like, Ahmedzai's come in and he started hot. 2 perfect Yorkers. And they do need this man to play well today if they are going to go deep. The left arm option for Switzerland. It's a good bit of running. This is cricket experience from Bevan. Just knew straight away he'd get there comfortably.
He had a foot race, didn't he, with the bowler? And he was confident he could win it. Yes, there has been a cross-hander play in the Euros before. It's Balwinder Singh of Austria. Also a very good player. Opens the batting.
I wonder what our UK viewers will think when they see this a little bit later.
Seeing is believing. Great Yorker. Keeps the simple. Oh, no, we got a big run out. He's got to throw. Had more time, had no help at the bowler's end.
No one was going to get there in time, Vinny, but...
What's your play there? Is
He
it to
could've-
run
he-
two-thirds of the way and then underarm?
He could have run a bit. But tell you right now, he's turned into the Yorker King. 3 perfect deliveries. It was yes, no, maybe.
Look, he's level with Rishton almost, but he probably rushed the throw a little bit.
He did rush the throw.
In the end, it's not a run. First one that isn't a Yorker, and it gets pogoed out of the ground. Maximal 6 to Tom Bevan.
Just shows you the small margins. You bowl 3 perfect Yorkers. This time he misses it on the wrong side and it goes for 6. And Bevan's going to eat this up for lunch. Good hit.
Wow.
There goes Romania.
They're not leaving just yet. Full toss missed out on, but stays inside the tram line. Good game. Really good game at the moment. England kind of flying a little bit close to the terrain at the moment, aren't they? With 5 down, but 2 established players out there at the moment. Ian Latin in the chat, he's asking Corey, will the hitman, Mohamed Kamran, be joining you for finals week?
Breaking news. No hitman, no Mohamed Baba. Ba-pow, ba-pow.
Okay. Driven pretty firmly. Moose Ramadzai, though, despite getting hit for 6, is a hole over and he goes for 8. And he picks up the wicket of Hemp. 6 overs down. It's 74 for 5. So
Yeah.
we knew already that Cameron was unavailable for this series. But talk us through Babar, because obviously a lot of people would love to have him.
We love the big man. But he's got the biggest head in world cricket. I love him to bits, and he's a big factor why we're back at finals week. But unfortunately, you know what these cricketers are, Vinny? Amateurs. They have jobs, and you can't just get another 5 days off work simply. So we'll miss him. He runs his own business, and fair enough. That's cricket. That's life. It's just amateur sport still in Spain, and it is what it is.
I was having a conversation with some of the Maltese guys, and they remembered that you said that Mehboob Ali, a.k.a. Lala from Goes Azami, had the biggest head in world cricket.
Nah, I'm back on the Bubba train.
That is one head off that I would like to see. Anyway, here's Anish Kumar coming on to bowl in the 7th. Fraction short. It's going to carry it, does. Maximal to Bevan, who just stands. He delivers. He gets 6.
I was worried if they'd bowl spin to Bevan. I just think he can eat it up for lunch. And it's not the worst ball you'll ever see, but he just stands still and whacks it. This over could go for plenty. This is dangerous for Switzerland. Could they have gone another seamer?
Well, this is ups in the end. This is catchable. Ali Naya, the Swiss captain, takes the catch. So Bevan's gone now for 23. And Kumar elicits a 6 and out from the experienced Englishman. It's 80 for 6.
Well, I eat my words again. I thought he was going to eat it for lunch, but this time he gets it nowhere near the middle of the bat. A simple catch from the skipper out there, Ali Naya. And right now, Switzerland just taking some crucial wickets at the right time. That was in the slot to go. Just didn't get it. This could be game on.
Yeah. It's been a game with twists and turns already. I mean, England with that hyper-attacking approach. They've got confidence in their other batters, but they're running a little bit thin on the ground now with 6 wickets out. It's 80 for 6. New batter comes out for England 11. Again, they've got guys that are used to being in pressure situations. Toby Greatwood comes out at number 8.
Well, we get to see a little bit of Greatwood at the crease now. Just punches a 1. We know Rishton's got a lot of experience.
Rishton might have been run out. Don't forget that last over by Musa Ahmed.
Could have been.
Was Rishton would have been run out if Musa Ahmed had hit the stumps. Remember 2 minutes ago when that happened?
Yeah.
Well, this is on a length and Rishton pumps it. Well, that's got some meterage on it. Maximal, his first.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a little bit deep in the crease this time for Rishton. He hits it over mid-wicket for 6. And very tough game to be a spinner against good batters. And Rishton, plenty of experience in pressure situations. He won't be too deterred about the 6 wickets.
Yeah, Kumar. He'll trade a 6 for a wicket, that's for sure. Wickets, you feel like they're worth more at this stage, and this next got over it a bit before we really get down to the last couple. And there's a wicket as Rishton just slices one to point. It's another catch for Karunamurthy. And Kumar does trade another 6 for wickets. It's 87 for 7.
How many times have we seen 6 out today, even in the previous game? So there's 2 massive wickets, really big. The more established players in this lineup, Bevan and Rishton, have to go. And now we start getting into that lower order of the English 11, and they're under a little bit of pressure now.
Yeah, well, England 11.
They've caught well, Switzerland.
They have caught really well. That's true. In fact, I can't think of them putting one down so far.
No, I don't think so.
It's, Richardson actually looked to be hitting the ball really well, even though I only saw him for 3 balls. Rana holds on to the spicy chance. 87 for 7.
What do you reckon Malta are thinking right now?
Malta probably know that they have to beat both anyway. So in their position, even chatting to them, they kind of were already talking about, we think we can beat Switzerland, blah, blah, blah. So obviously in their mind, they know that England are big favourites. And still, according to the win percentage, 63% favourites, England 11. Haddo comes out and gets a single first ball. Kumar, pretty good over in the end, 2 for 14. 7 overs down, 88 for 7.
Well, this is the tail of the tape. What's been going on so far? Group A, the Spanish. Group B, Jersey. C, Italy. D, Ireland 11. We'll find out Group E today. And then Group F, and Netherlands 11 quietly waiting. They've got a good team coming as well. So at the moment, all the top seeds of the groups getting through, I think quite surprisingly. And we'll have to wait and see how the rest of this week pans out.
We'll have to see, won't we? No one can just walk through the group stage. I think that's something that's becoming very, very obvious here. As Musa bowled a brilliant first over. 1 for 8, also a run-out opportunity that Corey had forgotten about. Here's the 8th. This is almost a Yorker, but not quite. Played fairly defensively for a single by Connor Haddo.
Well, Toby Greatwood on strike, Vinny. Another player with List A T20 experience. Been playing out at Middlesex, so not a player that isn't afraid of the limelight, playing some big stadiums in England. But right now under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, even more than a little bit. This isn't quite a Yorker either, but close. Just a single. Piers Fletcher in the chat, the Netherlands 11 coach. And a very good friend of yours, Corey, saying it's an interesting game here at the moment.
It's interesting, but I think England also won't be that bothered about being under a bit of pressure. Probably put some of their new players in good stead.
True. That's,
but it feels like they have gone through the main batters, though. Greatwood and Haddo haven't played too much out in the middle as batters in the T10 format, so they're in a little bit of a rebuilding phase.
I'm going to throw one out at you. Let's say that they collapse to be all out for 100. Who's ahead in that? Who's ahead in this game? Time to think. First, it'll be another single, as that one finds the outfielder.
I'd say 50-50. I don't think either are ahead.
Switzerland didn't bat very well against England 11 in the first game of this group. They made it to 119 in the end.
Switzerland have played a good 7.4 overs, but there's still 12 overs to go. It does feel like they've gone through maybe the bigger power hitters. Rishton coming out down at 7 was one that we know can hit some big sixes. Greatwood and Haddo. I haven't seen much of them admittedly, but maybe not as well known for their power hitting. And Ahmedzai's bowled brilliantly.
Don't jinx him.
Jinx.
Well, that's going to be 4. It wasn't quite the Yorker. It was a bit of width. It's a proper shot from Greatwood there. Classical cover drive. But still good figures for Ahmedzai. 1 for 17 off his 2 overs. There's 2 remaining. 97 for 7.
I find these games quite interesting. I mean, you've got players living in Switzerland that don't have facilities playing a T10 format that suits them a little better. You've got English players that are playing on some of the best facilities you can imagine all over England on beautiful stadiums, but then they come to Cardiff and it's a bit of a leveller. And this T10 format, these games I find quite funny because it's sort of the old way versus this new European way. And
I mean, one thing we have seen today is wickets. We had 18 of them fall in the first game of the day. And here, obviously, we've had 7 in 8 overs. Ali Nayak coming back for the 9th. Remember, he bowled a really good over earlier on. went at the stumps there because he saw a little shuffle across, tried to pin Haddo, but will be a wide. Nice to have Adam Garcia in the chat. He's saying, I'm English, and it's so clear that our boys just ain't used to playing a format like this at all.
Is that a Spanish last name?
Or on artificial pitches, and the Swiss boys are taking advantage.
Do you play Adam? Adam Garcia.
Yeah, you didn't be interested in that.
I don't think that the pitch has anything to do with it. I think it's because look, it's a flatty.
I think it's. I honestly think it is because it's so flat that
What?
it's
That
an
it's hard to bat on.
No, not that it's hard to bat. It evens up the teams.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. More bold.
It's always easier to go from turf wicket onto artificial pitches, but then you're playing guys that play a game. Let's be honest, that on a turf wicket, like we saw, for example, with Austria having to play on turf in the Scottish World Cup qualifiers, that it's very hard to go the other way because you can get away with a lot on this that you couldn't on a turf pitch.
Shot.
Anyway, that's a good shot. Naya gets it slightly wrong, and that one's gone miles. Maximo, 6 for Haddo.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a half volley and puts it away quite comfortably. So 6 more to the total. Yeah, the parameters of this game always make it quite exciting. But the thing is, in every group, Vinny, the top-seeded team's still gotten through. So there's still room for a lot of cricket-educated teams and cricket intelligence to win at the end of the day, even if you do come up against Maverick sides. We haven't actually seen a more Maverick team get through yet.
I could still get.
Well, you still get 130.
130 here, yeah.
Easily.
And I think with English bowling attack, I would put them as favourites. We're still 62-38 according to the win predictor. Ali Naya, though, needs to take a leaf out of Musa Ahmedzai's book, I think, and try and jam those Yorkers in. It's been effective. Got that one slightly wrong.
Well bowled.
Yeah, better. And the thing is, you're every chance of maybe pinning him LBW with that pre-movement as well. But yeah, if you give him length, then he can probably help himself to the leg side.
A lot of credit to Switzerland. They've taken all their chances. They've bowled really well here. It's going to be up to their batting group to cause a massive upset.
Big swing from Greatwood. Can't make contact. And look, the Swiss batting, they didn't handle the heat against the English last time, but today's a new day, and they have a lot of confidence, particularly the openers, Idris Haque and Hassan Ahmed. Weren't they incredible pulling off that all-time high at the Cardinal Oval? 158 chase yesterday. Again, misses his spot there, Naya, but Greatwood misses out, gives the bat a punch, Devon Conway style, end of the 9. It's 107 for 7.
Didn't Devon Conway punch his bat and then miss a World Cup final?
Yeah.
Or semi-final, something like that?
And a lot of people say the World Cup final and the Group E final equal now, so you wouldn't want to miss one for punching your bat at the end of the 9th over. Look at those figures. They've had some good performers there, Switzerland.
Yeah, they've done well. The bowling unit's been pretty tidy. It's going to be super interesting how their batters go against the different spinners and seamers of England. And well, if they do go on to win this, Switzerland, they've maybe shown themselves what they can achieve, and it does force England to play potentially 3 in a day.
Already asked Adam if he's got a Spanish passport. It's just a nickname. Well,
Garcia.
Do you know a place where you can get a Spanish passport? Anyway.
You're in.
Here we go with Ashwin. He's coming back. He bowled the first. He's bowled the last. First one creeps down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah. Well, try and get anyone in
Do you
for
know what I
finals
think?
week at this stage.
Can I just say something I said yesterday when Waka Afridi from Malta missed this tournament because he left his passport in a bag on top of a car that drove away.
No way.
And that's why he's not here. Did you not know that?
No.
Come back to that in a minute. All right, in the air, holding up, should be caught. It is caught. So there's another wicket down. The Sama Mahmood with the wicket. So Haddo goes for a dozen. Vinod with a 3rd wicket here in qualifier 1, 108 for 8.
Yeah, another nice safe catch from Switzerland. Their fielding has been commendable. They haven't dropped anything and throwing their bodies around, and they'll be mighty happy with this at the moment.
Yeah, pretty simple catch, although had to make a late adjustment there. Sama Mahmood. Yeah, so Waka Afridi was in Sweden on some work matters and left his passport and all his identity documents in this small bag on top of a car.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
Forgot. Way it goes. Haddo goes as well. Hopefully he hasn't forgotten his passport. But it made me think, you know, all the technology we have these days, fingerprints, facial recognition, all these things, a little book that's pretty much made up is...
Where are you going with this, Vinny?
Can you believe that passports are still a thing?
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what
you
I mean?
need them to
Like
get
a book, like a book made of paper. And this is what gets you in places.
Don't you worry. I'm sure AI will be...
This is 2023 we're in.
Yeah, okay. I can't believe he left his bag on a car and it left with the passport in
He
it.
said that Malta was short a bowler.
Oh, that is so unlucky.
I can't believe you...
Oh, that's a
why you
brilliant
should
story.
watch on mute when you go back to Sunset Beach.
Oh, will be.
You would have heard that. It was in my pre-match intro. Anyway, Edwards gets the bat. First one just sneaks inside.
Well, one thing we know, Switzerland have done everything they can. It's going to come down to that batting unit. Boy, they do have a chance to fast-track them to the final. Well, bowled. Yeah.
That's a wide.
Maybe.
Not if Empire doesn't call it.
That's
This one
not.
is definitely fine. No square-ups either. So, you know in the old football teams how they always say who's in and who's out? Hamstring, groin, left passport on top of a moving car.
Oh, that is one of the more funny stories I've heard.
And it's just not that easy to get another one so quickly. 3 to come here. Edwards this time swings at one that I think would have been a wide.
Vinny, what did Switzerland make?
119.
Well, that was a quick against England.
Yep, in match 1. 50-50 on the win predictor right now.
Tough to call.
That's why the computer does things, so I can see your brain attempting to kick into gear. It's already crunched the numbers. 2 to come. Can Greatwood get one away?
Well, Bob.
Ashwin Vinod has been incredible in this game, along with Jay Sin and others as well. Of course, for Switzerland, it's a team effort, but Ashwin started it off, and he's finishing it off now for the Swiss, and they'll be very, very happy with their efforts through the first half of this crucial qualifier. Last ball coming up. And it's skied. And Dries Hark, the keeper, he's going to call for it. And he'll take the catch. So 9 wickets fall in the first 10 overs. England 11, 110.
Well, what an interesting 10 overs. Credit to those men on your screen. They held every opportunity. They bowled really well. And they've given themselves a chance in this game, that is for sure. England 11 went into it as hot favourites, but a couple of loose strokes and some good Swiss bowling. And they'll believe they can fast-track themselves to the final.
Yeah, well, don't count him out at all. Jason, what a 10 overs he had as well. And the Swiss are going to come in. They'll give themselves a big pat on the back. And Hopschwiz will be resounding around Switzerland right now. Their battle cry, because they are in the fight. Nilkesh and Ian led the players onto the field. England 11 sent into bat from Switzerland, who were keen to take the chase away from them. But it was the worst possible start. Young went very first ball, and it wasn't long before there were 2 gone in the first over. And this was an incredible catch from Jason.
Yeah, brilliant catch. He just turned the corner at the last moment and held on to it. And they were pumped up, weren't they? And the old adage, catches win matches. Well, they've helped a lot. This was Dan Lincoln trying to go over cover, got it 2 square, and another wicket went down. And at this stage, Switzerland were ahead. It did bring out some dangerous ball strikers to the crease. David Scott got one away, and then he jarred this one out to cover. They thought it might be a bump ball, but it wasn't on the replay. It was gone. Overall, Cameron Hemp, the left-hander, played some nice shots. He did get one. Also, another dangerous one that did collect him in the head. Glad to see that he's okay.
Shook off the magic spray, didn't he, Cam? But look, there's a lot you got to get through. And so credit to Switzerland, they were able to kind of dodge anyone having a huge hitter. And it did look out, didn't it, Hemp? Right back behind the crease. This is a really good shot. A little bit of in tail there. A little bit of in. I think that is knocking leg stump out of the ground. And Musa Ahmadzai, he was brilliant, wasn't he? As a few things were taking off, weren't they here? A few English batters taking off before they had made as many as they wanted. They kept fighting though. A couple of 6 and outs late in the piece as England never really found that extra gear. And for most of that innings, they were on kind of 130s pace. But credit to, I think, Musa Ahmadzai, who really slowed them down in the second half in the end. Still try everything they can to get to that kind of 120s, 130s. They find themselves caught a little bit short. Rishton, that was a bit of an unlucky one for him. He made good contact, but found Kunamurthy, who took a couple of good catches in there as well. And well, Switzerland just seemed to be pulling the right strings as far as who to bowl when, and I think they all came together pretty well. And in this battle of the Reds, I've got to say it's got to be advantage Switzerland in this one, albeit narrowly. That was the last ball. Idris Hart takes the high ball, prevents any further score. That's, I can tell you that England are going to be fizzed up as well. They don't want to have to go the hard way. They want that automatic passage through the Group E final, but they're going to have to defend 110 if they were going to go that way. 23 for Bevan is the top score of just 11 balls. And it's not like they were wasting balls or anything, but they just continued to lose wickets, didn't they? Hemp with 19 in there, Hindley with 14, and then Haddo with 12 late in the piece. You mentioned actually that Switzerland probably leaked a couple of runs there as well. So maybe if you take the 5 wides out, for example, and a couple of other things, maybe it's more like 100. Ashwin Vinod with 4 for 18. What a great effort from him. Jay Sim with 2 wickets. Anish Kumar with 2 wickets as well. The other to Musa Ahmedzai. But even Ali Naya, he didn't take a wicket. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Very, very economical stuff. So team effort from the Swiss, but that's only half the game done. Join us in a few moments. It'll be in the Nelson, 111 for Switzerland to qualify automatically for the final. Otherwise, England, they will get that honour. Of course, the loser of this game has Malta waiting for them. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network with Coy Ruckers. We'll see you after this break for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to the Euros of Cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network on a very sunny Wednesday on the Costa del Sol. Great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And we've got a fight in our hands. Good old-fashioned scrap here. England managing 110 off their 10 overs. They lose 9 wickets along the way. Switzerland out to chase it for a spot in the final. It's going to be Edwards to get us going to Idris Hark. First one's a good one. Outswing and it whistles past the outside edge. Last time these two teams met, it was in match 1 on Monday morning here in Group E. Switzerland managed 119. I will say that neither team really played to their potential on that occasion. Edwards has been getting it through. Oh, this is kind of off the toe, but it probably runs away for 4. It does. So the first boundary, won't say it was 100% convincing from Hark, but they're away. Corey Ruckers rejoins me in the commentary box. And Switzerland, slight favourites at this point of the match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be how they play the spin. I don't think they're ever too worried about the pace so much. It's more the spinners will be interesting. Edwards has been effective though. What can he do with this new ball in hand?
Wow, this time he does get it a bit more towards the middle of the bat. It's going to crash into the bottom of the fence. So 2 balls, 2 boundaries for Hark.
Yeah, nice shot that one. Wasn't the worst ball you'll ever see from Edwards, and he sort of just swivel pull shot it in front of the wicket, a long way in front of the wicket. So he's seen it quite early. And a dream start for Switzerland will be an attacking power play. I would love it.
Edwards, I wonder if he's looking to pitch up a little bit. Okay, the first pull shot, I won't say it was really well timed. Second one, better. But he is swinging the ball as well quite a lot, as we saw. Well, he overdoes it, and that could be a 7-up, you know.
Wow.
And yeah, it's been called. And so, wow. Free hit on the way. Waist tie, yeah. Hits it from the belt. They get called here at the Cardamom Oval.
That's massive. 7 free runs and you get a free hit. And if he bombs this as well, what a dream start for Switzerland. And, this would be one of the biggest upsets on the network, Vinny.
With that shot, Switzerland, who started at 55% at half-time here, up to 73. That's the difference a start can make. Free hit coming up. He goes for it. Top edge. Got to run hard here. Should just be kept inside the field of play.
Oh.
They get 1 in the end.
Just calm down. The last thing they need to do is give away an easy run out. Look, the English 11 are very good in the field. So, good start for Hark. And, this man on your screen now, well, not him, Edwards, he's bowling. Ahmed, who's facing, he was the man that hit 6 sixes in an over yesterday. Pretty good achievement.
37 from that over. That was crazy. This cricket is crazy. It'd be crazy to miss it as well. Hassan Ahmed, though, left-hander. He's got to watch for that ball straightening down the line to him. He gets a touch on it, and this is going to run away for 4 as well. So the first goes magical.
Leg buys, Vinny. He went too slowly to go off the bat.
Yeah.
And that's just these little luck things you need.
4 runs is 4 runs when it comes down to it. Edwards, I think he's trying to pin him LBW, but doesn't quite get the line right. Runs are runs. Magical first for the Swiss. Just the start you need to settle the nerves as well. Last ball of the first coming up from Edwards. Oh, that one really whistles through. And Switzerland will be very satisfied with the work so far. 1 over down in the chase, 20 without loss.
Gee, just had a big scream in the effects, Mike, and if you thought some big matches are on the network, this is a big one. England do not want to lose this. It's been 71 matches since Golden Ball. That's not a bad shout, Vinny. Whose Golden Ball game is in the sweepstakes?
This one belongs to Andrew Ryan.
No, you said this morning was Andrew Ryan.
I was wrong.
No, that's a different list. That's not even today.
That's the rest. No, the first one was after Rico, actually. Rico was this morning. Sorry. Tell you what, that sound of Dan Lincoln yelling at his fielders reminds me of me trying to get you in the car in the morning. But anyway, Idris Haq with 15.
Looks like a
first over.
Here we go. Expected this. Hindley, left arm Chinaman, will come on and bowl now.
Are you allowed to say that anymore?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Don't teach you everything at commentary school. You probably can't actually in this day and age. So what's just left arm wrist spin?
Left arm unorthodox.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to come back to this in a second. But first, he plays this on length and he gets it. Maximo! Harks on so far. He's 21 off 7.
Well, they desperately wanted one of these openers to click, and it looks like it'll be him. And that was the wrong one, actually, going across the right-hander, and he still swatted it away for 6. Switzerland playing well here. What can the English 11 do?
Pushes this through and climbs over the bails.
I don't think we'll see any more pace for a while. I reckon we could see 6 or 7 overs a spin here.
Yeah, he might be right there. Gets through his overs quickly as well, Hindley, doesn't it? Tossed up, and Idris needs no second invitation. Maximo! That one's a banker, as Hart helps himself to 6 more.
Well. Switzerland, nicknamed Chi, right there. They're
I
on.
had a question about that. Why are they CHE? That's because that's from the Latin Confederacio Helvetica. And it's because they have so many languages there. It doesn't favour one or another. Dot. So keep the questions coming in. We do appreciate them.
What a game we have on our hands here, Vinny. What a game.
Oh, is there an edge on that? It's
Yeah,
big sound,
yeah,
under edge.
He's edged it low, and I think Dan's
well.
taken this in the, let's just say.
That little pat will help him a lot.
That little pat does help, and look, he's on his feet, thankfully. But yeah, that was it.
Into the over. This game's continuing to deliver. It's 32 without loss after 2.
Penny, we've had some pretty big upsets on the network before, but could you name me one that would be bigger than this?
Yeah, well, look.
Could you name me one bigger than this in the ECC history?
Well, I think the fact this is a finals day kind of swings it a bit. Remember, England have lost twice to Italy. They lost to Spain last year.
Still, Italy and Spain were finals week's team. This is Switzerland's. Like, to take Switzerland's credit.
Let's have a look here. Oh, this is going to be a good slow-mo.
A little inside edge, and yeah.
You could actually pinpoint exactly where that's gone with the replay.
The only other one I can think
I like
of.
the pat here.
The only one I can think of is when Portugal beat Netherlands was pretty massive.
That was big, actually.
Can you think of any other sort of big
But again, in that game, Netherlands didn't need the win as much as Portugal.
Yeah.
Portugal playing for the tournament lives.
But if Switzerland get up here, would this be the biggest you can think of? ECC?
Up there.
I can't think of another one.
You're right about the spin continuing. Here's Haddo. Hassan Ahmed yet to score. Tosses up, goes over the top. Maximo! 6 more for Switzerland, who are looking very, very strong on the chase.
What a nice shot that is. And, well, if you're honest that these spinners that are coming maybe on the opposite side of the wicket used to, what you do is you just bat outside off stump, put your heels on off stump, and then just launch it over the offside. That's the way to play it. You can negate all the angles that England are trying to do. Get across the stumps.
A little bit short. Well, this is going to be more. No outfield route here. Cuatro carreras más.
Wowee, what a start. Really, what a start by Switzerland. And when you get a chase like this, maybe you're a little bit nervous, you're a little bit cagey. We ain't seeing it. And the plucky Swiss team, well, they're in control.
Haddo persists around the wicket. Tossed up, Hassan climbs into this one. Maximo! Switzerland with a very, very good power play here.
That is laced. What a shot. This man's in form, and well, these two are in form. He really got that.
And they're feeling confident. Hassan doesn't look so surprised. Idris, he was fired up as well at non-striker's end.
That was bombed. This, for me, would be the biggest upset I've seen at ECC in three editions so far. I can't think of a bigger one. On paper, everyone thought England wouldn't lose a game in this, but right now, Switzerland are flying. Quite remarkable. Credit to everyone in the Swiss cricket circles.
Goes again, doesn't really have this, and he's going to be gone. So is that a turning point? Rishton with the catch. Haddo gets his man in the end. Switzerland 48 for 1.
A big wicket, and that's one thing about the English 11. You just can't count them out. They get one wicket. Will that get them on a little bit of a roll? And well, he'll be disappointed to get out. He was looking good. The partnership's broken. This time, looking to go across the ball instead of looking to hit it straight. And this is what you got to listen to this clearly. With these spinners, trying to bowl it wide of the stump and using the angle, hit them over the offside if you can, or go dead straight. If you go across the ball, you're in trouble. You can even bat with your heels on the off stump to stop it, but good little T10 inning, 16 off 6.
Yeah, you'll take that from Hassan. Like you say, sometimes you can't expect to score 50 plus every time. And he didn't waste those 6 balls that he chased, did he? So, first wicket falls 48 for 1. If England can manoeuvre their way out of this one, though, they will feel a bit bulletproof. I mean, we saw them get out of jail against Malta earlier in the tournament.
I don't count them out. Yeah, I don't think they're an 18% shot, which is on the board. I still think this is going to be a very interesting sort of middle phase. But yeah, what I'm talking about here, Vinny's, so Haddo's coming, not the traditional side of the wicket. He's coming left arm over with off spins. They're trying to take it wide. All you say to your batters, don't take middle guard, don't take leg guard, take off, put your feet on off and try and negate that angle.
Malia Stanik's well, Lincoln likes it. It seemed genuine. Let's see if... Oh,
he's going to be in trouble.
Could be trouble. Does he get back?
Oh, he's back. What's not Lincoln's... Well, Lincoln was enjoying himself there for no apparent reason.
Tell you what, Lincoln, he's been around the traps a little bit. Maybe on a Sunday afternoon, without the bright lights and the cameras, you can kind of get one over on the square leg umpire.
One thing he's done, he's foxed the other 10 players out there because they've all come.
They all came
running in thinking
corners.
they had another wicket, but that was definitely not out.
Right about that.
But look, what Stanik's eye's got to do here to negate this angle is actually get across early.
Okay, he goes and fetches it and he pumps it. What a shot. Maximo. Stanik Zai keeps the foot down, then puts the foot down. End of the power play. 50's up as well for Switzerland. 54 for 1.
Well, you can just do that. That's probably not the percentage shot. I actually don't know how he's hit that far. That's a remarkable strike. That is big. Oh, Switzerland.
I'm telling you now,
You've got to love him.
Stanik Zai's a guy that he actually makes your brain completely implode. I remember when he was playing here for Alton and they had that tense game, remember, with Gibraltar towards the end, and he just all over the place and then just started helicoptering him out of the ground, straight out of the ground as well.
Looks like Toby Greatwood's going to be handed the ball now, so it's going to be more seam. That surprises me a little bit. I thought they would have kept more pace off, but this man's bowled okay. Middlesex back around, and he needs to bowl pretty well here. Right now, Switzerland, remarkably, aren't that far away from getting fast-tracked to the final under lights tonight.
All right, here's Greatwood. Had a good series. And the first one is hooked down to the ground. Maximo!
Oh!
He's not slowing down.
Well, she was pretty calm about it. That landed right next to her in the fan zone.
I thought that she was right because early she's got a little bit of an early swerve on it, but I think someone might have followed it. Tell you what.
It's a little bit close for comfort, Vinny.
Grassy knoll. Yeah. Oh. Unflappable.
On the grassy knoll. Got to be careful out there.
Greatwood rolls the dice with a short ball and comes up snake eyes. Hucked 33. Pitches up, hits it, and hits another 6. Maximo! Opener stepping up again for the Swiss.
Oh, boy.
Have 1 foot in the final already.
Unbelievable. I mean, sometimes you just run into a team that seem to be striking the ball beautifully. And you think Toby Greatwood, when he was bowling for Middlesex out at Lords, and running in with a full stadium. Ever thought he'd be bowling to Huck from Switzerland, who is just bombing it.
It reminds
Cricket's
me
a great leveler.
when you get the professional baseballers like the movies get caught in a game of stickball in the alley. England running out of time.
It's just such a format with such parameters that it brings everyone back to parity, and it's such a fun format, and these are the reasons.
Swiss playing their game, though. I like that they're not taking a backward step to this England 11. Hart going at 300 pace. Oh, this one goes straight through him.
Great response from Greatwood. That's a seriously good delivery.
Still time for England, but you need an epic collapse.
Oh, what a game. This is quite remarkable, isn't it? Switzerland. Plucky Switzerland. Well bowled.
Yorkman also dug out pretty well by Hart to move to 40.
You reckon there's one more twist in this, Vinny? There has to be. Surely England aren't just going to get rolled over here.
I mean, Staniksai is reckless. You know, he could easily get out, but then look at the batting to come. They got guys that you'd imagine should be able to handle a run rate required of 7 and over.
You'll like the comment in the chat from Andrew Ryan, our other commentator, fourth commentator.
Third commentator.
He's coming with brave effort from plucky England here against one of the superpowers of European cricket.
Oh, Rhino knew he'd be
Rhino's
tuning
just
in.
spiking the masses.
Yeah, well, I know that Rhino's planning to be back for Championship Week. Maybe he'll have the Swiss for company. You never know.
All right, good to have you back, Rhino.
Yeah, Greatwood would love this wicket. He's driven in
Besides-
orthodox fashion.
Besides the 2 sixes off the first 2 balls, he's come back quite well here.
Thing is now, getting it down to where it is, then you can be a bit more selective. You don't have to go looking for trouble. You can punch ones and feel you're not kind of losing any ground in the game, like you saw there from Staniksai.
But when you're-
those not thinking ones.
When you're a little smaller nation, the nerves eventually, when you're expected to win, can change your mindset a little bit.
Not seeing the nerves at the moment, if I'm honest.
Oh,
Wow, this is a full toss. It's going to be sliced away.
Oh, that has to be close to a no ball as well.
They're going to have a look at this one as well. So Hart does get 6. Does he get 7? Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be really close.
I think it might be, you know. I think it's been called. It is. So, yeah, waist tight, right decision
It's
made.
consistent, and that's a safety thing. Would have hit him in the belt. So, this over will continue.
Well, on the ECN network, we are a lot stricter on that rule than maybe different tournaments. So, it's a 7 up, and if
waist-
England come back and win this, I'd be amazed now.
Waist high or above, that's a key difference.
Free hit. Huck's on 46 off 16.
Proper hack as well. But that's going to be 1, and he'll retain the strike. Switzerland have it under a run a ball now. And after 4 overs, it is walking sticks 77 for 1.
Yeah, quite remarkable, isn't it? Really is. Vinny, go on. You're good with this, aren't you? Name me a bigger upset at ECC.
I don't think you can come up with one. I mean, Italy at the time,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
You're saying now in reflection, they're a Championship Week team and this and that. I mean, Italy versus England at the time, I think a couple of those, especially the last ball finish. Remember that one was Zane Nutfeet.
Yeah.
Dropped the mic after hitting the
But
last
has
ball.
a team like a Malta or a Romania or, I don't know, a Norway
England
got a
haven't
big
about as
scalp?
big a fish as you can get. Former champions. They've made both the finals in the 2 editions. But right now, they need a turning point. I mean, if you can get Hark here, you've got a prayer. But it still is a prayer, I think, with that rate about 6 and over. And if you can just get a little bit of momentum going your way, maybe get up to 7 or 8 and over.
Did Austria beat Ireland last year? I don't think so, did they?
Nope. Anyway, Richton, strike 2. Huck, 47 of
Remarkable.
17 balls.
Remarkable. Oh, yeah. Just shows he's got the other game as well. Runs a single, good batting.
Yeah. I think just concentrating on hitting a lot of balls now. If you hit 6 balls and over, it's hard to believe you're not getting the 6 and over you require at this stage.
I tell you, the mindset changes a bit. When you become the underdog, when you're the underdog, it's okay. Hey, we got nothing to lose. But when you become the team expected to win, Switzerland should win this now. things can get a little bit funky in the mind, and you never know.
Static side. Even that, on another day, it might knock his stumps out, but Static side good enough to keep it out. I like Rhino having a few subtle digs at this one. Saying if the Rut had watched a few more minutes of ECS St Gallen, he would know this result was an inevitability.
Haven't been there yet.
Also, I mean, a few people with the high full toss, it's a bit of a talking point, but they're consistently harsh on these. And if they're even looking around that area, they're called, because it is a danger thing. You shouldn't be bowling that high. And this is, I think, just
yeah, I
below.
think this one's just below. This is about thigh height.
So this is the thing. As long as it's consistent, and that's all you want. You want consistency, right? So no bowler can say, yeah, I was aiming at a guy's unmentionables.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah. That's probably... See, look. So other people might say that's low, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, no ball.
Yeah, no ball's called. It's consistent with what we've had. All you want is consistency. And look, some of these, that might hit him in the box. If I'm very honest, it might hit him in the box. And letter of the law, it might technically be okay. But I think any ball that hits you in the box on the full isn't cricket.
That one was a little bit more, could have gone to the bowling, I think, for England.
So free hit for Hart on 48. Gets a bit funky, brings up his 50 with a little bit of touch. It's showtime at the Kardama Oval, a half century for the Swiss opener.
What a sensational innings this has been, just showing that he's got a full array of strokes and a special innings from a special player from Switzerland.
Yeah, I'll never forget his 98 as he almost engineered his club, Geneva, to a chase of 204 against Hassan Ahmed's side, the Zurich Nomads.
Oh, hilarious.
In that we had 203 opening partnership in the first half, and Hart chasing almost pulled it off.
Tell me this, what are Malta feeling right now, do you think? In all honesty, what do you think?
Probably not a lot. I think with Malta...
Well, they're not feeling anything.
Well, you need to beat both of these teams to progress. That's what Malta's end goal is. So whether you get England first or whether you get Switzerland first, maybe they thought Switzerland were an easier path into the final, but, I mean, just have a look at out there in the middle. He takes on the short ball. This is going to disappear as well. Maximo! The Swiss are gaining ground and closing in on the final.
Yeah, quite remarkable. I think it's the manner of victory that they look like they're going to do this in is quite remarkable, and credit to the Swiss that, look, if you actually went to Switzerland, saw the cricket facilities and what these guys train on, it's not ideal always, but they come here with a smile on their face. They've believed they could cause a mammoth upset, and 21 runs away from completing it.
So, grasping at straws a little bit at the moment. Richton's gone for 13 here. England looks like they've got a long day at the office ahead, doesn't it, at the moment? That ball's been lost. They've got a replacement out there now.
Yeah, they'll go. It looks like they'll be playing Malta in a couple of hours and then try and get back to the final to play Switzerland unless something remarkable happens here.
Last ball of the fifth. That's a rolling cutter, which grabs a bit of the pad down the leg side. So dot ball to finish over number 5. And Switzerland are 90 for 1 after 5. This is where we're at. Whoever doesn't win this game has to go through Malta. That next game is starting in around about an hour and 35 minutes. Of course, the winner straight through to the final. Quite remarkable. I mean, take out the fact this is a chase. Imagine this is the first 5 overs of the games, and we were saying Switzerland, they're 90 for 1 after 5 overs, setting up a huge total.
The ball striking's been pretty exceptional so far. And well, obviously they have to play a perfect 20 overs to win. They've played a perfect 15 overs. And if Switzerland do go on to win, they'll get a bit of a rest this afternoon. And well, they'll more than likely come up against England again. But hey, cricket is a funny game.
Know your skills here now, depending on whatever game we're playing in 2 hours or 6 hours time. Now your skills, get yourself a little bit of momentum, okay? Fucking shot the Rousey Swan. Fair enough, fair play. All right. The next game, the pressure game, I can tell you both teams won't fucking run a man out trees. All right. Just go about your business here. Be really good. All right.
Yeah, I like that. So we got a little bit of heard a little bit down Lincoln. That's good captaincy. Just saying, that's really good captaincy.
Focus on your processes. Focus on your own game.
Been outplayed this one, but in the next 2, 4, 6 hours, there's a lot of good things to come. There's good captain, and Dan Lincoln's got a lot of the experience at Carter. He's probably seen it all before, and I think he's been out there when Belgium were Belgian ball and 144s and
They've been
things
back
like this.
to the wall before. I mean, he had to score 100 to get them through the group, actually. So they have kind of been, maybe not quite this situation, but a similar situation before, as Italy looked like they might do a number on the English in the final. I think they put 141 on the board. Lincoln with 100 got England home. Belgium in that same year, 2021, put 148 on the board in the actual final, in the championship week final. And Lincoln and Ward got them out of that hole as well. So yeah, they've earned the double chance. Both these teams have. So England will need it. It would seem 21 required off the second half of this inning. Static Zai faces up as Hindley comes back. That's a pretty good shot, but they've got 3 straight fielders. That'll only be a single.
Yeah, and it's good just to, they've got their own way and learned about how they go about it. They've seen it all before them, probably in the English game as well. So they'll come back strongly today. I don't think it's the last we've seen of them, that's for sure.
A few laughs between the two keepers, I think. Lincoln and Idris. Maybe lost in translation, but here's the next ball.
Yes, that's a good wrong and just coming out the back of the hand there.
Can I tell you something as a keeper? It would frustrate me in this series. Depending on the English skills of some of these guys, some of them are unsledgeable. So I remember people trying to unsettle Nabi in the UCL, and he would just kind of nod, smile, and send another one out of the ground. Anyway, he was just a bit too quick through his delivery last time. Now this is picked up, and that's 6 more, and the writing's on the wall for the English. Swiss on the verge of a huge moment in their ECC.
For me, it's the style of victory this is looking like. This is actually quite a shellacking. Wouldn't have picked this on the bingo card before the game, that is for sure. I think the win predictor, the robot, said about 10% chance. But if you had said they do get up with the win, but win it like this.
Started 85-15 at start.
What an impressive victory from Switzerland, and credit to them, but still 14 runs to get.
Drops into the block hole. Well, the comment section's already kind of licking its lips at the prospect of a Malta versus Switzerland final.
If Malta beat England and it's a Malta-Switzerland final, I've got the rest of the day off. I'll drive back to the ground and get in for it.
Malta have a score to settle with English, don't forget that. This one's going to do a bit too much. Ball's out from way back. Hidden meat. Yeah, so remember Malta, and remember the Malta-England game in the group stage?
Surely not, Vinny.
Oh, this is a good shot as well. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. So they get it down to single fingers. The 50 partnerships come up as well between these two. And we thought Hassan Ahmed getting out, is that the start of a slide? But another 50 partnership settles the game.
This man's batted beautifully. What a special innings. He's hit it well, he's hit it flush. And, well, Idris Huck, he's still there.
Wide, turns a bit too much. He's got some good variations, Hindley. Yeah, you just got to shake it off like a Taylor Swift song, don't you? This one, if you're England 11. Yeah, that happens, it's cricket, it's that kind of a format. That one just misses the leg stump, so end of the over. Switzerland bring up the 100 in the 6th. It's 103 for 1.
Well, we talked at before the game about banana skin games, right, Vinny? Well, this is the right time to have it for England. Do you think you can see them having another banana skin tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to have a loss, this is the game to have it. You don't want to have it tonight.
I can't see them not.
Yeah, but you didn't see this either, did you?
Yeah, you're right.
Independent events.
Yeah, you are right.
You know who's very happy is the European Cricket CEO, Roger, watching from Switzerland. He's just messaged me saying, Hop Schwiz.
What's Hop Schwiz?
Just means, come on, Switzerland.
Okay, like vamos.
Yeah. Siddle gets the ball here. Thick edge, doesn't carry it, sums it up. Another day that might get all the way to Greatwood.
Yeah, surprised they've held Siddle back, actually. I think he's quite effective and being used very late here with only 8 to get.
Yeah, look. England fans, let's try and be positive. You'll get to see your team play another game this afternoon. So let's just try and think of some positives.
Oh, boy.
Next game starting in an hour and a half. He comes forward and he absolutely smokes that one out of here. Maximo! Well, that Swiss camp looking pretty relaxed at the moment. They say life is like a box of Swiss chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Static Sight exemplifies that, and there's another half a dozen.
Well, 2 runs away from the most remarkable result I've seen in 3 years at ECC. Sensational from the Swiss. They deserve all the plaudits in this one, and they are going to be in that final later tonight.
Yeah, well, that ball comes back. It took 3 or 4 throws to get it back to the middle, but yeah, Static Sight looks good in that 3 position. 2 to win now. Make that 1 to win as it floats a long way wide of the line.
And 1 run to win. Static Sight wants to do it in style, you feel. That would surmise this game for the Swiss. The field comes in for England, but it's a little bit too little too late. What a match this has been. Remarkable.
Well, in the air. This is probably going to be caught, actually. And it will be, well, it was almost the end of the game as Haddo tried the backward somersault. But it will be the end of Static Sight. Gives us another moment to just talk a little bit about what's to come this afternoon.
What time is the next game, Vin?
Next game is exactly 90 minutes away.
Yep.
It'll be 110 for 2. All right. Well, I know that you're heading off to Sunset Beach Club where you'll watch the rest of the day. But yeah, how do you see this afternoon going? I mean, England, how much do you think this rattles them? And put yourself in their shoes. I mean, you guys were front runners in Group A, for example.
Yeah, look, they'll be upset maybe they lost for 2 minutes, but usually when you've got a good team that understand this and you're pretty relaxed. Look, they've been outplayed in this one, but I don't think England will be in panic stations or freaking out too much. They're a good enough team that they can come back and go win-win today and tonight and then still get to finals week. It's a bit of an upset, right? Yes, but as you heard Dan Lincoln in the chat, you just go through your process. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just a game of cricket.
What about Murthy here, coming to steal the glory with the scores tied?
I like it.
Again, they've got a good smattering of left-handers as well.
Well, the Switzerland, well, for them, this means a lot more. They've got a bit of rest, and they truly will believe one more good game of cricket tonight, they might be into finals week.
I reckon a wicket.
All right. So, scores tied. Music's already going. Never a great sign, and this will do it. So, Murthy hits the winning run, and that's a big moment for Swiss cricket. They beat the England 11 here in Qualifier 1. Boil over on Group E Finals Day. It's delivering at the moment, but tonight will be the biggie. Will it be these 2 teams again? We'll have to see, but England will have to do it the hard way. Have to win 3. We have to play 3 games and win 2 of them on Group E Finals Day. The Swiss play a very good game. Not a perfect game either. Remember, in the first half of the game, they did give a few extra runs away, but they fielded very well. I think they bowled very well for the most part. So Switzerland, obviously very, very excited with that win, but they'll know that their biggest game is still ahead of them. They end up chasing this down, and they do it with 20 balls to spare. This is a quick look then at what's coming up, and yeah, you are reading that right. Switzerland, the first team through to the Group E final. England 11 will have to go through Malta, and if you think that is a walkover, well, let's just remember what happened last time those 2 teams played. Basil George with an incredible innings. England 11 staggered their way to victory in the last over in the end. So the next game coming up in just under 90 minutes. Rico Full will be with me for the evening session. Let's go back, and well, if there was any nerves here for Swiss, I didn't see them as they took a magical 20 off the first over to set them on their way.
Yeah, it really did set them on the way. It took away any nerves possible. And Harkwell, he's a dangerous player. There was a couple of no-ball boundaries that always helped the cause. And just impressive hitting, really impressive hitting. They hit it flush, and England, they tried their best. They've got spinners, they've got some seam bowlers, but when a batter is on, you're on, and well, that slow motion just hurts half the population. A remarkable game of cricket, really, Vinny. The way Switzerland went about it with the ball and with the bat was just a joy to watch.
Yeah, well, quick count was required after that one, but yeah, look, credit to the Swiss openers. I think, for example, when Romania played England last night, maybe there was a slight change in the approach just because they were playing England, but I think that Switzerland, they've had plenty of practice. You know, some of these guys, they play 50 games a year in Switzerland. They have a lot of cricket, they're playing a lot of situations, and you can see they're quite remarkable hitting, just trusting their eyes, trusting their hands, and in the end, it was 3.2 overs to spare, so it's a big win. But this guy, Idris Haq, isn't he in some kind of form? That Geneva goes, the Geneva Giant, I was going to say, going large here. Both sides of the wicket as well. I also think he played the situation pretty cleverly. That brought up his 50, but you know, once he had got it down to that 6 or 7 and over, he did kind of be a bit more selective with what he was going for, just making sure he was going to keep that score ticking over, and of course, the occasional bomb thrown in for good measure.
Yeah, what a player, and I think those men in the dressing room were enjoying every single moment of this game. Even that one from Stanik's side was hit about 80 metres straight. What a powerful hit that was. And, well, credit to Switzerland. Biggest upset I've seen at ECC, and the way they did it. They are into the final, and, well, they'll be up against Malta or England, and you'd have to imagine it would be up against England again, but cricket's a funny game, as we've seen in this one, and overall, fantastic T10 match. Good to see both teams with shakes of the hand and big smiles as we move on to the next.
Yeah, so a big moment for Switzerland, no doubt about that, as they get the chocolates in the end. 68 from Idris Haq off just 27 balls. And apart from that, Hassan Ahmed and Stanik Zaya had some supporting roles in there. They chased down the 111 with 20 balls to spare. So, yeah, crazy stuff really. But it might be crazy to our Swiss viewers. They'll know exactly what these guys are capable of. As far as the bowling, I couldn't really find the answer. Good day. Haddo picked up a wicket, Siddle picked one with the scores tied. But yeah, ultimately, it was just a fantastic all-round performance from Switzerland. They'll be hoping that's not their final though, because they've got a big one to come. And of course, we'll be back for that in around about an hour and 20 minutes. Before that, there'll be more content here on ECN. But we'll have a break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey, he's done for the day. I'll watch on from the Sunset Beach. Rico Full will be with me for the evening session. And in the meantime, Daniel Weston will have a chat to Mars Baiji of Cricket Hungary about his experience in European cricket. But for now, we'll let you have a quick break. Hose yourself down, set yourself an alarm, come back here, because the England team, they're going to have to go through Malta for a place in the final. That should be a great one. See you then for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Mars, wonderful to have you on the show. Just like to know, what are some of your first memories in cricket?
So thanks for having me here. My first memories of cricket is like, push me back like 13 years from now. So I'm 25. When I was like 12 years old, I used to play football for my school team. And then I was not selected in one of the games. And my father is like, because he was a professional cricketer. And he's like, why don't you try the sport as well? It's something good. And then I joined an academy, and I still remember my day one of cricket. My coach pinched me very hard on my thigh that this is where you need to keep the bat, and I still remember that spot. But yeah, that's how cricket all started for me when I was 12 years old. From football, I'm like, okay, I want to try the sport as well. And from there, just kept going and going, school cricket, and then playing for clubs back at home.
Right, and I'm very honoured to have met your father when I was in Mumbai last year. And thanks to your mother, we were fed very, very well that day, which I love. So amazing that your dad was, such a key part of your, getting the chance to try cricket for the first time. Do you often think about that pinch that the
every
coach...
time,
really?
Every time when I'm at batting, and I'm like, if I miss my stance, I'm like, that pinch just clicks a nerve in my head. I'm like, nah, the bat should be here. You shouldn't change your stance. That pinch was so hard. I literally cried for like 3 days. And I told my mama that like, I'm not playing this sport. The coach pinched me very hard. I can't play this. It's a brutal game, but that's how you learn.
So that was on the inner thigh?
Inner thigh right here. So I know that sport still.
Wow.
And he plucked some of my body hair as well over there. And he just stood there for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, no, just leave it. He's like, nah, still keep going, twisting. So yeah, that pinch.
You actually have got a very good stance when you bat, though.
Thank you. That's because of that pinch over there.
Gosh, I wonder, do you still know that coach?
Yes, I still know. His name was Pritam sir from Mumbai, and he was my first ever coach, and he taught me how to play my stance and everything. And then I played for Dilip Vengsarkar under Surendra Mane, and then I continued.
Wow. I mean, hopefully he gets to see this interview. I'm sure he'll be very proud. I wonder.
He'll remember the pinch, though, definitely.
Incredible. And then you were playing for a club or for your school during your teenage years?
Yeah, so when I started playing cricket, I was playing for a club, like weekend practices. And then I got selected for my school team, under 14 and under 16. And when I moved to college, I played for seniors. So my cricketing career started from school, basically. I started playing games, started representing my school in district levels. And from there, I started understanding the game much better. And I realized, this is what I want to do, this is what I like. And then just keep continuing. Graduated from school, went into a proper club under Dilip Vengsarkar, played with them for 2 years, and then moved away.
Amazing. So when you say you moved away, you moved to Hungary?
Yes, I moved to Budapest, Hungary.
Yeah, and what were some of your first memories of cricket in Hungary?
My first, I still remember, like, I found after 1.5 years living in Hungary, I was just searching and I figured out, like, Hungary has a national team and his captain is basically from Mumbai, where I'm from. And I'm like, okay, and I just looked up to him. I'm like, I know this guy because I've heard about him back at home as well. And my first memory, I still remember going with my white cricket pads, white gloves, and like a helmet going there. And nets, I was not able to hit a ball because I didn't play for a 1.5 years. And he just came up to me, he's like, what's going on? And I'm like, no, I just forgot to do my drills at home. Like a little child over there. But then that's my very first memory. Then joining Royal Tigers Club in Budapest, played for them for 3 years. That's how my career started in Hungary as a cricketer.
Fantastic. I'm glad you didn't get pinched on your first day of playing cricket in Hungary as well.
Nah, if he pinched that, then probably that muscle would have been gone and that flesh would be out by now.
Gosh. Yeah. And was that at the ground, the GB Oval?
Yes,
right?
It's the GB Oval. That's where we play cricket.
Yep.
So mostly, like, before we just had like 4 clubs playing there at GB Oval. But now this year we have like 9 clubs. So cricket in Hungary is just taking up the pace.
It is, yeah. And the run rates when we play, ECS or ECI events in Hungary are unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because what happened, like when ECN came to Hungary in 2021, it was a 3-day tournament. And it was a new format for us, which we got introduced to. And we were just playing with 4 teams. And that time we realized, okay, this is what actually Hungarians are way better in T10. Because we have a lot of like tape ball players, tennis ball players, and just the way they hit the ball is perfect for this format. And since then we started developing cricket over there for T10 specific. So now we have 2 teams, a T10 and a T20 team. And then 2022, when ECN was there, we had 4 teams again, the competition raised, and this year we came up with like 11 teams.
It's breathtaking.
It's breathtaking, definitely. And everyone is like, okay, we have a simple way to go there, see the ball and hit the ball. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, and it has influenced the people because there are definitely a lot of talent back at home in Hungary. And these are those kind of players who probably didn't get chance because of a lot of competition back in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. So when they come to Hungary and they see the standard where we play on TV, like millions of people are watching us. So that just got out the more better game for them.
Yeah, and that ground of the GB Oval, how did that come into being?
So as I remember, there was this English community who used to like 20, 25 years back, if I'm not wrong. They found this ground and there was people from England who figured it out. They put a pitch out there in the middle and then they started playing red ball cricket, just like weekend fun games. And then we got the lease of it. We started playing there. And after them, the main people who continued Hungarian cricket at GB Oval were the Ahuja brothers and the Dilda brothers. And they were the ones who started cricket, started creating clubs over there, created the ground in a facility that we can play actual good cricket with changing mats, setting the ground well, so that's where it goes.
Yeah, I know Stan and Mark Ahuja have been huge influences in Hungarian cricket and done a great job. Obviously with their business interests as well. I think that's the best Indian restaurant, probably even inside or outside of India that I've ever been to. It's fantastic. And to have your infrastructure there with the clubhouse, with the nets and the field there, you're in a very, very fortunate position.
Yeah, because until this is the first year we again changed our nets, so we always had nets over there. But this year the association decided that, okay, you know what, because the cricket in Hungary is developing and players need a better infrastructure, so they created nice new nets over there and a brand new pitch, and that's where our players are improving way more, and hopefully like everyone will see that Hungarian cricket is growing now.
Yeah, and it's super interesting to see not only your homegrown talent, but the youth that's being developed as well, and having Hungarian passport holders that are coming back to be influential on the team as well.
Yeah, so we had this bunch of guys which are 17, 18 years old, which play the youth Hungarian cricket, and they recently traveled to Gibraltar. Sad reason, the results didn't go their way, but them going out there and playing their heart out, playing for the nation as being Hungarians is something which we are trying to promote. And right now also in ECC, we got 2 Hungarian bloods like Mark Desfonte and Adam, and they've been brilliant over here. For them being 17 years old and taking those wickets on this early stages is very good for Hungarian youth. And definitely the passport holders like Lias Deploy and Jimis Deploy. Like, we are grateful to have players like these, and from that caliber of a level, they come and they agree to play with us. It's a win-win for both of us. We get to learn a lot of them, and definitely the Hungarian cricket will go up from here.
Yeah, no, it's incredible because their influence, you know, as a first-class cricketer, to come in and for you guys to be rubbing shoulders with them only makes you better. But the people that are back home watching these streams and seeing you guys play, it must be igniting a lot of passion and a lot of dreams for next summer and next season.
Yeah, definitely. The Hungarian community is buzzing at the moment. So they're so happy to see, like when Lias broke the record yesterday of the highest run score by an individual, the entire community is backing us up, and they can see like, okay, like before we were at a level and now we are growing, taking a step forward, all the young teams, and now everyone in Hungary believes that, okay, we should play our best as well so we can reach to a level and represent the country.
Sure. And the growth that you believe it will continue in the years to come?
Yeah, definitely, because especially how we're performing right now in ECC, and with the involvement of better players like Lias and Jimis, I am sure when they come down to Hungary and when we go back as well, taking their temperament and their mindset, we'll train our own clubs individually. And I'm sure with this temperament, in a year or two's time, we're going to grow much better.
Yeah, and I think, so you've come from India and come across to start a new life and a new career and new opportunities in Hungary. Are there many other cricketers that are coming from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and to study and to work in Hungary?
Yeah, so mostly our Hungarian cricket community is like expats. They are students over there. So they are there for 3 years, and they find out about cricket. They come and play down there. And some of the players have actually, they finished education and they decided to stay in Hungary because it's a growing country of cricket. And they're like, okay, you know what, we're going to stay here. We're going to try to find a job there. And so that's how they are now.
Is there a lot of study in tech and IT?
So we have a lot of like tech and engineering students over there, because Hungary is pretty good for medical, engineering and tech education. And it's cheap for students coming over there and learning. So they just finish their education, play cricket, and then try to find a way to settle down there and play.
Sounds like a dream. If you can study and play cricket and be in Europe.
That's it. You just love cricket, then if you can study in a good price, you can play, and then you have a job. I think for people like us Asians, where cricket is in our blood, for us it's like a win situation.
And it's a great way to meet friends and join the bigger community fast, right?
Yeah, because back at home, like we all love each other so much. But when we are back, we are in other countries, we can't meet each other. But over here, because the teams are so multicultural, like with Pakistani, Sri Lankans, Afghans, then Australians, and we are Indians as well are there. So it's just a very strong youth community, which comes from all parts of the world. And their main aim is to just like create like better cricket.
Yeah, and I think if people in Hungary that bring the cricket that they love, studying, working there, they're going to stay in Hungary, they're going to have Hungarian children, Hungarian-born children, and then the growth and the opportunity for Hungarian cricket in the future is going to be huge.
Definitely. They stay there, they play cricket, get married there, have kids over there, and definitely. That's all like more or less like the old community, they have done the same way. Of course, their kids are still young now, but we are pretty sure once they grow old, they'll be like gun players.
Yeah, absolutely. Mars, it's fantastic to listen to your story. Congratulations on everything you've achieved in Hungary. From the day you got pinched as a cricketer to learn your stance. You're a great player, you're a great person. And yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mars.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cardama Oval. What a start we've had to Group E Finals Day. We're halfway through at the moment. 3 teams have survived to the second half of this Finals Day. And now we're going to see qualifier number 2. We've got England 11 after a shock loss in qualifier 1. They are going to take on Malta for the right to play the Swiss in the final. Out in the middle we have Sir Rob Kemmings with 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call.
European cricket.
Predict. You're going to bowl.
So it is England 11 that win the toss and they get the right to chase. They will be bowling first in this crucial match, of course. It's the end of the road for whoever doesn't win here. Of course, this morning, the Swiss did a bit of a number on the English, didn't they? But we also know that the English side, they are very, very good. They're former champions. Even though they've got a few new faces here, they will try to be unbothered by that and just do the business over Malta here. Now, these 2 teams had a pretty interesting game back in match 3 on Monday. Malta actually propelled themselves to 137. Basil George was incredible with an 80 there, but ultimately England would chase it down with 3 balls to spare with a bit of help, to be honest, with some 5 penalty runs at the end. So if you think this is a foregone conclusion, think again. Expect the unexpected here on Finals Day. Well, and one man that has been watching so far and we'll go to now in the commentary box for the first time today is Rico Fool. England, they are going to bowl first after winning the toss. I don't think the Maltese mind. I think they wanted to bat anyway. Let's get ready for the start of qualifier 2 with a spot in the Group E final at stake.
Hola mi familia, muy buenas tardes. Hello everybody and welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your break and well, a lot of people needed to settle down after that last match. Switzerland beating England by 8 wickets with 20 balls to go. It was a bit of a hiding. Look, there's a lot of talk about it being a surprise, but is it? I mean, okay, when you look at it on paper, England and Switzerland, but when you look at it in terms of how the teams have been playing, Switzerland have played some really good cricket. And, you know, we saw that when they chased the 158 against Malta. Yesterday they were in great form. They got a good win then after that against Cyprus, where they won by 8 runs chasing. And, you know, they were just in good form. And I think they've shown that they've maintained that form coming into that contest. And once again, it was Idris Haq who scored a brilliant 90 against Malta, who was in the runs again. But England, I'm pretty sure that they've regrouped. I think this longer time period has probably helped them. It's done them some good. I think they're going to come out firing here. But don't forget Malta. I mean, Malta have been playing some good cricket themselves, been batting well. What I liked about Malta is that they've backed themselves. The players have gone out, they played their shots. And that guy there, Basil Boom Boom George, has been in good form. He was in good form against England in match 1 when these 2 teams played. Malta scoring 137. It could have been more. It was a great spell from Toby Great with just 1 over. Only 3 runs came from it, and he picked up 3 wickets as well. That contained Malta. Malta also, well, they made a mistake, didn't they, with the timekeeping. They gave away 5 penalty runs as well, allowing England to win with 3 balls to go. England winning by 4 wickets, 141 for 6. Tom Bevan was the top scorer for them, and for Malta, as I mentioned before, Basil George, 84 for 33. So one of these 2 teams will meet Switzerland in the final. That's going to be the next match, but who's going to play it? Rich Edwards is going to bowl the first delivery, and they'll be hoping for a better over than he had against Switzerland. So let's get ready to party here, and welcome to everybody around the globe. Here's the first ball, bowling to Zishan Khan. Zishan goes big, he's high up in the air, fielder coming round. Oh, the catch, it would have been an absolute marvellous take. It gets put down, and well, Zishan was out first ball earlier. He could have been a first baller here as well. It's a really good effort from the fielder that comes round, gets hands to it, but not able to hold on to it. And what he does well as well is keep the ball in play. Just watch this. Oh, a great effort, it really was. He's unfortunate, Sam Young. Zishan, though, gets a life. Edwards. Oh, that's a good delivery to Basil. Just gets this one to shape away, doesn't he? And I think he just kept a bit of pace of that as well. And namaste, salam alaikum, sastri akal, eyeball van anakum. Hello to everybody watching via the Indian subcontinent, via fan code, and of course all of our other viewers that are watching. I know there was a few parties happening in Switzerland. Swiss Sport TV viewers would have been happy with what they saw earlier. And now, well, maybe the Maltese believe that they could also cause an upset. I mean, this would be a huge upset. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, hello to everybody that's tuned in around the globe. A lot of people on our chat as well. Hello to Kroom, Twilight, Wayne. Glad you can all join us for what should be a thrilling contest. Gets dabbed away. We'll take the single. Basil yesterday was a little bit overcautious, I think, for me, in the match against Romania, which they lost. That was match number 8. And got to 35. But it took him 29 runs to get there. That's not the Basil George that we know. But I suppose today was a bit more like it. Scored 54 of 16. Helping Malta, even though Malta were all out with the ball to go, they got to a score which Romania were not able to get to, thanks to some good bowling from Wasim Abbas. They need him to be at his best as well today in this one. Quicker delivery into the body. Zishan not able to get it away. I'm liking this. It's almost like they're keeping Zishan tucked up. He does like a bit of room, doesn't he, Zishan, to play. Likes to be able to get his shoulders into the shot. But Rich Edwards, this one right into the body, tucking him up. Edwards once more, and it's the same. It's a shorter and into him, no run again. And this ball, well, pretty close to the stumps. One or two of the fielders thought it might roll onto it. It's the end of the first over, and it's a nice tidy one. It could have resulted in a wicket as well, but Sam Young wasn't able to hold on to what would have been a fantastic catch to remove Zishan, who survived. First over down, and it is 2 without loss. This, of course, is how the day started. Romania were the first team to be eliminated. Malta won, and that's why they're in this qualifier 2. And England, they're here because they were beaten by Switzerland in qualifier number 1. Switzerland playing some really good cricket at the moment. Time for them at the moment to just relax, unwind, keep an eye on what's happening here, but more importantly, stay focused for a, well, probably one of the biggest matches in their history coming up later tonight. It's been hit flat, but straight to the fielder, and fielder does go down here. I think he just loses his footing for a moment. I think he was looking to fire in the throw quick and hard, and then I think went against it. Sam Young again. Yeah, look, he does lose his footing there big time, does Sam Young. David Scott is the bowler.
1 second. Move straight, Youngie.
Dan Lincoln, can hear him probably on the mic there. 1 second. He wants to make sure this field is spot on. Zishan gets one angled into him. Just be a single. There's an eerie silence around the ground at the moment. I know when I came in today, the amount of cars in the car park meant there's a lot of support here for England today. Definitely a lot of people in the fan zone watching, but I think they're all a little bit nervous, and well, there's more to be nervous about as boom, Basil George goes boom, shaka lugyag. Oh, that is an absolute biggie, isn't it? That's what Basil can do. Now this one is a tree topper as it goes over to the other side, and I think it hits the top and then starts to make its way down. Sam Young is pretty keen to get after it. And he says it's around about here, says Sam. And, well, is he going to find it or not? I get the feeling he might be asked to come back into the field of play pretty quickly. And they call for another one. Or maybe not. No, he's found it. Well, there you go, Sam Young. Give that man a medal. Finds the ball. And, he was pretty quick running up that hill, I have to say. A great shot, though, from Basil. It's the first boundary. And Basil, boom, boom, George hits it. David Scott back to the drawing board.
Here you go, mate.
And he's going to go again. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna sona. Shaka. Basil. Oh, the mighty Basil George. It was there and he started. I like the way he just goes across outside his off. He's ready for it. And he puts it in his swing zone. This one a little bit quicker. Basil places away to the man at long off and take the single. So 2 sixes and a single. So they've got moving, haven't they, after the first overhaul? He went for 2. कितना दोस्तों सारे ठीक ठाक हैं शुक्रिया तुसी क्रिकेट देखते यूरोपियन क्रिकेट नेटवर्क है Dream11 यूरोपियन क्रिकेट चैंपियनशिप ओतरा जो काला गया उन्हें जीशन खान दीवारी आ गई है छक्का मार दी Basil George जीशन खान दोनों बैटर बहुत अच्छे बैटर मौका ते इन दोनों ने काफ़ी रन बनाया उन्हें ते स्पेन दे विच खेलदे आ बहुत इंपोर्टेंट मैच है जेरी टीम में मैच जितूंगा वही टीम ना फाइनल दे विच जाऊंगी ਤਾਂ Switzerland ਦੇ ਨਾਲ final खेलूंगी second over पूरा हो गया that's the end of the second over and the score at the end of 21 without loss. Buenas tardes mi familia, ¿cómo estás? Y bienvenido al campo de Cártama aquí en Andalucía. Y qué partido eso es, un partido muy importante, Inglaterra contra de Malta. Edwards back into the attack. And it's a swing and miss. Really bends his back on this one. Nice take there by Dan Lincoln as well. A good time to welcome back into the commentary box to Vinny Sandu. Vinny, a lot of tension around at the moment. Can feel it.
Yeah, I know there's a few masseuses floating around the Cardamar Oval. I think they'll be in demand. But yeah, last chance saloon for these two teams. Edwards, brilliant first over. Looks to have George's measure at the moment.
Nicely played away by Georges. I suppose it's almost like, I just get the feeling that maybe Malta have said, okay, we know that Edwards is dangerous. Let's try and see about, take the singles against him.
I also think he's tried to attack against him. It hasn't gone so well. You know, he's kind of flashed at a few outside the off stump, hasn't made contact, so he's probably thinking, look, I seem to be okay against the spin. I know I'm going to get a lot of spin. I don't want to blow myself up here against Edwards. And just chatting to some of the guys who have been on the field, they think that Edwards is amongst the quickest in this tournament.
Goes for it, does Zishan. There's nobody back there, so he's going to get a boundary. So nice shot, taking on the short delivery. Well, Edwards might be, but Zishan is up to the match, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Zishan, almost the owner of a king pair. It was dropped first ball, wasn't it? It was a tough one for Sam Young, who himself got a golden duck. So a pair of royal ducks, actually, to start both games today. But look, Zishan, he's a mercurial player. He seems to be good against good bowling as well, something we've noticed about him in the last couple of years.
High up in the air. And it's going to be out of reach of the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. A very difficult one, that one for Addo. He keeps his eyes on it, gets the dive in. He might have got a few fingertips to it, but it was never falling in the palm of his hands.
It just reminded me a little bit of Jason's catch earlier in that he had to make a slight adjustment at the end. It's definitely catchable. It's not easy, though. You see, he just has to turn right a little bit towards the end. Super, super tough catch when you're going back with the flight. Zishan gets lucky again. Moves to 14.
Well, this one is a wild delivery, sprayed down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's almost like Rich Edwards was a little bit wound up, a bit seething about that one not being taken, but this is not a good ball.
Attempted Yorker, top of the pad height, just tickled around the corner. So yeah, Zishan making the most of it. And Can Malta keep building on this start now? The 34, last ball, the power play.
It's high up in the air, but I think it's going to go all the way. Gea, Sugar. Look out, what a start. It's a 3 overs complete, and both the Maltese openers, well, they've had a little bit of luck. Well, Zishan certainly has, but he's quickly gone on to 24. And Basil George on 16. 3 overs complete, 40 without loss on the board.
Well, Rich Edwards, after 8 balls bowled, he'd only conceded 3 runs. But his last 4 balls go for 18. So he finishes with figures of none for 21. Still very good, but you can see after that start of 2, you thought, is this going to be the kind of start that Romania suffered last night against the English, where they pat themselves into a hole they can never dig their way out of. But it's a very acceptable power play in the end, 40 without loss. And looks like Greatwood is going to come on for the first time here in the 4th over.
Yeah, they go with Greatwood, who bowled very well, as I mentioned before the start of this match against Malta. He only got that 1 over. It was the last over. Only went for 3, and he picked up 3 wickets.
Round the wicket then to Basil George.
Straight to the fielder. Basil, unfortunately, he hits this well. Either side of that man, that was going to the boundary.
You don't often see 0 runs to a guy right on the edge of the 30 circle, but I think you hit that so well, there's no question that they were going to stay at home. Boom, boom, Basil. Brilliant against England on Monday. Can you repeat it here on finals day?
And that's going to be 4 runs. It's fired in pretty wide. Be interesting to see how wide it would have been. May have been a wide because Basil's really reaching for it, but swinging hard. Gets the toe end of the bat on it. It's 4 more runs. So, well, this is a very positive start from Malta.
Yeah, and he does spoil a wide. He's actually outside the tram line, but it's a proper toe ender, isn't it, from Basil? So if you are going to spoil a wide, make sure it's a boundary. Basil does. Malta 44 without loss now.
Well, just loses his shape there, Basil, a little bit. He'd be disappointed with that shot. I think it was in his zone, you know.
Gets carried away, though. I mean, I think that's a bit of a stretch to fetch that one. It was also, I think, an attempted off-cutter from Greatwood, which is perhaps going to hold up in the pitch a little bit. I mean, there is an offside too, and he was trying to hit over 3 fielders on the leg side there. Cover was on.
And this one, teasing one, gets over down Lincoln. But the fielders are able to stop it going to the boundary. So, well, it looks like the rub of the green at the moment is with Malta. Interesting to see that even Malta, they made a great start here. But look at the win predictor here, 73% still in favour of England.
They've improved, though, from where they started, I think, Malta. Bit of history between these two nations as well. We spent a fair bit of time in Malta on European Cricket Network. I know we have planned to actually have a European Cricket Series in England a few times. Just one of the issues is obviously Brexit causing a few complications with the logistics and also the pandemic. Held us back a little bit. Here's Zishan going to the skies. Now this is another opportunity. He's given up. And this one will be taken. So he's out of lives for 24 and Malta lose their first. It's 45 for 1.
Very good catch. Here's a bit of a teaser, isn't it? Goes a long, long way up in the air. And just looking at the fielder there, I mean, you can see how he's getting his body into the right position. He seems to be bending down, so he wants to cushion the catch. So he gets himself in a good position and, well, a good pair of hands, takes a nice catch. So Zishan will go. Had a little bit of luck, you have to say, but it runs out here. That's a strange way to play that one. He never really got his arm straight hitting into this. The arm straight sort of bent. I think he was looking for a different kind of flat hit. It wasn't to be. Catch is nicely taken by Sam Young, and that's the end of Zishan. And it is Toby Greatwood who gets the wicket.
And don't forget it was Sam Young earlier on that dropped Zishan, very first ball of this game, but Zishan ends up going in a similar way than he went earlier. I like this heads-up play to put Dasha Patanka up to number 3 as well. They batted Jaspal at number 3 earlier, but he went very first ball. But Patanka came in and kind of turned things around with Basil George. So they're there at the moment with just over 6 overs to go. Let's see if England 11 can turn that wicket into something more as the Tank will face up for the first time. Last ball of the 4th over.
Yeah, Darshit comes out. Patanka. It's got 1 ball to face here from Greatwood. It's been a fantastic over so far. 1 for 5. It's nicely played. Quite happy just to lean into this and take the single. Mind you, I think England would take that as well. They'd much rather start the next over bowling to the new batter, Patanka, than Basil George. And a 4 and a score 46 for 1.
Very good. Wish, we're righty, so extra.
Yeah, Malta probably fraction behind what a par rate is, but with Boom Boom Basil there, you know that he is very, very capable of ripping any attack apart. So Rishton's coming on in the 5th, so it's pretty early for him to bowl, but I think he'll probably stay with the same kind of tactics. A lot of Yorkers, occasional kind of cutter that holds up.
Yeah, that's a sort of line that he bowls. He likes to get the Yorkers, the slower ball, but when I saw him yesterday, he was just not executing it right. He was too full. There were too many full tosses. Starts well though, nicely pitched up. And just a single. I think that's what Patanka really wants to do early on here. Just make sure that he doesn't really get any dot balls in, and he hands the strike back to Basil straight away. Basil needs to stay hot.
One of the reasons cricket's such a great sport is because it is a team game, but it will contain individual contests, and this is a really good one. You've got the MVP from last year's tournament, Andy Rishton bowling to Boom Boom Basil.
And it's a slightly shorter delivery. It's a wild throw back to the bowler, which Rishton has to take sort of over his shoulder.
I think that's Rishton's tactic to Basil. And in a way, he would have also seen that Taranjit Singh, who's a genuine off-spinner, really bothered Basil yesterday in the middle of the innings with balls cutting away. Now, although Rishton is a faster bowler, I think he is going to try and angle across him, and he won't give him too many pace on deliveries.
Nice looking shot, and well, that's a great save. Fantastic. I mean, you can see the disappointment of Patanka. He thinks he's going to get a boundary here, and against most teams he would have. But England, they've been spectacular in the outfield. Watch this stop. That's a great save.
Yeah, and he knows his teammates there as well. So yeah, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think this is going to be another cutter, even though he's holding the ball there, deep in the fingers. Yep.
Yeah, it is another one.
I think it's one of these ones where Basil probably knows it's a cutter. Rishton's kind of playing his poker face up on the table, saying, listen, I'm going to bowl this to you. Deal with it. At the moment, Basil hasn't dealt with this kind of delivery very well at all.
Yeah, Basil, I think, having missed out that one, I get the feeling that he might be getting his feet into play a little bit more. I think he has to.
You can tell with Rishton. Look at the way when he holds the ball, when he comes in.
Fuller, good delivery, and he's keeping Basil quiet at the moment. Tiki-taka in this over so far from Rishton.
This is a good over. It's a really good over. 50's up for Malta though. Still fighting, but England restricting in the 5th.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there from Cameron Hemp, combining well with Tom Hilley, stopping the boundary. And well, nobody's stopping this one because he gives this all the leverage that he got, and it goes all the way. That was a badly needed one. They're going to get 6 off the last ball. 10 will come off the over, and that also takes them to 56 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And we're kind of the green machine today, aren't we? We've got Rico Full with me the first time today. You must be excited. I mean, it's been a chaotic day already. Group E finals day. Anyone that thought this was going to be a walkover, the England 11, I think they got a reality check in qualifier 1.
Yeah, and I think already, and I think a lot of people were probably thinking, okay, England got beaten by Switzerland, but they're going to come back strong here, and they're going to be in that final. Well, nothing given about this at the moment because Malta have made a good start.
Yeah, no doubt. I still think England have the edge if you look at the actual run rate they're going at the moment. One of Malta's big issues, and the English game was one of them. Also, we saw it another time when they blew a 157 against Switzerland, was that they haven't been able to defend large totals in the past. Luxembourg last year chased 148 against them in the first match of the tournament. So that's another thing in the back of their mind. Right now, they have to concentrate with the bat, and they're doing okay. Let's see if they can turn it into more than okay in the second half of this innings as we get back to the action.
Well, has it got the legs? Yeah, it has. For a moment there, looking at the two fielders, I think they thought they might have been in with a chance here, but no, it goes all the way. Interesting how, once again, they go to spin. I just think Basil likes a spin.
Yes and no. Different kind of spin, though. Left arm to left armer. Yeah, so a moment ago as well, You saw the QR code there for the share the meal. We'd love for you to get involved. See, it moves early outside the off stump. That's why it doesn't get called. You saw that.
Yeah, I think it was okay anyway. Oh.
This one, I think, has to be a wide.
Yes.
The thing is, it's outside the return crease. And once it's outside the return crease, that's like a hard line. You can't move it any more than that. So, I think.
No, I get that, but you've got an earpiece. He's walked at the ball.
I think Dan Lincoln is just
It's a full toss.
asking the question.
It is pretty high, but again. Yeah, they're going to stick with the call. Have a no ball. So, all right.
They don't like it, New England, but
I mean, they've got a bit of a point there with Basil. I mean, it's a ball that would have landed off the pitch, but never bounced. So it could have been a no ball on that if it was not as full. Anyway, it's all academic. It was either a no ball or a wide, and the next ball is only a single.
yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it? It's I think I would like to see Basil just try and do something more with it. It's a free hit, try and get a bit more funky with it.
Yeah, he got jammed a bit. And Lincoln's always thinking, though, he's back for the free hit because he knows there's no point being up to the stumps for a stumping because he can't be stumped. So, smart work there.
Great delivery. Great delivery. I mean, you can't do too much with those, can you?
Feel the frustration of Patanka there as well. Likes that they were playing a shot at that, but the length didn't allow it. And Henley's always ready to go with the next delivery.
Ooh, slightly shorter. That was very close to the bat.
Mystery spinner Henley. I don't think too many people are picking him.
Yeah, and he bowls so quickly as well. We can't even have a look at him, can we? Oh, that's another great delivery. But footwork, you need your footwork. I know that you got the wicketkeepers right there, but if you don't get your feet into play, you're not going to get to those. A cracking over there from Hindley. It did start with a big six, and I thought, going for a spin. Basil might like this, but to get Basil or strike, Basil wasn't able to make the most of the no ball, and then 2 dots there to the tank. And at the end of 6, Malta 64 for 1.
So, Basil George, 30 off 20. And the thing with that no ball call, I suppose, it could be a no ball for off the pitch because it didn't bounce. So it's not that. But anyway, it didn't matter too much in the end. Now, 4 overs to go, Malta 64. It's a utilitarian kind of total, but I think you have to do a bit better than that if you're going to challenge England. Can they pull out a big finish?
That's a nice looking shot, and he's found the middle. The timing on this is absolutely superb from Basil George. Toby Greatwood comes back into the attack, but he gets taken out straight away. What a lovely shot this was, just timing.
Yeah, just short of the Yorker. Look at these bounces. See, just short of that front pad. Holds the high elbow. Nice start to the over, but it's only a start. Can George turn it into something more?
Oh, yeah, what a shot. Well, that's right up there as Andalusia shot of the day from Basil George. He attacks the short delivery, and he smashes it away for a big 6. That is brutal.
Yeah, and so he gets the cutter this time, and it's short, so he can pull it. So he's not really trying to drive this. It's kind of charging pull, isn't it, from Boom Boom Basil on that one. I think it might have done the tree some damage, hit him halfway up.
Oh, what a hit that was. Well, that was a monster strike from Basil George. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Toby, what next? He just has to wait for the fielder to get back into play and into position. Okay, we're ready now. Basil, he's ready as well. Maybe ready to bring up another half century. And he gets him, caught and bowled. Oh, Basil can't believe it. Look at the frustration on Basil George. And that is a huge wicket. And England know it as well. Look at the celebrations. England don't normally celebrate so hard. They normally take things in their strides, don't they? But this is a biggie, and they know it is. And Basil Boom Boom George, after hitting a monster shot for 6, will get caught and bowled by Toby Greatwood. Oh, that one is... that's a big sigh of relief there for England. They needed to see the back of George.
Yeah, and Basil, he was devastated as he didn't get this in the middle of the bat at all. Nice work by Greatwood to just slightly change his momentum. You can see there He was willing that ball to get over the bowler, but Toby had other ideas still. It's a brilliant tournament from Basil George. He'll be hoping he gets one more hit in the final, but right now he's got to go for 42, 76 for 2.
Yeah, and look, you know, he gets warm applause from everyone around the ground and everybody in the fan zone, and so he should. It is a remarkable performance from him. Remember, he scored 84 against England in the first and scores the 40s here this time, 42. Wonderfully done. 5 sixes and 1 4. Basil George, well, hold your head up high, son, because that was a great knock. New batter comes out is Varun Prasad, and he's lucky to have his off stump still there because he plays and misses at this, and that only misses that stump by a fraction. Big moment in this contest here now. If Varun can get going and put a partnership together with Patanka, then Malta can keep going and maybe try to get to a 120 sort of score. But if England get on top here now, Malta might even stumble to something like 105.
Prasad lucky to get away with that.
He goes for this one. He's going to get this good, though. It will go all the way, 6-1. So, well, lucky to get away with one, and then no luck in this. It's just a good shot, similar to the one that Basil played earlier.
Well, here's the thing with Prasad. He's kind of all or nothing player. I mean, he could have easily have had his off-stump surgically removed the ball before, but this is a good sign for him when he goes offside. I think sometimes he hitches his wagon to hitting across the line, but he doesn't need to, and he's got genuine power, Varun. Great wood, last ball of his qualifier too.
This one doesn't miss my much again, and this one, all the pace of it, it's that little slower delivery to the cutter once more. Varun plays all around it. It could have quite easily shattered the stumps. It doesn't. 82 for 2 after 7.
3 overs to go in this one, and won't we be excited tonight to hand out one more golden ticket. And it's down to 3 teams now. We've got Switzerland waiting in the final. We've got England 11 and Malta right here. We'll have to turn the lights out on one of those 2 teams here in Group E at the end of this contest. Of course, tonight under lights, no matter what, it's going to be such a big final. All right, back to some spin in this over. And it's Hindley who gets hit away, right back to the wall, and 6. Maximo. Patanka. I don't think he's picking Hindley. If you can't pick it, sweep it. He sweeps it for a Maximo.
Yeah, definitely not out of the middle, but he gets plenty on this, doesn't it? Plenty of wood on that, goes all the way.
Well, there's Tony Redden, big supporter of the network, doing the fielding. I think this one might have bounced on the road. Yeah, pretty close to shooting the lights out.
Tries to go the same way, but this time along the deck, takes a single. I don't mind this, you know, get a boundary, get a single. Rotate, get the left-hander on strike, make the most of this left and right combination. I mean, Varun Prasad as well is a big hitter.
This will be super interesting because actually I know what Prasad's going to do. He's just going to try and horn this. But will he pick the line of Hindley, who, to be honest, no one's really been picking too much. They're going to go keeper back, so maybe hoping for a big edge.
Oh, well, they just made a change in the field over there. And where does the ball go? Well, that's sometimes how this game can be so cruel. Yeah, it's going to be 4 more.
So the keeper back is playing for like a thick edge, but it also means that Prasad can charge. And he gets that pretty much on the half volley, and then it doesn't matter so much which way the ball's turning. So, I mean, it's a real kind of left field tactic to keep back to a spinner. But that's really what you're playing for. You're playing for maybe a thick edge, which I could see happening, to be honest, of Prasad, but he kind of used that tactic to his advantage as he ran down the pitch with immunity.
Oh, he goes back up now. Field does stay the same, though. And this one is going to get through them. The chase is on the Iba, and it's going to be 4 runs, I think, here.
Yeah.
Yep, it is 4. It's a great effort, but the fielder catching the rope at the same time as making contact with the ball. So, 4 carreras más. And Malta, well, they're doing exactly what they needed to, aren't they? They're going out there, they're playing their shots, not shying away. And of course they will. They've got plenty of batters.
There was a thick edge, went for 4.
Asking the question, they're going to be a leg by here. All happening at the moment, but Malta looking to bring the 100 up here in the 8th and then having 12 balls to try and get to that 120 plus score. And to be fair, I mean, if they get to the 100 here, they should be looking at 130, between 130 and 140. Got wickets in hand, remember. This is up in the air, should be taken, and it will be taken. So a wicket right at the end. This one just doesn't sound right when it comes off the Tank's bat. I think it's a bit of a misfire. Hits the bottom, and the catch has been taken. So they remove another. It comes right at the end of the over. 98 for 3.
And it is the low full toss, isn't it? That does Patanka in the end, so you don't really have to worry about which way the ball's spinning. But yeah, low full tosses often get the bottom of the bat, and that was the situation here. He knew it straight away, and 2 fielders converge. In the end, Sam Young takes another catch. And so with 2 overs remaining, Malta 98, and we'll still be hopeful they could maybe get to the 130 or something like that. The Tank, another 16 for him.
Who would you go for coming in now? I mean, I'd be certainly thinking something like Fine Mughal or Jaspal. Both guys have hit the ball big.
Yeah, Jaspal was batting 3 this morning, so he's going to come in here at 5. But you're right, you got Mughal. He's been really good at coming out. But again, it's the sort of bowling you're going to get
great
here.
Here, lads. Come on, great challenge. Be great here.
Looks like they're going to go into the 9th over, and is Siddle coming on to bowl? I think it is.
Yeah, a bit of a
No,
chat
it's going to be Connor Haddo. He's going to bowl over number 9. But regardless, I thought they were going to stick with the spin. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they've still got, I mean, they've got 1. Rishton's holding on to 1, isn't he? So you probably see maybe they'll go to him to finish things off. Only went for 10 in that first over, and it was only a 6 of the last ball that took it to double figures. So changing the field here, they're bringing in the man who was back at mid-wicket. So just the 3 men on the leg side, a wide long on in place. And Varun, well, he tries to get it in that area, doesn't get this cleanly, so they'll take just a single. That's a result, really, because the new batter now, Jaspal Singh, will be on strike.
Yeah, well, can they bring the big finish? 7 wickets in hand, but Haddo's not an easy guy to get away.
No run, go back. Actually,
yeah, it's clever location to Prasath. He's just going to try and reach those long arms as far as he can and smash this up and out of the ground.
this one finds it wide of him. That's good ball. He's trying to keep it out of his swing zone, isn't he? So
Great
nicely
bowling.
done.
Really good location. Prasath, I mean, he might as well have concrete boots on. He's a guy that doesn't have a lot of footwork. He stands there and he doesn't make too many pre-movements ever.
Jaspal gets beaten here. I'm just looking at that. Did they turn? They turned down the run earlier. I couldn't believe that. Well, I mean, I'm just looking and thinking, what's happened here? What have I missed? And I'm just looking at it.
Don't move that quickly, even after he hits them sometimes.
Okay, this is catchable. Who's going to get there? The bowler wants it. He gets called off it, and in the end, it drops right in the middle of 3. Well, there's your proper Bermuda triangle there.
It really was. I mean, he beat him all ends up. Jaspal gets lucky. England won't mind that. Only a single. Obviously, he would have liked
Top
to have
over.
taken the wicket, but Prasath has also kind of struggled with the line. That's Haddo's bowled to him here.
It's going to be forced, I think, here to go for the big shot because only a couple have come off this over, and it's going to be a wide. You can see what he's trying to do here. That's a good tactic to Varun. Varun now knows he needs to make that initial movement to go across a bit. Let's see if he does.
He won't. He'll stand there. No, here we go. Last ball, the over.
And he hits it pretty well, and it ends up being a full toss. So this over, it was looking pretty rosy, wasn't it? And that's the issue sometimes when you bowl the wide. You have to bowl it again. And that wide ball, well, you could say that one ball cost 7 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, wasn't a bad spot to miss because he's been really effective at making Prasath reach. But he just gets a bit too close to him here, doesn't he? And gets the length wrong as well. Despite the Maximo, still a decent over for England. They only concede 9 in that one. 107 for 3 after 9.
All right, so now this is it. Who do they go to here? I was thinking maybe they go to Rishton. And, well, they're looking around at the moment.
They might be thinking Siddle because the left arm spin worked well there. Rishton is the guy that you'd imagine is kind of primed to bowl this kind of over. But yeah, looks to me like they're going Siddle. So they're saying left arm spins worked. Let's have some more of it. But remember also what Varun Prasath has done some left arm spin in this series as well. What he did to Kumar the other day, whacking 5 Maximos. So Rishton has to sit on the pine and watch this one. And look, that's the thing. I suppose having more than one option is always a good thing for a captain.
It's a big call, though, you know, because Rishton, apart from that one ball that was hit for 6, a bit like that last over that we saw from...
Yeah, he went for 10.
Yeah, from Haddo.
Yeah.
It was only 1-6 from it. I thought it was good. So this is a really big goal.
Let's roll.
And he starts with a dot.
And it's the other thing is that Jaspal hasn't looked great against the left arm spin going across him. He was undone by one that he skied and was lucky to get away with. So kind of stick with the same until you've got reason to change, but you can't change now. Settle's going to have to bowl the innings out.
Look at the field here. Look at that one man in close because they're trying to keep in. Yeah, they're keeping. They want to keep Varun off strike. And it's in the same areas again, and a couple of dot balls here. Jaspal, he's got to do something different here. I'm surprised that Varun Prasad, the captain, at the non-strikers end, not coming down and having a chat with him.
The thing is, you don't want to burn a ball just looking for a single here. There's only 4 balls left, so he's hitched his wagon to this swinging away, and I think he's going to keep doing that. He's just trying to sneak across a little bit. It's clever captaincy to bring the cover in short, trying to save that one.
Same areas again, and catching, opportunity taken. No mistake at all. Jaspal Singh finally gets bat onto one, and look at the joy. Well, it ends up being a cracking decision. Well, so far it looks that way, doesn't it? He had so many options. Matthew Siddle comes on, and, well, he's taken a wicket, hasn't conceded a run as yet. The score stays on 107.
Yeah, poor Jaspal has a bit of a rough day with the bat, say the least, to Golden in the first game. But this innings probably hurts his team more than the Golden, because in the end, he's going to go for 1 of 5. You can see he has the right idea, I think, to go with the spin. He kept trying to hack across it, but he couldn't have hit it any closer to that fielder. And so, pretty simple catch. And if you think Siddle's excited, you'd be right. Because look at that, when the catch is taken, he was asked to bowl the 10th, and he is pumped up. And he's not the only one. Jaspal has to walk back for just the 107 for 4.
I like the bit that he goes running to celebrate with his captain, but the captain's going to celebrate with Hindley, who takes the catch. But no, that, I mean, not just that wicket. The 3 balls that have been bowled here at the moment have been sensational. But look, Fine Mughal, this is the guy that I think I would have gone for to come in. Let's see if I would have been right, because he's shown over the years that he's a very good hitter of the ball. It's an attacking batter, but he knows that he's up against here. And let's see if he's able to make the adjustment to the line that Siddle's bowling.
.1. Couldn't have hoped for a better start, hitting 11 to the 10th.
This is going to be too wide, is it? No, he gets it in.
That's
so
fine. Yeah, he moves cross early as well. Oh, I tell you what.
We're not going to see it. We're not going to see a wicket made in here right at the end, are we? Yeah, that's fine.
Wasn't even outside tramline anyway.
That's fine. It's a perfect delivery.
Mughal, he's going to do that again. And so's Siddle, and let's see what happens. It's easy to pick what's happening here.
And goes for it, and he could be gone here for a duck. He will be. It's going to be a Derek, and keep an eye on Siddle. Look at him go. Well, this is just crazy at the moment. 2 wickets, no runs is a double. We're on for a double wicket maiden here. Incredible stuff. Fine Mughal will go for a 2-ball duck.
Well, maybe a triple wicket maiden, who knows? But I mean, Siddle, he's got to be pumped, because it looked like he wasn't going to get a bowl in this innings and they weren't going to go to him. And then in last minute thought, they said, okay, we'll stick with a left arm spin against these right-handers, even though you got Prasad at the other end. He's going to stay at the other end. He won't face a ball in this over unless we see something like a wide and an extra run, but can't see that happening at the moment. But Fanya Mughal is going to go for a 2-ball duck. And with 1 ball remaining, 107 for 5. Malta are grounded. First and last overs. They only got 2 off the first over. They got 0 off the last. That means they have 105 off the middle 8.
Yeah,
which is a fine run rate, but this is really hurting them at the bookends.
This is where, I mean, you've got to play smart cricket, don't you? And they didn't play smart cricket. Any of these batters, you know who's at the other end. You know what he's on. Varun Prasad, your captain. He's just trying to get him back in strike, but they've played, swung and missed, and now we could see probably one of the most remarkable last overs.
I reckon he'll charge. Just a feeling. Last ball time.
Well, this could be another. That could be a 3rd wicket, and it will be. Have a look at these scenes. Have you seen anything like this? Absolutely sensational. Incredible stuff. Matthew Siddle finishes the innings with a triple wicket maiden. Is quite incredible. Sensational Malta stumble in the end. Well, they were on course for a 120 plus score, but then a 3-wicket maiden at the end means they stay on 107. And what frustration for the captain, Varun Prasad, who just couldn't get on strike.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sam Young takes 4 catches in the end, and there was a bit of a too many cook situation at the end. Dan Lincoln has a word with his charges there. But, I mean, in your wildest dreams, you come on to bowl the 10th over. There's a genuine toss-up about whether you go with the known of Rishton or the slightly unknown, you could say, of Siddle, who hadn't bowled an innings yet. But that over goes dot, wicket, wicket. And Roy didn't charge, he stayed at home, snuck across, tried to play it on length. But 2 off the first over, 0 off the 10th over. Malta 107, looks light on the board, but this has been a day full of twists and turns. Who knows what will happen in the second innings, but I can tell you, England 11 chasing 108 for a spot and a rematch with Switzerland in the final.
It could have been a dream start, couldn't it? We could have seen another royal duck. It wasn't to be. As Sam Young, well, he wasn't able to hold on to this, but the good news for England was, well, after that mishap, he didn't miss anything else as he ended up taking 4 catches. But boom, Basil George was on fire once more, wasn't he? Zishan, well, he was a little bit lucky.
Yeah, he had a couple of close calls, didn't he? That one ended up going to the boundary. Ultimately, though, Great would draw him into another false shot, and that one was taken by Young out there. Made a home for himself in front of the stairs, didn't he, Sam Young? But, well, the tank came out and absolutely tattooed that one, but it was a bit hit and miss in his innings, to be honest. Basil was still there, survived the early assault from Rich Edwards, and then seemed to find a little bit of fluency, and that one was absolutely smashed. I think it was still travelling pretty fast when it hit the trees, but then that one wasn't, and Basil, you can almost spot the instant his heart breaks in two as he had to walk back and leave it to the middle order.
Oh, that's so frustrating. I mean, look, that's how it is sometimes. You know, he batted beautifully, didn't he? You can take nothing away from him. 42, he made 5 6s, 1 4, but the frustration of not being able to get up and clean and over the bowler. And then that was a wicket, that was the biggest celebration you saw there from England, and you can see why, because when they got him out of the way, okay, there was a little bit of a fight back, wasn't there? So there was some nice shots played by Patanka, and Varun Prasad came out there and played some nice shots, but they quickly put the squeeze on. They bowled, I've got to say this, England, their slow bowlers bowled an intelligent line, getting the ball wide off the right-handers, but you can see that's the line they were sort of bowling, and you can see there was frustration. That was just bowling. He missed, and then he gets back on the ball, he gets out, he's frustrated. Well, look at Siddle here. Well, if he thought he was pumped there, well, there's more to come because he picked up 2 more wickets.
That's right, McGall, he would go in a similar direction. But here's the thing, it's great to have options. They have 3 left-arm spinners they can call on. If it's working, you can call another one. So it's good heads-up captaincy from Dan Lincoln, I got to say.
Yeah.
Kind of went with his gut and said, yeah, I could go the kind of known option of Rishton, who I'm sure would have done a good job, by the way. But you know, at the time, the batters were really struggling against left-arm spin. Even Prasad, though, doesn't face any in that last over. He'd struggled to balls that were wide of the off-stump kind of tramline type balls, and ultimately he'd have to watch the 10th over from 22 yards away. 42 for Basil George, top scores off 23 balls. Ishan Khan with 24, had a couple of lives in there, but still a decent strike rate. 21 not out for Prasad, but he was stranded at the non-striker's end as the innings drew to its conclusion. 16 for Patanka in there. And look, hardly anything given away. 1 no ball, 1 wide in there. England 11, reasonably professional there. Half the job done. 3 for 0 for Siddle in the 10th over. Quite incredible stuff. 2 for 24 for Greatwood was excellent as well. Rich Edwards bowled an excellent first over. Got away from him a bit in the second. Hindley chipped in with a wicket as well. Hatto with only 9 in his 1 over. But yeah, it's all about options, Rico, and England have heaps of them. They've also got heaps of batting options, but I think we'll probably see Young and Lincoln at the top, and they'll need 108 runs, England 11, for a rematch with Switzerland in the final. We'll take a quick break. Back very, very shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you after this break for more exciting finals day action here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to this contest, all-important one between England and Malta. Remember, the team that wins, well, they stay alive because they will be playing in the final later against Switzerland. The one that loses out, well, that's it, that's your lot. And, well, Malta were doing pretty well with the bat, and we thought they were going to get to a sort of a 120 score, but things fell away towards the end with, well, what can you say? How do you put into words that over that we saw there from Siddle? It was quite unbelievable. Matthew Siddle, the young man, bowled a fantastic final over. It was a 3-wicket maiden. I mean, that is incredible. So Malta, they stay on 107 for 6, and you know, with that score, you would imagine that England will be favourites. I mean, even if they have the sort of hiccups that they did against Switzerland, well, they still did get to 110, didn't they? So you'd expect them to get this, and that's what the win predictor is thinking here as well, 91% to 9%. And I'm not sure why, well, just ignore the Switzerland. I think that was probably supposed to say Malta as this one gets played away, and it's going to be 4 runs to start. That's going to make Sam Young feel a little bit better. Remember, he got a first bowler against Switzerland, so 4 runs straight away. And probably, again, it's a bit of a surprise here. They go with Jaspal Singh. Now, surprise because it's a risk. I mean, for me, you bowl your best bowler, and the way that Abbas has been bowling, it's got to be the one for me. I go for it, it's going to be 6, and this is the danger. When you make a call like this, then if this over goes magical, then it sort of takes you out of the game. I'm not sure what the thought process was when Varun Prasad, the captain, goes for Jaspal as opposed to Wasim Abbas, but yeah, well, so far it's 10 off the first 2 balls, so a lot of pressure now on Jaspal. And he'll go again. Now this is just easy hitting, isn't it? Bolle, 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 boom, 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 shakalagea. Eyo. Well, England, they're up and going, and that change, having Jaspal to open up is not going to plan, is it? He's just bowling, I've got to say, hit me balls at the moment to Sam Young, and Sam Young, well, we needed a bit of hitting practice after the Golden Duck. And he's, well, he's hit 3 balls to the boundary. Looks like the bowler wants to move a field. He wants to have 2 men straight, but he can only have 2 men out. And the only way he can do that is to bring the man in on the offside. And not making that change just yet. Young will probably go down the ground again. Well, no, it's a wider delivery, better delivery, I have to say, from Jaspal. So Young happy just to play this out on the off. A single gets taken. I'm looking at this field as well. I mean, 1, 2, 3 guys behind point. It's a sort of field that's set to somebody who's really coming in and getting the ball, hitting the ball hard outside the off stump. Not somebody who's bowling this sort of length. Dan Lincoln quite happy just to take the single. He knows that this is already a cracking over. No need to take a risk. Yeah, so I think to the pace that's being bowled here, I think those 3, that cordon can be moved around a bit. So, well, it's some of the guys reading the book. Maybe it's an instruction manual on how to play cricket. Who knows? But that one is going to go all the way. Well, no such manual needed for Sam Young. Well, there we go. Well, maybe. Well, we know that that Rishton is a teacher. Maybe he's getting the boys to do a little bit of homework. And maybe they need to do a little bit of homework and read up a few things after that defeat to Switzerland. Well, boys, come on, get reading. Get your eyes in that book. And do your homework and get, well, there is Rishton. We know he's a teacher. And Andy Rishton, I'm sure, is being watched by lots of his students. Wishing him well and Team England well. 24 coming off the first. Okay, so doesn't work. Wasim Abbas now does have the ball coming in to Dan Lincoln. That's I think that straps the pads and it will go for leg buys, will it? No, dead ball being called here. So dead ball being called. Interesting. Let's have a look at this again. So I want to see this again. So okay, yeah, fair enough. I don't think there's not a shot being played there. So yeah, I think that's a good call for me. Oh, hits it flat and just out of the reach of Wasim Abbas. That's going to be 4. There. Dan Lincoln, captain of England. A batter that we know when he does get going, he can be very destructive. Changing the field early on. Third man comes up, so long off can go on the boundary, long off back, and a sweeper on the offside. Same field as they had to Singh now. And trying to get it in the gap. In comes the throw. Sam Young gets there comfortably. Basil George doing the work. Malta need wickets, need breakthroughs. I think they would need to really be getting Young, Lincoln and Bevan, send them back and do it quickly. Gives them a chance. There he goes down the ground. The fielder coming across, but he's not going to get there. There's going to be 6 runs. And the Young has played this shot really well down the ground. He's toying with the captain to say, well, you've only got one man back there. Well, if you have long off back, I'll go in the long on area and vice versa. So Varun Prasad has got some thinking to do here. Does he make a change in the field? Abbas. Goes short and beats Young. A good comeback from him. It's going to be 4 runs, and after a good delivery outside the off, which does trouble Young a little. It goes down the leg side. It's a Gandhi ball. That's going to be 4 runs. And it's not that what was needed. So England off to a flyer really here. It's the end of the second over. They are 39 without loss. A good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo as we see the helmet that's been left down there by Chinjal Sudasananan. And Vinny, it's not the start that Malta wanted. England at the moment looking pretty comfortable, and Sam Young, well, he's looking to make amends from the earlier golden duck that he had against Switzerland.
England dishing back a little bit of what the Swiss did to them in qualifier 1, really, with this start, chasing a fairly modest target. Anyway, McGall's going to come on, try and reverse the narrative, but Young's out of the box, 33 off 8. Lincoln facing this one.
Gets played away for a single. Fine McGall. Let's get the ball to swing around a lot. I mean, I don't think there's any conditions that he can't swing it. They keep the field the same. What's your thoughts on this field with these 3 men here? I mean, when they had it for Jaspal certainly didn't have, I think, the pace to get them to play in that area. A bit of an inside edge, chases on, but I think you might as well give it up. There's going to be 4 runs, but one man who will try everything to try and get there because he's a little bit of a pocket rocket, isn't he? Is Sudasananan. He can't get there, it's going to be 4.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, I like that they're thinking they've got some sort of tactics here, but you're feeling like this game's on borrowed time, aren't you? With England 11, 10 wickets in hand, bunch of batters lined up and ready to be put into action if necessary. But, Malta making the finals for the first time this year, but this looks like this will be it. Unless there's something that happens, and this could be something. Sudasanan wants it, finally gets called off. Aurora takes the catch. So well, there you go. Malta with a wicket, and see if they can turn it into something more. And that'll be the end of Young, but not before a very, very bright start. He goes for 37 off just 10, and score 44 for 1.
Need wickets, don't you? That's how you win this match. Do Malta, and they get that wicket. So Young tries to go down the leg side. He gets, well, I think top edge here, or maybe a bit of the back off the bat. And Bikram, well, everybody running his way, and he says, it's mine. Stay away. holds on to it, and Fine McGarl gets a breakthrough.
10 balls faced. You take out the one he gets out, that's 9 balls. And he hits 7 boundaries. So that's exactly what you want for Young. Obviously, would have liked to have stayed there a bit longer, but has his team in a commanding position as Hindley comes in at first drop.
Yeah, Tom Hindley now comes in. So they've made a few changes, haven't they, to this number 3 spot. I mean, Hindley's coming in here. We've seen Freddie also come in at this time on occasions. Freddie Fellow, who's the 12th in this one. You do have Thomas Bevan there as well. Rishton's sort of going up and down the order. So an opportunity, and maybe the reason for this is that Hindley is a left-hander. Fine McGarl bowling to the lefty. And, it's aggressively hit down the ground, and well, not too much power in the shot, but the placement is good enough. It's going to be 4 more. So Hindley starts with 4.
Yeah, Hindley, he doesn't mind having a chance. Well, Malta have been resuscitated. They're back up to the 1%. I'm trying to picture the scenario where that 1 game in 100, that might be rounded up, happens. Let's just say it'll be pandemonium at the Cardimer Oval. Anyway, left-handed, left-hander.
Oh, Gandhi. Oh, great stop. Well, Sudha Sanan, brilliantly done by him. He's a lively character, isn't he? I love seeing him behind the stumps. I mean, sometimes
it's a proper 2-footed jump job. Look, doesn't really take any
like
skip steps, but looks spectacular. This will be a good shot of it. Flies into your screen.
Wonderfully done. Sometimes you've got to time down.
I was wondering if he was going to go for that high ball. I remember what happened the other night.
Yeah. Oh, well. Does this catch a bit of the bat? Let's have a look at the umpire.
This swings late and lots. Once you see it from straight on, which is the angle I was watching here. Just have a look at this tail in. Really late. It's going miles down the leg side in the end.
Yeah, it's missing by a long way, but look at the movement there. That's what
gets that late movement, doesn't
yeah,
he?
that's what Fian can do. So, yeah, if you could get that one right. Okay, well, I think Lincoln knows what's coming his way. So has hit 1-4. It wasn't the most graceful looking of shots. And now he takes himself outside the off, but there's a great bit of fielding. Well done. And look at this. Well, this is a stop and a throw.
What a throw.
He throws his line down backwards.
Throw this. He throws it when he's still falling. Anyway, the 50 comes up. England 11, 1 foot in the final. It's 50 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, an opportunity to look at that bit of fielding again. I suppose Malta will probably feel they're doing things right because the rate is going down, but they did start with 24. But just have a look at the way that that innings started and finished from Malta. I mean, quite exceptional. Siddle was great in that last over. A 3-wicket maiden. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. I think I've seen on the European Cricket Network when the last over's been a maiden, you know, just a normal maiden, maybe a wicket maiden, but a 3-wicket maiden, never.
In the last over, yeah, not often. Sometimes in like a dead game, you might have things peter out a bit if you're bowling at 10 and 11 or something, but it was a great snap bit of captaincy from Dan Lincoln, I think, to stick the left arm spin. It couldn't have gone any better. Going to go to some spin here with Amir in the 4th.
Imran Amir might get a wicket straight away, and I think he will, you know. So it's a second. It's I've got to say, it's a horrible shot from Hindley. I get the feeling this might have even been going to be a wide down the leg side, but, well, it's going to be another. So Hindley comes and goes. England now are 50 for 2.
That's why they've played all tournament, though. They're going to risk their wickets occasionally. It's not going to work. And these things, you look like a genius if it comes off. If not, then you kind of look a bit foolish. But they're all going to do it. In the end, he's caught in about 4 different minds, isn't he, Hindley? And Sudasanan, he's quick to jump on it, make it his. So Hindley does get a 4 to his name. He is the second to 4. Amir with the immediate strike. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Amir. I mean, he's a great character. We love watching him in Malta. And did he do his little ball celebration when he took a catch the other night?
Yeah, not only the ball, he was on 2 separate phones. He had the ball as one phone, and he had his hand as the other phone. I said he looked like one of those Wall Street guys in the mid-80s. He was on so many calls at once. Anyway, time for new batter. I think it's David Scott coming out at 4.
And he wants to go big straight away, and just out of the reach of Varun Prasad, and he will go all the way, 6 runs.
Yeah, I've liked Scott here. I think he comes in, I think he's got a good technique, but he is built for power, isn't he? And he has a very nice swing of the bat there, just carries Prasad. If he was kind of fixed in that line, then he probably had a chance to catch that, but get one just out of his reach, and 6 more.
This is one that's hit straight down the ground. Jerome Peters has to get out of the way of it pretty sharply. It's going to be a single. Dan Lincoln now back on strike. Hasn't really got going as yet. 7 of 6 deliveries. I wonder the role he plays here. I think he feels that he's got to try and stick around and see this through.
Yeah, I think I'll still go for it if it's there. He plays that one pretty risk-free. Think about Dan Lincoln. He's a big game player. Remember, Italy set them a 140 chase 2 years ago in their group, and he scored 100 to get him through. In the 149 chase in the ECC final in 21, he saw him through. Good work by Citizen to at least get a finger on that. And has the ball fired back in his direction. But yeah, along with Harrison Ward, he batted very, very well in a pressure situation there when we were, I mean, it's 2 years ago. Remember that feeling halfway during that final when Belgium put 148 on the board against England, and 148 looked like 168 in those days.
Okay, this is another catching opportunity. Imran Amir wants to take it, and he gets it all wrong. And this time around, I think Imran Amir has got that bit of swag about him that even the wicketkeeper, Sudha Sanan, says, well, I'm not messing with him, and this is a big moment, That's a big moment.
Well, Sudha Sanan whips his helmet off kind of baseball catcher style, but then he has to go around the batter, so he takes the indirect route. So Mir is left to him, and in the end, he couldn't find the drop zone. That hurts.
Wants it. Can he get the throw in quick enough? Oh, direct hit, and he's gone.
He would have been gone too. It's great bit of fielding by Jasvinder. And look, I can kind of see what Scott's thinking. He's saying, look, I've hit that so well, even though it's going to go to the fielder quickly, he's going to have to dive, pick it up, and probably hit the stumps. He could have done, we did 2 out of those 3, but it wasn't enough to get the run out. England 61 for 2 after 4.
I have to say, I mean, they're lucky they got off to a good start, aren't they? That over from Jaspal went for 24, and then Abbasis was a little bit expensive as well, because they're not really doing this. I wouldn't say they're comfortable. They're being made to work here. And you just get the feeling that if Malta bowl accurately here, that a few more wickets could fall here, and this could end up being trickier than England would like.
Like I said, can't really see the scenario where Malta get back on track, if I'm completely honest. Well, here we go. We don't have Magic Spray Mary here this afternoon, but we've got maybe Magic Spray Roberta coming out. And I don't know what this is for. Maybe Sudha Sanan, I think, who wants a little bit on the fingers. I wonder how many cans of Magic Spray they go through in a tournament here.
Here we go. He's saying just about there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. Big shout out to all the medics that are on hand. And of course, they've been doing a great job. So Siddhasan will be okay now. He says thank you very much. He'll put his inner and his glove back on.
So you know how you said looking uncomfortable? I think the England 11 have trained themselves to be uncomfortable. I think they've trained themselves to play shots, push yourselves to your limit, because we have confidence. We have so many batters. So they're being ultra aggressive, and you've got the insurance policy, if you call that, of someone like a Bevan still to come. You've got Rishton still to come. It's just, I think they are really just kind of pushing themselves to the extreme as far as aggression goes.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but I'm going to give you a question here. But were you not expecting the same sort of hitting that we saw from the Irish?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the way Ireland were hitting the ball, right? I mean, they were hitting it big, clean, miles. And you can see here, like that one, yeah, great shot. Okay, so they have got good batters there. That's a nice sort of sweep shot, goes for 6. So Dan Lincoln gets his first Maximo. But when you have a look at some of the other batters that have come and gone, Hinley, for example, and one or two of the others, Scott, who's there, who just got very lucky. But they're not whacking it big, are they?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think they're very capable of doing something like that. I just think that they probably haven't had guys in the kind of form that, for example, those Irish guys you mentioned were in their group. They've had a few guys I think are very, very capable of doing that. We've seen it at times, but we haven't really seen anyone play the big innings, let's say.
Yeah.
Or not often enough we've seen that from the England 11.
This is going to be an easy hit. This is what Dan Lincoln loves to do.
So smart.
It's his favourite go-to, isn't it? If the ball is short, if it's on leg stick, look how quickly he moves. Watch him go here. Watch.
He premeditates this because there's no fine leg. So he says, I'm pretty sure that every single ball delivered to me, I can get in that direction.
And we were talking about this last night, that we haven't seen too much of this from him. But look, the field the way it is here, and now they're forced to make a change.
It's situational. So I think that's the right time to do it. Shows me he's thinking clearly. And Aurora, yeah, you're right, he's forced into that field change. Lincoln faces up again.
He clubs this hard. The fielder should make the stop, and does.
And here's the thing. England 11, just watching these guys, remember, they only got 4 guys that have played here before, right? I think that if they get through this group, they'll be much better for the run. You know, and you know, form's one of those things that kind of comes and goes. Well, that one looks like high as well. I think it's going to be a 7-up.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at this. I mean, the umpire's not given the 6 signal yet because he might have to signal a no ball first. I think he will.
You've got to be consistent with these. That's the main thing. Whether you think it's too harsh in the balls or not.
Too high.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were called hitting belt height. So, again, that just shows it goes both ways. All you're asking for is consistency. It is a hit-me ball, let's be honest, when it's a spinner. But Scott does cash it in, and now a free hit coming up.
Yeah, 7 up there, and 79 for 2. Free hit coming up from Aurora, who, of course, has had a few issues with the bowling in this championship. Let's just say that, shall we?
It's the best and worst spells of his life, really, in this series. It's England closing in. 29 required. They've got it down below, run a ball now. Free hit coming up.
Catch it.
Well, this ain't catch it, but do they know it's a free hit? Well, no, he doesn't get anywhere near it. The batters should, and will come back for 2.
Yeah, well, he gives away a run. The catch didn't matter, but he still wanted to keep it in front of himself, and now almost coming away for 3rd.
Ooh, wow.
Oh, well, that had everything, didn't it? It'll be 2 runs in the end.
Lincoln has got itchy pants. Just have a look at Dan Lincoln here. I think if both batters were alert when this ball, look, so it should have been 1. It was a free hit. The catch wouldn't have mattered. They take 2. Look at Danny just waiting, making sure that his partner's coming. Then just here, if they were watching, it was definitely another on. Play that into the offside. It will just be a single as Varun gets the throw in, but it's a good over this for England. It's Bikram, he's already gone magical with the ball to go.
Lincoln just doing what's necessary here, isn't he? Good player.
Yeah, he's quite happy to take the single. 1 is the call. He'll go back on strike, as that is the end of the over. 22 come off that one from Bikram Aurora, not going to plan. And England, they gain along nicely at this halfway point. 83 on the board, 2 wickets down.
This is where we're at on finals day, and you can see England 11 having to do it the hard way. They're going to have to play 3 straight, and looks like everything going to plan here in qualifier 2, although Malta certainly made England work for it. Switzerland waiting in the final. The final will start in about 2 hours and 10 minutes time, so we've got a bit of an extended break, but set your alarm, set your watch, whatever you have to do. You don't want to miss that rematch of what was a really memorable qualifier 1. Wesley Marbus, he's bowled his heart out for Malta. He's going to come to bowl the 6th.
Yeah, yes, bowled well, isn't he, Wasim? But that one, it's going to be 4 runs. He just manages to get this into the gap. That's another thing here, I think, from Malta. I said it right at the beginning. I just don't think they've got the field 100% right. I mean, when you get a good field set, a lot of these shots like that last one is going really to hand. I mean, Abbas once again. That's a good delivery. And, well, how about this? It's cleaned up the non-strikers then. Off stump, almost out of the ground. And I think Tyrone Peters is lucky still to have He's leg intact. I think if this doesn't, it would have been interesting how quick Tyrone Peters was moving here. If this doesn't hit the stumps, it could have been right onto Tyrone.
Well, you know LBW, leg before wicket. This was WBL. That's wicket before leg. Because if that doesn't hit the wickets, Tyrone is wearing that one. And he's probably got a bruise for a while. But, yeah, well struck. Stumps to the fielding.
Abbas. And he comes again. And high up in the air. Opportunity. Wasim Abbas. Under it. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Doesn't get anywhere near it. And that's the second sky that we've seen. We saw that. And both times it's been off their own bowling. So Scott gets lucky again. He was dropped on 7 by Amir when Amir was bowling. And now he gets dropped by Wasim Abbas. And, well, I think we might need the magic spray to come out there again. Oh,
yeah,
dear.
well, that was a proper sky job. I mean, it almost landed on the stumps again, didn't it? But Abbas, he's saying, look, just give me the ball. I'm going to try and get on with it. But he's looking down at that hand. Again, stumps, are they an issue here? Because he has to, never gets under it because he's a bit worried he's going to step on the stumps, I think. Anyway, England have it under 19 now. Who's licking their lips about this Group E final? Full toss, hammered. That's going to be embedded in those bushes. I think it'll be new balls, please. Maximo, England 11 to 95. And Lincoln, yeah, just with that full toss, he wasn't too worried about where the fielder was. He thought that he should get it over if he hits it the way he should. That's exactly what he does. Malta, you got to give them some credit as well. Remember last year it was a bit of a heartbreaker for them. They didn't qualify for the top 4. They missed out on a fraction of net run rate as France went through after one of the craziest games of the year. But they have made it not only to the 4th, but also they've gotten into the second last game. So they'll finish in 3rd place in this group. So, you know, Malta, when you think about where they were a year ago and watching helplessly at the Sunset Beach Club while France stole their spot in the finals. And really, that was a tournament of missed opportunities last year. Talked a little bit about that 147. They started looking really, really good. Luxembourg chased it down. And then it all kind of fell apart with Malta losing to France a couple of times. Last ball of the over.
Cut away. And the fielder should make the stop. And real nicely done out there by Zishan. Yeah, Zishan as well. Look, coming into the team this year. He wasn't with them last time round. I mean, he's made an impact as well. So, I mean, they should be very happy with their performance. But there's just those little things that, and I just think for me, they've just missed that one bowler. They've been one bowler short for me.
Yeah, and if you can find his passport, I'm sure he'd be happy. Waka Afridi Ahmed, I'm sure he's watching.
I knew you were going to come back with that. Afridi, give us an update.
So probably their best bowler during the Valletta Cup was Waka Afridi Ahmed. And unfortunately, he left his passport and identification documents in a small bag. And he left it on top of the car. He forgot it was there, got in the car drove away. That's why he couldn't travel.
Have you ever done that with anything?
I can tell you, I've actually, to be fair, not on top of a car.
Okay.
I'm going to make him seem a little bit less silly in a minute, or make myself seem more silly. But first, let's watch Amir, who's coming back in the 7th.
And adios, Balota. That is going to go all the way. And now England are just going to be one hit away from a victory and booking their place in the final. Too short, too wide, and this is just easy peasy for David Scott.
All right, so my bag with my passport in it, I have left on the plane twice, and I've had to go wait around while they get it. Anyway, this could be it, and I think it will be it. Game, set, Maximo. Scott finishes things off, and we do have a rematch of Qualifier 1 in the final. It's the end of the road for Malta, but they have certainly done their nation proud. But they'll finish in 3rd place this year in the group stage. England 11, they're back on track, and they will meet Switzerland in the Group E decider tonight.
Yeah, it's well done to England. You can see, nice to see the players congratulating each other. Imran Amir, the first to go up to the England captain, Dan Lincoln, and say, look, well played, and well, a few other players coming across there. Yeah, Malta, look, they should be very happy with the way they played. I mean, you mentioned the issues that they had last year when they did finish 5th. They didn't make it into into the group final. They were in Group C. They only won 2 matches, and there were some that they lost that they should have done better. Well, I think that's Marta Maria there. I
Trying to give out some high fives.
Those nails anywhere. And yeah, Marta Maria doing a great job there. Well, the fans are happy. They're smiling again, aren't they?
Ah.
Well, they were quite.
There's Julian as well. There's Dave B in the background there as well. So, yeah, trying to hand out some high fives and left hanging, if I'm honest. So this is where we are, Group E finals day. Switzerland taking on Dream11 in the final, and we're pretty much 2 hours away from the anthems. So make sure you join us for that. There'll be an extended break coming up now, but the lights will be on. And those two teams played out a brilliant game earlier on. And, well, maybe time for the English to do a bit more homework in the meantime, because that will be the match that decides who comes back and who is going home after this game. As we look at the chase, and Young certainly got them off to a flyer, didn't he, Rico?
Yeah, he certainly did. 37 off, 9 scoring shots, really. He was out of ball number 10. But yeah, he gave them the start that they needed. And as you saw there, Sudasanan, he was, well, chasing everything, wasn't he? But there was opportunities, and you got to take him. And Bikram, when he called everybody off to take that one. So that was the end of Sam Young. But Daniel Lincoln, well, Dan Lincoln was still there. He was keen to stay there. Hindley came, played one shot to the boundary, then he went. As Sudasana does take the catch. But then David Scott, I like the way he came out there. Very positive, very aggressive innings. Went after the ball. And, okay, he did have a bit of luck. He was dropped on 7 by Amir off his own bowling. And also dropped on 17 by Wasim Abbas as well off his own bowling. But, you know, sometimes you just need things to go your way. And it did for him a very good 29 of just 9 deliveries.
Yeah, and so no real dramas here for Dream11 in this chase, especially with that really good start they got. Lincoln looked on. Lincoln's the kind of guy you want as a captain. He brings his best when your tournament's on the line, when a big game's on the line. And it really, was aggressive, but also didn't take too many risks in that at all. Well, look and see that some people were giving Marta some high fives. I've got to say those nails.
Hello, somebody. Hello, somebody.
Pretty cool nails in our spring production crew. Got to say that. Karina's also got some very good nails going on. I think the guys could lift their game a bit, to be honest. Anyway, got 3 30s in there. Young with 37 set the pace, and then Lincoln and Scott got their team home. Hindley went 4 and out. And well, Malta, like I said, a year's a long time. They've had a lot of international cricket. They've had a big summer. Obviously, we'll be back in Malta soon, so I'm looking forward to seeing those guys again. They've done themselves very, very proud. In the end, Magal was a wicket taker, so was Imran Amir here. Wasim Abbas couldn't quite find the magic again, but he had a very good series. So I just think it's a great breakout series for someone like a Basil George. We've seen him do it before, but to do it again against kind of next level attacks, I think is really good. And I just think Malta, they play a fearless kind of game. Good to see them kind of playing that way against Dream11, but once again, they weren't quite able to defend their total. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in 2 hours' time. We'll have the national anthems, of course, and we'll have a bit of pre-match stuff. But the lights will be on, and a ticket to Championship Week is on the line when we return in 2 hours for the final. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take you home here on Group E Finals Day. We'll see you very, very shortly for more action right here from the Khartoum Oval. It's the home of European cricket, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back. It's Group E finals time. And well, this should be an absolute banger. We've got Switzerland taking on the England 11 in this one, rematch of earlier in the day. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the two captains. Let's see who wins the all-important coin toss.
Thank you. Yeah, your call. European cricket. It's Dream11. You're going to bowl first.
So the news from the toss is that Switzerland, they win the toss. I think that's a big one because I know that both teams wanted to bowl first and weren't Switzerland outstanding earlier on. Let's see if they're a flash in the pan or if they're the real deal here against the England 11. Well, I think it's going to be huge. Who do you guys want to win here? I'll tell you what, it's getting a bit chaotic. National anthem from the way we go. Over your Group C final is coming.
Thank you very much to our very own Vinny Sandhu. Well, I don't know if anybody's seen him now. Well, after that argy-bargy, Vinny has gone missing. Well, I wonder if he's still hiding there somewhere behind the banners, but nice to see plenty of people in for this final. A lot of support, of course, for England, and the fan zone is absolutely buzzing. I want to say a very happy birthday to Ken Weston as well. Well, there he is there. He's getting the drinks in now, isn't he? As you can see, Andy over there and Sir Rob coming with him. Yeah, happy birthday to Ken Weston, and I know that it's Serena's birthday as well, so happy birthday to Serena as well. Felicidades to everybody that's having their birthday. Hope you have a wonderful one, and I hope that this result goes just the way that you're hoping. I know that Serena, we're probably hoping that Switzerland are victorious. Of course, Jason, her boyfriend, will be featuring in this. Well, yeah, it is party time. Get the cervezas down here, and Cerveza Victoria, our beer partner, will be doing very well here today. Well, welcome everybody to the final. Switzerland taking on England, and of course it's the big one. These two teams have met already once twice in this championship, but they've got one win apiece. Switzerland were beaten by England in match number 1 when England chased 119 with 10 balls to go. But then earlier today in the qualifier, it was, of course, Switzerland that were victorious. They gave England a bit of a thumping, really. England got to 110 for 9, and Switzerland, they got there, winning by 8 wickets with 20 balls to go. Well, they'll be hoping that they will be flying the flags. Julian Dawson there, and there's Dave as well, Dave B. He's giving it the thumbs up, and I think he'll be singing quite a few Sweet Carolines today as well. So a little bit of a fiesta here at the Cartama Oval, here in Spain, in Andalusia. We're getting ready for the players to make their way down to the field. They'll be led there by the umpires, and well, it's always a proud moment for both sets of players to be standing and listening to their national anthems. As the umpires for the final, Nilkesh Patel and Ian Rummage. I really do believe that this is going to be an electrifying night. I think that these two teams are going to provide us with a great final of Group E. Here, the European Cricket Network anthem playing. It is time for action. Which one of these teams will be victorious? Remember, the way it is at the moment, Spain have booked their place in Championship Week starting on Monday next week. Jersey as well. Italy are their island. Now, one of Switzerland and England will be victorious tonight. Two teams that have had 2 battles already, and it's 1-1, and it's quite fitting that the final will be the decider as the players make their way down to the Field of Dreams. It's the Cartama Oval. We've seen plenty of dreams fulfilled out there, plenty of magical moments, and tonight will be another one as well, as the players make their way out there and getting ready for their national anthems. It's going to be a battle of the Reds, isn't it? Very much so. And the teams and the umpires take their places. Marvellous moments for these cricketers. And who would have thought that one day that they would be here at the Field of Dreams at the Cardamom Oval, ready to do battle to see which team will be the winner of the group and be back here on Monday for the start of Championships Week. We're getting ready for the national anthems. And I know Vinny Sandhu is over there as well. We'll start with the Swiss national anthem, followed by England's, and the players dreaming at the moment, dreaming for glory, dreaming for success on a magical night lit up by the floodlights here at the Cardamom Oval. We'll go over now to Vinny Sandhu, who will be introducing the national anthems of the two teams.
Welcome once again to this Group E final. A place in Championship Week on Monday is at stake. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Switzerland. Switzerland captain in this Group E final by Ali. Please remain standing now for the national anthem of England. England 11 captain in this Group E decider by Dan Lincoln. Two teams show, but one has to go. Let's find our Group E winner.
Wonderful moments there as the players stand still and listen to the national anthems being played, and a wonderful moment for them, of course. A lovely crowd gathered here tonight as well, and the two teams get into a bit of a huddle for those final G-me up team talks. Switzerland, well, they've already done wonders in this championship, haven't they? I mean, that win against England in match number 12 in qualifier number 1, well, that will stay with them forever. But can they do it again? Do they believe they can do it again? It would be a major upset, there's no doubt about it. England favourites in this group, and well, favourites to return here next week for Championship Week. But can Switzerland do it again? I mean, they do believe. This is a team that I feel have got better with each match, and I think that's a big toss to win as well. Electing to field first, looking to restrict England to, I think, a less than a 120 score. They achieved that last time round, keeping England to 110, and then knocked them off with 20 balls to go. That's the plan, but for that plan to work, they're going to have to take 3 big scalps, and those two Well, they're the big ones, aren't they? So you got the captain there from England, Dan Lincoln, and Sam Young will be there as well. Those two have been in really good form. Tom Bevan maybe hasn't spent a lot of time out there in the crease, but he's dangerous. And David Scott, when he needs to perform, showed what he can do. And Andy Rishton, last year's MVP, well, he hasn't shone yet, and big players shine on big occasions. 72% to 28% in favour of England. And this guy was absolutely fantastic with the ball earlier. He did all the damage, didn't he? Ashwin Vinod took 4 for 18 in the win against England earlier. And England will know that they need to find a way past him. And I'm expecting him to get some good rewards from this deck in the evening. It does come to life, doesn't it? It gets a bit lively. Dan Lincoln will be taking strike. Sam Young, the non-striker. Hello to everybody all around the world that are tuning in. Now, a lot of people will be watching in the United Kingdom and Ireland via Viaplay. Here's the first ball of the final, and they'll take the single. The battle of bat versus ball commences. Trying to stay focused, trying to stay calm, trying to finish the job. That's what Switzerland would have been saying to themselves. Look, we've done it once, we can do it again. And England, well, they'll be looking to learn from the mistakes perhaps they made in the earlier contest. In comes Vinod to Sam Young, who also cautiously plays his away. Remember, he was out very first ball in that qualifier. So looking to get a much better start here. Greetings to Twilight and to Maya, who are in a chat. And of course, Steve McBay, Jules is there as well. And this one just a little bit short, out of the reach of the fielder. And this is going to go to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. It wasn't that short, but anything that's slightly loose is onto it. It was in the air. And an effort there, I think that's Jay Sin. That's trying to get his hands to that one, but that goes past him pretty quickly. The Cuatro Carreras, the first boundary of the night, the first boundary of the final. And Lincoln will go again, and this one is going to go all the way. Bolle in the zona. Shaka. Yeah, a little bit just too short once again, Vinod. And he's quick onto it, isn't he? So, 2 boundaries, the last 2 deliveries. Lincoln trying to stay focused. The captain wanting to make sure that his team get enough runs on the board. Vinod wants to fight back. And this is the good delivery, much fuller this time. That takes a little bit of pace off it as well. It's fielded out there in the deep. But Hassan Ahmed, what a story that was yesterday. 6 sixes in and over. I'm sure you've all seen that on the social media, going viral. Likes to give himself a little bit of room here. Lincoln, and Vinod gets the perfect ball into him. Great delivery, almost sneaks it through, doesn't he? It is the end of the first over. 13 come from it. This is the way that teams progressed to this final. England had that blip, didn't they? Which meant they had to do it the hard way. They had to have another sort of difficult contest against Malta, who were on a high after their victory over Romania. But England got past Malta fairly comfortably with Lincoln and David Scott putting good partnership together. Both men scoring in the 30s. Ali Naya, and well, this is a chance. Will it be taken? Oh, it just dropped short. Naya can't believe it. But Dan Lincoln, this is the sort of things that he was doing last year. It goes right outside the off stump to try and play this away. It wasn't quite on for that shot. He's very lucky still to be there. Look, he gets this completely wrong. Naya He gets this to creep up on him. We do know that the Grizzly is a bit more lively in the evening. Risky shot. And doesn't execute it well, but he gets lucky. And disappointed, doesn't go to hand. It's a nice looking shot on the offside. They do take the single, as is not taken cleanly. That's one thing that England will do. They'll run hard, and they'll challenge the fielders. It's a nice stop, though, there by Anish Kumar. I'll talk about players. What about him and that unbelievable catch on the boundary to get Ramesh Thiessen out the other day? Down the leg side, it's going to go all the way to the boundary. What is this catch on the way through? I think probably a bit of pad. Yes, it is. So leg buys, no chance really for the keeper. That one flies past Idris Huck. So 4 more on the board. Look at it, us man, stronger together. Yeah, that's our motto. Which team will be stronger together? Oh, just catches the inside edge of the bat there of Dan Lincoln. He wants to be aggressive, doesn't he, Lincoln? A little battle of the two captains. Well, they're all hyped up for this, and hyped up for the final. Well, the players being energised by the hype drinks that the players have been enjoying throughout this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. A little bit too wide, I think, here, and it gets called as well. Nice change-up from Naya, just not able to execute it well. If you think there's tense out there in the middle, I can tell you folks that in the fan zone it's pretty tense there as well. I think they know there's something to be concerned about here for England as Naya comes in again. And this is up in the air. He's going to get it over the 2 fielders. The chase is on to trying to stop the boundary. They can't do so. Sam Young gets his first boundary. So with the ball to go, England 25 without loss. It's a good start from them. And of course, I think these 2 batters are going to have to give them that good start. There have been a few woes from some of the others. They'd want them to put a good platform for them to build on here. This one is there in the slot, and that was always going to the boundary for me. It's in the area where Sam Young loves it, and he just hits through this beautifully through the covers. 4 runs is the end of the second over, and England rocking and rolling at the moment, 29 without loss after 2. We have a chance to look at how teams have progressed through their respective groups. Spain, Jersey, and of course Ireland, well, they won all their matches. They were undefeated all the way through. Italy lost just once. They lost their very first match to Denmark before progressing to go on and win the group final against Denmark. Now this one, well, both these 2 teams have lost a match and they've lost to each other. That's it. One of them will be victorious. The other will lose to their opponents once more, and that will be it. That'll be the end for them. Who will it be? Who's getting the golden ticket to return next week? As Mr. Maximo, he does return. I was concerned for his well-being, but he's okay. He's back. He's made it. Welcome back.
I picked myself up just like England 11 did in that last game. Is Jason. Oh, goes at the stumps. Lincoln trying that tactic again of jumping outside. Now, it's fine if the field's on. I suppose there's kind of a fine leg, but he's more of a kind of backward square. So there's a big gap between the keeper and that fielder, so he's looking for it, but he just shows his stumps that time, and Jay goes at him.
It's dangerous. I mean, he didn't do this all through until today. Now he's starting to do it, but he's doing it really early. He's not even looking where the ball's going. Look, here he goes again. Well, okay, he executes this brilliantly. Yes, it goes all the way. Watch out, watch out. There's a Grizzly, about 6 runs from Lincoln, but it's dangerous. I think if you're the bowler, if I'm bowling at Dan Lincoln here now and he wants to be doing this, I'm saying to myself in my mind, every ball is going to be a Yorker or an off spec.
It's a calculated risk. He has a little bit of length to work with. Well, we heard God Save the King a moment ago. That one's gone into the royal box and it came in pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, if that's Yorker, it's a lot more difficult to do that too. So, England 11, solid start. No early wicket troubles this time. It's Lincoln 20 off 8. This is the upside of that tactic, I suppose. He's got such good eyes, got such good hand-eye coordination, professional goalkeeper. obviously in the football leagues in England. Also, being a wicket keeper, he's just got really, really good.
Yeah, he's good. His
skills.
Agility is good. He's
Yeah.
flexible, isn't he? We see that when he's keeping. So there, to play that shot, he's actually almost playing it while he's falling over to one side of the wicket. It's an incredible shot to play, but it's a risky one.
All right, well, Jay, at the game of his life earlier on, can he do something similar in the final? Oh, it goes again. This is going to be a wide because it just misses the leg stump. It's if it went over the stumps, of course, it wouldn't be a wide, but yeah, Lincoln, he's sticking with his tactic. It's pretty close to going over the stumps. It's a hard one for the umpire to judge, but he thinks it does go just down leg side, probably has a point. Tries it again. This time doesn't really get it, gets the fielder. But yeah, Lincoln isn't going to actually back away too many times, if at all. So you kind of know it's a fake step, don't you, if you've been paying attention. And maybe it's just a ploy to put off Jay as well, the bowler. But so far, so good for Lincoln, who's 21 off 9. Now back to Young.
Yeah, this would be something that Switzerland, they will know. They know about Dan Lincoln. They know what he does. So they know where to bowl at him when he's doing this. So that's got to be part of their plan. It's got to be something they've discussed. Sam Young.
He's a good player, Young, isn't he? He won't have to hit this one, though. Again, it just swings around. Has all day, to be fair. It's not just an under lights thing, but he mentioned the kind of extra zip it seems to have under lights. And certainly there's been plenty of sideways for the faster guys.
Yeah, there has been. I think it's, we say under lights. I think the big thing is just a change in temperature, Vinny. From the temperatures before the start of this match to now. It does drop. It's cool. I think just basically that coolness and dampness gets the ball to swing around.
Another outswing, he picks it and he drills it, hits it into the dark. Maximal Young on. He's certainly not afraid of the dark. That one went miles.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Just look at the positioning. He goes down, doesn't he? Watch here. Down on one knee and says, there you go. Take a shot of that, if you will. Click, click, click. Smile, please. 6 runs.
The thing is, Jason's one of those bowlers that he does swing it, but it kind of swings from the hand a little bit. So I think Young predicted where that one would end up, and he got it spot on. 16 off the first half of this over. Bit length this time, almost a Yorker. Just played away for a single.
Yeah, nicely played though, all along the deck as well. So Switzerland have put a sweeper out there, and I think you need one out there, especially to Young. To Dan Lincoln, I don't know, to Dan, I would have him in, and I'd put my fine leg, a wide fine leg in for that shot that he likes to play when he steps across. That would be my thinking. Keep the long one up and move the fine leg back, and it looks like they are doing that. But he's not going fine. They've actually put square leg. I don't think he hits more to square.
But maybe
he hits finer.
Maybe you want him to keep trying it. Hope for a mistake. This is a slight back away and missed. I want to say a quick hello to Thomas Jackson as well as Matthew from Victoria. So they never miss a match. They're watching from Australia. Pretty late over there. And they just wanted to mention that. And well, I know there's viewers all around the world that are enjoying this, but what a difference the game makes. Jason in an uphill battle here to stop this from going magical. Last ball of the power play coming up. Oh, and gets it wrong. It's going to be called a wide. It's, yeah, I think he's kind of going at the stumps. He's just overcorrecting a few times in this over.
Yeah, thinking too much about it, I think, Jay. Here he goes for the slower Yorker, but once again gets it wrong. I think that's probably the 3rd or 4th wide in it, and that's the problem. That's why the over has gone for 17, but there's been a lot of extra deliveries. Can England make it count?
Make that 18. Last ball again. This time he keeps the outside off, and Lincoln, well, a bit like me, as soon as the sun goes down, the dancing shoes come out. Doesn't go magical, but does go for 19. End of the power play. It's a 48 without loss.
Yeah, strange shot. That one again, I think if he leaves it alone, that's going to be called a wide. And it's a shot that he should genuinely be playing out on the offside, but he gets I think he spoils a wide there, and it's a bit of false economy. It would have been a single and a ball to go. It could have given the chance to be a magical over. Instead, it just gets a single.
Well, Lincoln's a deep thinker about the game. Maybe he's kind of planned this all along. I know he's practiced it a lot. I just thought maybe I've stepped into the DeLorean and typed in October 2022, because this is exactly what Dan was doing on that occasion. Look, he won't care how he does it. He'll just want to perform in a big game. He is a big game player.
Yeah. While he's there, he's dangerous, we know that. Or while both of these batters are there, And both have made good starts. And well, this is a guy who's bowled very well. Abdullah Rana being brought into the attack.
Too short, whacked, 6, Maximo. Rana did kind of let the air out of the balloon a little bit earlier when he came on. That brings up the 50 for England 11, and of course, the 50 partnership between the openers.
Me, Vinny, if I'm Ali Naya, I'm not going to Rana here. There's only one man I'm going to, and that's Spin. And I'd rather try him earlier, and that's Anish Kumar. Try him earlier before England get too many runs on the board.
Another option, I think, is Musa Ahmedzal, though I think they like him more the 5th or the 6th. I think he's bowled really well during this tournament. England 11 back with a vengeance. Pushes this one too wide, so yeah, Switzerland on the defensive. They had the benefit of such a great start earlier. They kind of rode that for a while, continued to pick up wickets, but yeah, the issue now is if you don't get early wickets, you're staring at a long batting lineup. So if you get to kind of 5 overs and there's still heaps of wickets in hand, England are really going to be going for everything. Another wide this time from Rana. They think of a run, but they think against it.
I like what Rana's doing here. He moved the third man back because he's decided, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the off stump. I'm going to try and be in that off stump corridor. At the moment, it's just going a little bit too wide.
Well, this is beautifully played up and over the offside, and it will go all the way. Maximo! Another brilliant hit from the English skipper. He moves into the 30s.
Ah, dekh lo. Shakka lag gaya. And beautifully played. Lovely timing. Bahut acha shot mariya. Meri timing bahut buri hai. Dan Lincoln di bahut achhe shot marda. Movement bahut achhi hai.
It's a shot I can describe. Lofted off drive. The other one's not so easy. But anyway, England already have moved to 90% favourites. Rare miss. Sneaks through for a dot ball.
Yeah, this is all about the third man coming back up, and they're pushing the long off back. So Dan Lincoln says, "Okay, I'm gonna try and punish that," but he misses out on it.
Low full toss, could be trouble. It's caught. That's a really good catch by Hassan Ahmed because that was motoring. So Lincoln can't quite elevate this ball up in the block hole from Rana, and he becomes the first to go. Switzerland have something to show for their efforts at 62 for 1.
Big wicket. It really is a big wicket. I mean, I don't think it was the best of deliveries. I think it's, I mean, this is one that he could have stepped outside off stump and gone to play the shot that he plays. And that would have been good for this one, but he hits it pretty well, hits it flat, but, well, it's a great catch taken there by Hassan Ahmed. And what an important one that is. It breaks the partnership and it gets the dangerous captain, Dan Lincoln, out of the way.
Good start, though, by Lincoln. Although it's only a start, he'd like to have made more, but he'll have to settle for 34. 62 for 1. I think Lincoln, on reflection, he'll be a bit annoyed that he tries to drag it a bit to the leg side and kind of pull it a little bit, because I think that's the kind of ball with a line of it. He could have gone offside, he could have gone straight down into the gap, but he was kind of trying to hit it a bit to the leg side. Probably didn't need to. Too much bottom hand there. Rishton gets a gig at number 3 here in the final, and we know that he's also a guy that stepped up for them in Championship week last year, winning the MVP award, in fact. Goes straight away, but he'll only get a single.
Yeah, Rishton, a tremendous player. I think he was awesome last time around. If memory serves me right, he scored 200 runs for England, and he was superb with the ball as well, picking up 13 wickets. So I think Dan Lincoln say, look, you're the man for me, even though you're not being at your best. It's a big occasion. I need you to perform. And that's a good delivery. They're wanting it. They're celebrating. Nothing from the umpire. I have to say, just a little bit of body language from Sam Young. I think he's probably disappointed he's missed it, but yeah, he was maybe a little bit cagey there. The wicketkeeper likes it, though.
To be honest, I mean, we can't hear. There's a lot going on out there, but I think there's a bit of the 3-card trick about this one from Idris Hark, who kind of, he really tries to sell it. I know the bowler wasn't convinced with his body language, but anyway, benefit of the doubt goes towards the batter. It's 63 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, I think that one, because Sam Young's really disappointed he's missed out on the shot. I think he's just there thinking that maybe he's nicked it and he's disappointed because of that, but it's not to be. He misses that quite comfortably, actually. 63 for 1, but Dan Lincoln has gone. England will still want to keep going. What do you think they're looking at? Me, I think they'll think they need 140.
Yeah, more. I think they're thinking more than that. I think they're thinking 150 plus and really make it tough. But what a start from Musa Ahmadzai. We called for him. He gets one to slide in, maybe keeps a bit low on Rishton. But Musa gets the perfect start to the 5th over. Rishton knocked over for not many, 63 for 2.
Rishton has been moosed. And Musa Ahmadzai comes in and he knocks the stumps over. And it's that little skiddy, sort of slingy sort of action. The ball responds slightly differently. It skids through and Rishton, he gets done. Oh, what a moment. And watch, he is absolutely pumped. Shaba. Musa gets another.
Yeah, look, Musa's got a slightly round arm action. I think that's why he doesn't get a lot of bounce there. Just a single for Rishton in the Group E final. He's the second to fall, 63 for 2.
Musa Ahmadzai gets a very important wicket, so Rishton doesn't perform this time round. So there's been a few woes with the batting of England. Somebody's got to click. I wonder if they will go for Scott. Oh, what
the round arm action there, I think, creates it now. Slides one past the new batter. And right now, Switzerland with a bit of a comeback, but just look who this new batter is. It's Tom Bevan coming out, and well, he is class with a capital C. Tom Bevan. Musa, though, he's got a capital C for confidence at the moment. Let's hit down the ground with just a single. It's the fight back that Switzerland needed, really, because they were staring down the barrel of something huge. They still might be, but at least they've gotten a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that they'll be believing that if they can pick up 3 wickets, 3 early wickets, then they will be able to contain England. They're still believing that. Now, any one of these two is going to be a big scalp.
Another ball he can't get under. Yeah, these two, for me, pound for pound, they've looked the most kind of in form of the English batters. I mean, there's a lot of talent up and down the lineup, but for me, I think they've looked like they're striking the ball really well. They're confident. They're coming out there. Still 8 wickets in hand. I think it's a good pairing for England at the moment. Oh, it's pretty close and he's gone. Well, he tried to get up and under that to the leg side, almost trying to slog sweep Musa away, but the umpire Nilkesh Patel says this is on target as well. And England, all of a sudden, they're 65 for 3.
Well, they get the big wicket. Well, we were talking about if they can pick up 3 wickets early on. Well, they've had to wait for it. It was a cracking start from England, 48 at the power play, but now they have got those 3 wickets. Let's take a look at this. The thing about Musa Ahmadzai here is he doesn't get a lot of bounce, so if he's hitting him in front, I think the height doesn't come into play.
The thing is, he does go left arm very wide of the crease, though. But having said that, I think Bevan is a long way back in his crease as well. We'll probably see it in a second. But for now, Bevan has to walk up the stairs for just a single as well. Let's have a look at it here. It comes very wide. I mean, it looks a pretty good shout to me. It's not going over.
Yeah. Looking at this again, and I can't see that missing. That's hitting.
I mean, it might be an umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not. I don't think it's going over for me. It's getting a piece of the top of the stumps. I think it's a good call. I think it's the top right-hand corner of the stumps job. Really, it wasn't the right shot from Bevan, was it? He tried to go with that angle. You can understand that, but didn't play straight enough so early in his innings, I suppose. Musa has 2 for 2, changing the game in the 5th. I wanted him, I got him, and he's got 2. Hindley, the new batter, he's hit on the pad, but this is heading down the leg side. And so a leg by to finish the 5th, and what a start to this Group E final. 5 overs down, and England 11 are 66 for 3. Want to welcome you into the Dream Box on a balmy Wednesday night here at the home of European cricket, the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. When he's down to here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me. It's been a Group E of surprises. A lot of people thinking that England 11 are going to romp this home. Switzerland upsetting the apple cart earlier, and right now they're finding a way back in this Group E final.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people thought, well, E was going to mean England. E stands for England, but Switzerland are saying, we're not giving this up. You know, England got off to a great start, but those 3 quick wickets changed everything. Musa Ahmadzai, what an over.
What an over, yeah. It's been so accurate. I think accuracy trumps pace every single time in this form of the game, at least in these conditions. Switzerland had a really good summer. They won the Vleda Cup in Malta. That was a 5-way series. And this is edge, and it's gone. What a catch by Idris Haque. It's a thick edge, and Hindley's gone for a duck. Jason
with a wicket to start the 6. It's go Gadget Arms, and that's 4 down now, 66 for 4.
Incredible, what a catch this is. Well, you know I like my jalebis, and that is a jalebi catch. It's a one-handed grab from Idris Haq. What a catch this is. So Jason comes back into bowl. He bowls that good heavy length. It's a bit of a swing. Could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? And what a catch, fantastic.
Idris Haq is the kind of guy doesn't like washing the trousers. He doesn't get off his feet too often, but he still has range. And he sticks out that left glove. You know, sometimes when they're high and to your side, sometimes it's just more comfortable going into one hand rather than getting that right hand in the way. Hindley goes without scoring.
Well, he's going to be quacked off, isn't he? Here comes Derek. And, well, England now. Nerves. There'll be nerves here. We've gone past the halfway point, 4 wickets down. This guy batted well last time round, didn't he, with his captain? And, well, David Scott, he's got a lot of work to do here.
Pretty good guy to come in here, Scott. He's had some success this week. Facing Jason. And he goes aerial first up, and he's going to get 4. Hits it pretty late there, so it goes back behind point, a fair distance. And Scott off to a good start, 4 runs.
Yeah, good start indeed. And that's what they've got to do. Remember, you still do have Sam Young there. I mean, it's all happening at the other end for him. Sam Young is probably thinking, what's going on here, chaps? He's 18 of 9. So, Switzerland, job's not done yet. They need one big scalp. They need the wicket of Young, don't they?
Had 2 wickets to score now. What does it look like? They won't get one here. I mean, these guys are so good at going on the ground as well, I suppose. As they say in the classics, there's more room in the air. This kind of format with 5 outfields in play, of course, for most of the innings, all of the innings from now. Good fight back, though, from Jay. He certainly didn't have a lot go his way in that first over. It's a little bit unsettled, maybe, with the cat in a hot tin roof tactics from Dan Lincoln. Polly Young now is there, and he's still a big threat. And he's going to lift him up and out of the ground, or is he? Yeah, that's going to shoot the lights out. Maximo! Young, still there, still a threat, still banging him, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need this guy, don't they, Sam Young, because he could quite easily, with batters at the other end, just rotating the strike and playing 1 or 2 shots himself. If Young is there, if he's there till the end, they'll get the sort of score that they're looking for. Whether it'll be 150 mark, I don't know, but I think 120 to 130 in the night fixture is going to be a tough task. Slower ball, hits it, pumps it down the ground. The fielder trying to get to it and makes an incredible stop. What a lay on. Brilliantly done. That's what you got to do. And, well, there's that man again. He's been absolutely exceptional, hasn't he? And that's Hassan once more.
Hassan, yeah, he doesn't like diving very often. Oh, but he hits the rope, but does he land again before he touches the ball? See, I actually think this is fine because he's landed in the field of play again before he touches it. And I think that's actually okay.
Yeah, we could have a look at it one more time. It's all about, yeah, I think it's fine. I think you're right, and that's what they're going with, so that's okay. Yeah,
it's a pretty technical one, but I actually think it's the right decision. Nice ball the over. Nice looking cover drive. Kind of gets the gap, but the gap closes pretty quickly. It's a slightly dangerous 2-footed tackle. It'll be 2 runs as well into the 6th over. All action, all the time. This is the European Cricket Network. This is the Group E final, and it's 80 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, I'm just loving the action here, Vinny. I'm loving both teams. Well, it's a little bit of a tug of war, and England are trying to get to a good score here. They're not shying away from playing these shots. Switzerland, they're fraying themselves around, aren't they? What a battle we got here.
Yeah. I'll go back to that boundary stop because a few people might say, look, he's touched the rope there, so why isn't that 4? But the thing is, he never touched the rope while he was touching the ball, and you can't come straight from touching the rope or over to touching the ball unless you have re-established yourself in the field of play. And he does with the other foot, I think, just before he touches it. So it's a tough call, but I think they get it right.
Big over coming up, Musa. 2 for 2 so far. He's difficult to play because he doesn't get that bounce.
It's the big fish, though, Young, who's drilling him at the moment. Drills that one out to Krunamurthy for a single to start the over.
And Musa, if he gets the accuracy right, he will cause trouble. That one was just a little bit over pitched, but Young not able to beat the fielder.
Oh, does he hit this? Oh, you know what? This is maybe just sneaking. But he's a long way back here, Rico. And I know the angle. Don't get me wrong, I get the angle. Ahmed Zai's bowling. But I'd like to look how deep in his crease he is.
Oh, I tell you what, there's not. I thought the only thing could have saved him there was bat. There's no bat. That for me.
He's so far back.
That is a really close call.
Next one sneaks in. But I would like another look at that because he was so deep in the crease. Looks so deep. Oh, I don't think that's missing.
No, that's not missing for me. I thought I heard bat. I thought it was going to say it was the bat first. It doesn't hit the pad. I think, oh, that's a let-off.
One thing there as well. Hasn't hurt him too much so far since, but doesn't have a good look at it. You know, I think he's on the walk straight away. I'd at least like to see him considering what he's seeing there. And sure, you're always considering that angle. You have to, right? You have to. But he was, how far in front of the stumps? Probably only 20 centimetres, 8 inches.
The ball's not missing the stumps. I thought it was maybe a bit of bat onto it. Umpire signals legs by. That then has me thinking, how's that going to miss?
All right. Well, he's had two close ones, one given, one not. Now this is edge, and it's going to be away from the field. It's going to be 4. So Young, he's played a lot of shots from the middle of the bat. This one wasn't one, but it brings him another boundary.
Yeah, you can see this little moment. I think the next sort of, I say, sort of 8 to 10 deliveries are going to be so key here. England throwing the bat at everything because they know they need to get the acceleration going. Things like that will help. Switzerland hunting for another couple of wickets. If those wickets come, England, I think the pace they're going at will slow down. If they don't come, England will continue and get to that 120 plus mark.
What a good game-changing spell this is from Musa. He's got one more ball in his spell. He's got 2 for 7. Can he get a third? He won't. In fact, this is going to go for 4. 2 for 11, still decent. Well played by Young, though. That was a rare error from Musa, who goes at the stumps, just misses his spots. 4 runs to finish the 7th, and England 11 are 90 for 4.
When you consider the 12 balls that Musa Ahmadzai has bowled, I mean, that's the only one that he's straight down the leg. And again, he's gone down leg because he's trying to execute that Yorker again. But Vinny, I think he's very, very unlucky, you know, not to have got that LBW.
Yeah,
I've got to
well,
say.
you could also talk about the other one, which is marginal. But anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Well, finally, we get to say hello to the remaining 5 teams, or actually 5 of the 6, I should say, in the competition, because Netherlands we'll see for the first time on Monday. But Scotland 11, as well as Portugal, Luxembourg, Germany, and Norway, they'll be part of Group F. Only one spot up for grabs on Championship Week, which starts on Monday. Join us same time tomorrow. We never really rest, let's be honest. 9:30 AM GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 PM in India. Scotland 11, very impressive last year, but they've got some company in that group. Here's Anish Kumar, who's going to come on, so finally we'll see some spin. I suppose Anish, he bowls the 8th. If he bowled really well, then I suppose he makes a case to bowl the 10th. We saw England 11 using spin at the end of the innings very effectively in qualifier 2. Gets away with the first one, just a single. Young's on strike. Or in the air and gone. So now Young goes. And so Kumar gets it right. Young kind of rocked forward, went back, and he didn't get the middle of the bat on this. This Nick he doesn't get away with. He's gone for 34. England 11 have the staggers through the second half of this innings, 91 for 5.
Yeah, well, Anish, I was expecting to see him bowl over number 4, to be honest. Abdullah Rana came on. He did pick up a wicket, but went for 15. He just has the knack of taking wickets. Look, going back foot here, Sam Young, trying to create something, but gives the chance. The catch is taken. Another wicket goes. Nicely held by Osama Mahmood. So now it's going to be interesting. Look, you still got players. I know England have still got players that will come out. They'll throw the bat. They will get a boundary or 2. I don't think we're going to see a collapse from them, but certainly with Young out of the equation, I don't think the runs are going to flow as quick as what we've seen as Cameron Hemp comes out.
Yeah, Hemp is left-handed, which is just going to throw things a little bit as well. Pretty good matchup. I think he would have batted 7 anyway here, but maybe if there were many options, you'd still use him in particular because of the left-arm spinner on at the moment. So 91 for 5. Starts with a single down the ground. Oh, what a final. And just when you think it's going one-way traffic in 11, kind of putting things back on script. 5 wickets gone, quarter of the innings remaining. What's to come? This is the slightly quicker one, but doesn't work out too well at all. Scott lifts him up and over the fence. Maximo! England grab another 6 runs to the total as they approach the 100.
Yeah, good shot. Here we go, wait for it. Boom. Shaka. Oh, yeah, a little bit too short. And the batter rocks back and gets it away. And now he goes for another one down the ground. Gea. Shaka. Lagia. Manos. Arriba. Vidro porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, great counter-attack from Scott. And that's what this game is all about. That's what this finals day has been all about. Just when you think it's going one way, you know, the momentum shifts, and England back with it a little bit now. 100 coming up, 13 balls left in this innings. And now lifts it up again, so finds the heat at the right time. Great Scott, end of the over, 110 for 5 with 2 remaining.
Great aggressive hitting there towards the end. Well, David Scott, we know all about him. He was exceptional in the last match. It was his partnership with Dan Lincoln that got them that win over Malta, made 31 off 10. So you know he's not there to hang around. He's got a good strike rate. And, well, he gets England to 110. So, look, they'll be looking for 140 here. Want to be going at minimum 15 per over. I was saying the main thing is to get past the 120, and they look on here to do it.
Thing is, yeah, we're looking kind of 130s, maybe 140s. Unless there's a big change of momentum here.
You still do have, I think, Naya and also Vinod to come back. So
Yeah.
you got the 2 of the openers to come back. So it's all about how they deal with the pace. I think they might prefer the pace than the spin, you know.
Big finish, perhaps. This is hit straight, and slight fumble, but gets on it pretty quickly. There's Anish Kumar. I think it's, Kumar has one up his sleeve, but took 1 for 20 the first time. Obviously lost the matchup against Scott there.
I think you
So
go
I
with
think,
with Vinod.
You're going pace now.
Yeah, you go with
To the
Naya and
end.
Vinod.
He's got 26 off 8 on a heater. It's a bit carried away this time, although if he hits it, looks like a great shot. He doesn't.
Yeah, he just needed to get a little step across, didn't he? And it doesn't get behind it, misses out on it. He'd be disappointed he's missed out, because I think that was there for the taking. Naya gets in a dot ball.
Only Naya. Love the wicket of Scott just to get some of that momentum back. And this is high, and I think it's catchable. Outfielder's going to call it, and he drops it. Well, it was up a long time, wasn't it? And I think that's Ashwin Vinod out there. He probably wasn't sure it was his catch or not in the end. By the time he did locate it, wasn't quite able to get to the drop zone. I'll get 2.
That's could be a big moment, couldn't it? Scott getting dropped. He's on 28 at the time. Look, it goes a long way up. I mean, there's no way that I want to be underneath that one. I tell you that, Vinny, straight up.
Well, that's a really good shot. He's just going to drop kick that down over fine leg for 6. Scott with a bit of touch this time. Maximo. As England, for me, they're in the driver's seat here, but it's been a rocky ride.
Yeah, delightful shot. Are you talking about driving? It was nice to see that our bus partner there, Mateos, the coach part there in the background. I think Mateos and their staff are here enjoying this final as well. Yeah, big shout out to Mateos for all of their hard work and getting the player safely to the ground. Slow ball again, and he goes the same way. It's going to be 6 more. Shaka Lagia. Well, these are just exquisite shots. The timing exceptional. Scott has moved to 40 of just 12 balls, Vinny.
Brilliant hands and clever footwork, little shuffle across. And so just flicked away. Scott, got to get a half century here. 7 to come. He wants to strike. He's going to get it one way or another. So Naya's over, goes a bit off the rails. But I suppose 16 at this stage, not the worst. It's 126 for 5 after 9.
The momentum that England wanted in that over, but they're looking to take it through into this one as well. I was saying at the time they would be wanting to go at 15 per over for the last 2 to try and get to that 140. And that's what they're eyeing up here, and then their bowling is going to have to be pretty exceptional as well, because we know all about the strength and firepower of Switzerland. Well, that's one way to wear them, I suppose.
Well, sunglasses at night, you got to do it backwards, don't you? So, look, you know, second halves of overs. I mean, Anish Kumar, for example, in the 8.
That's better.
He went 1 wicket 1.
Yeah.
There's 1 for 2 off that half of the over. 6-6-6, second half of the over. So momentum shifts coming thick and fast. Ashwin Vinod's back for over number 10. Another little step across. Hassan Ahmed is going to cover it. to his right, and so just a single, and they're probably pretty happy to see Scott at the other end at the moment, Switzerland.
You'll take that. You'll take Scott just getting a single. So now it's about, right, what do you do with the field here? Do you bring a couple in to try and stop this single? Because I get the feeling Cameron Hempel trying to do that, the left-hander. I think they do come in a little bit, but you can't overcommit because you get the feeling they still go for the big shot.
Mixture of attack and defence required. Hits it straight. We'll get one. Alinaya cleans up, so Scott, man of the moment, isn't he here? What a great final so far. We've got plenty of friends on both sides, obviously, but we wanted a good final. We're getting one at the moment.
Good areas from Ashwin Vinod in this final over, getting the ball pretty full.
Well, he's more up and under this time, and two fielders going to converge here. Alinaya is going to take responsibility. It goes down.
Oh, well, they don't take the second.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he's super surprised it got dropped. I think that's one of those situations where the other fielder is in the back of your mind because there's two very good fielders down the ground. They spill this one, and so I suppose with 3 balls to go, we'll see if that affects things at all.
Can't believe they don't run the second. That is that's an error for England. Big error, because Scott should be back on strike here.
Yeah, 2 errors basically, and so Hemp is having a bit of trouble kind of elevating at the moment. Ashwin doesn't have a wicket to his name, but hasn't been too expensive. 16 off his over and a half.
Scott being dropped on 26 and they're on 42 as well.
Pretty good. Full straight. Another slight fumble. This time I think they will want one to get Scott back on strike. So it's one of those ones, I think, even if you threw away an overthrow and said, hey, do you want to take it? I don't think they'd take it. I think now Scott is in. He's been hitting the ball so well. Probably want him to face the last 2, you'd imagine.
I just saw him having a little look behind to see where fine leg is.
Eyes never lie. Is he thinking ramp? Well, he doesn't need to because he gets a hanging full toss, and that one's going to disappear. Maximo! Scott will face the last ball. He's 49, and England 136 with the ball remaining.
Oh yaar, ball se ki gandi full toss मारिया, बट के मारिया, चिपेर मारी बैटर ने, छक्का लग गया. That's not the ball you want to be bowling there. He didn't have to change anything. Didn't have to change anything.
Just an execution error. He's not trying to bowl that. Anyway, Scott on the verge of the half century. Last ball, seatbelts on. He'll get the 50, maybe even 51 here, because it's the last ball, you might as well run. They will pretty much concede the second. So, England 11, in the end, it's kind of a parish score for kind of top-level teams in this tournament. Scott brings up his 50 off the last ball. 17 balls for his milestone. Didn't he bat so well? Where would they have been without David Scott through the death overs there? But at the end of the day, it's a simple equation. The target for Switzerland will be 139 for a spot in Championship Week, or will England 11 return once again to the deciding week here at the Euros of Cricket?
बहुत बताया बैटर डेविड स्कॉट ने अपने हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली. कितना बढ़िया नॉक सीगा. And England, you're right, they definitely needed that from him. Felicia Davies to David Scott, half century, and he helps England to that 138 score. I said they wanted to be over 120. I said a 130 to 140 score is what they're looking for. They get 138, but I can tell you this much, folks, and you know it as well. They haven't batted this side out of the competition.
Yeah, no way. I mean, when you think about what happened earlier, but I don't know, something mental about just chasing a score that is in the 130s and above compared to chasing something, you know, around the 110, I think it was 111, the target earlier on in the day. Well, not surprisingly, the team's pretty hyped up for the final. Why wouldn't you be? There's a ticket in Championship Week on the line, literally throwing themselves off their feet a couple of times. Lincoln kind of went back to the future with some of his tactics, but I've got to say, Young, he is such a good striker of the ball. He took the game apart early.
Yeah, he played some beautiful shots, didn't he? And when other batters started to fall around him, he kept his nerve. And well, this was the one that the wicket, and he'll be disappointed, Dan Lincoln, to get out like that. Hassan still had to take a very good catch because that was hit pretty hard at him. And then, well, Musa Ahmadzai came and he ripped out 2 of the English batters. First, it was Rishton. What a delivery. He was pumped. Well, he weren't finished yet, because then there was this one, LBW appeal. That was out, and he was pretty unlucky for me not to have had another.
I suppose the thing with these LBWs, there were 2 ones that we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about that catch as well, weren't we? As go gadget arm from Idris behind the stumps, goes left glove to his non-preferred side. brilliant bit of keeping. But yeah, the thing with the LBWs was they were so far back towards the stumps. You know, back in their crease. The second one was almost standing on his own stumps and hit him in front. So that was kind of what we determined after having a few more looks at it. The umpires only get one. Young eventually went. We thought that was a bit of a turning point because he was a set batter. But what about Scott coming out blasting a 50 at just the right time?
It was a fantastic knock. It really was. It's the ideal time for him to come in. He played great shots. His strike rate was phenomenal. And the thing is, he did it against the better bowlers as well. But there were these two chances.
Yeah.
That one, Ashwin doesn't get hands to it. That was when he was on 26. He was also dropped when he was on 42.
Yeah, everything has been a bit topsy-turvy today, hasn't it? And this was the same way. A lot of people saying, why aren't they taking the second? I think he was in genuine shock that it went down. But anyway, all's well that ends well, I think, for Scott. He got a hanging curve ball and had to round the bases after putting that one out over the stands. And he was appreciated by his teammates. A guy who plays cricket for Wimbledon during the English summer. So as the lights have gone on, the action has been coming thick and fast here in this Group E final. England 11, 138 for 5 off the 10 overs. Scott with the innings for me, 51 off just 17 balls. And to give you an idea, he was going at 3 a ball. Young hit him pretty well, but he just went 2 a ball off his 17 balls. 34 also to Lincoln there. A few failures in there with Richton, Bevan and Hindley, but they didn't waste too many balls, did they? And so they were certainly able to make it up. Ultimately, it's kind of an average-ish score, but nothing average about the situation because that finals pressure and England 11 have an above-average attack. Moose Ramanzai, pick of the bowlers for me. He was outstanding. He's had a great day. 2 for 11 of his 2 overs. Wickets also for Jason as well as Abdullah Rana and Ish Kumar chipped in with 1 as well. We'll take a break, but do not go anywhere. Back soon with the exciting conclusion of Group E. Switzerland 139 for a place in Championship weeks for the first time. At England 11, I think they'll be comfortable enough defending 138. Let's see if their bowlers can deliver on a big night for European cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the home of European cricket, the Cardiff Oval on the Costa del Sol. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship 2023 with 31 nations doing battle over 4 weeks and 109 matches for the chance to lift the trophy and be European champions. It is England 11 against Switzerland here on a Wednesday night in this Group E final. Now, interestingly, that's not really moved at all. I think England 11 started 72% to 71% here. And so, well, Switzerland, you could say they've improved, but let's just agree that the needle hasn't moved much according to the supercomputer. But Rico Fulk joins me in the commentary box, and Rico, entertainment aplenty here on Group E Finals Day, and the final isn't disappointing so far.
Oh no, it's been an absolute cracker. It's been well, you could say it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. Dan Lincoln there, you saw him had his team in a huddle before they all charged out there and took their positions. He had I think a bit of a team talk with them. This guy against England was on fire, Idris Huck. He was the difference, wasn't he, in that win earlier when he scored a fantastic knock. Let's see if he can do it again this time round.
Start is everything here.
Yeah.
Start is everything. They go for Greatwood first, and he starts with a massive wide. That would have been a wide on anyone. But signal of intent, Idris Huck and Hassan Ahmed, haven't they been so great for the Swiss during the last 3 days? But interesting, they don't go with Edwards first up in the first over.
Yeah, I think just Dan Lincoln here, maybe just he knows that that's what Switzerland would be expecting, so just doing something a little bit different.
Wow, it's going to be a no ball, isn't it? I mean, it has to be a second for the over.
Yeah,
yeah, that's like top of the head. Yeah, weird that he'd bang it in that short. It wasn't like it bounced more than you thought. Now, you can change the field on free hit now. I think they've changed that regulation just to give the umpires one less thing to worry about. So, yeah, interesting start from Greatwood.
Yeah, it is interesting. And free hit now.
This feels like a big ball, doesn't it? I know it's early.
It's huge.
But, I mean, can you get this one away? Or can England 11 get out of jail here? Free hit. Missed. So he gets away with that first ball. Essentially just goes for two.
Yeah. That's a missed opportunity. You've got to make that count, haven't you? Even if you're coming down the track and you're getting something on it. But for that to be a dot ball, yeah, that's a let off. Remember this guy, just was talking about him, 68 of 27 in the win against England earlier. He's the big player. Dan Lincoln already toying around with the field. Gets one more across on the leg side.
Huck. Race up against another short ball. I think this one's below the shoulder. Can they catch it? They can. And England with the early wicket. Again, he bangs it in. And yeah, for me, this one looked about chest high.
That's out.
Yeah, I mean, it sticks to the plan. Huck's already walking. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, isn't it? That's why he started with those short deliveries. He was just getting into his rhythm. That's the one they wanted. One into the body is that high ball. I mean, if Corey was here, Corey would be saying that a lot of these batters, and he's absolutely right, are not used to playing deliveries that are sort of, on the bounce between the waist and the chest, and that's exactly where that was very difficult to get hold of. But still, this is such a good catch. Not easy in the night. Times the dive to perfection.
Chest high, and yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Scott's having a game and a half, isn't he? For England 11. Yeah, we can see the height. It's about chest high. It's what I thought. So I mean, look, credit I suppose has to go to the bowler, because that bounces more than he thinks, or he gets it slightly wrong. He got another no ball free hit situation, but maybe Huck wasn't expecting another one short, and he's going to have to go without scoring 2 for 1.
Yeah, and you know what? You have to reflect on that free hit, don't you? If he gets anything on that, he's not on strike. But I think because he misses out on the free hit, you just knew he was going to throw everything at this one. And unfortunately, the hero last time round, well, maybe it's going to be the villain this time. He's going to go for a 2-ball duck. That means that Malia Stanikzai is the number 3 batter that comes out and takes guard.
He's another kind of loose unit, isn't he, Malia Stanikzai? And, well, let's see if he can perform under lights. Hassan Ahmed at the other end hasn't even faced it, obviously. Great catch by Scott. Greatwood sticking to the plan that works. So England done their homework here, no doubt about that. And now I think there's a little edge on this. And so Staniczai goes first ball. Greatwood 2-in-2 on a hat-trick. And the top order has been ruined. It's 2 for 2.
No mistakes from down Lincoln. Staniczai doesn't want to go, but I heard it up here. That was a snick. Is going to be a first baller. And now, just like that, not only do we see a second wicket go down, but, well, Curtis Greatwood put his name in the Hall of Fame because this is a hat-trick opportunity now.
Yeah, it was pretty clear. I mean, maybe you just flick the glove because it's pretty high up. Lincoln does the rest, simple as you like. And, I mean, again, kind of instinct-based captaincy from Lincoln, goes with Edwards. It doesn't go with Edwards, goes to Greatwood instead. And Mally's going to have to go. It's 2 for 2.
Golden duck to Staniczai. And that means that we have an opportunity to see a hat-trick in the final. Greatwood was fantastic, remember, when we saw him first time when he restricted Malta to a 137 score by bowling the last over where only 3 runs came off it. He did take 3 wickets in that over. Can he take 3 in this one? Can he take a hat-trick?
It'll be a great time to do it. Osama Mahmood comes out. Well, again, it's one of those things, like we said, very start of the day. In fact, the more things change, the more they stay the same. We started with a 2-wicket over. In fact, 2 wickets in the first 2 balls in the first innings of the day. This is 2 in 3 so far. Do have time to recover. Right now, Greatwood's on a hat-trick. Osama Mahmood faces up, and this could be a hat-trick, and it should be a hat-trick, and it is a hat-trick. Greatwood in the final. Osama Mahmood tries to elevate, and England are all over the Swiss like a rash. It's 2 for 3.
Oh, exceptional, exceptional. Well, big players come to life in big matches. Well, Greatwood is the name and great is the performance here at the moment. We have a hat-trick. I mean, it was brilliant tactics, I think, from Dan Lincoln, the captain. He makes the change, a change that Switzerland weren't probably expecting. Greatwood, who normally has come on and bowled later on, bowls the opener, and we have seen a hat-trick in the final. This is it here. This is the hat-trick ball. Maybe Spring Productions can put all 3 together for us. That'll be nice. I tell you what, though, Greatwood, well done. And the catch safely taken there as well. So no mistakes at all. And Tom Hinley wasn't going to drop that. And Osama Mahmood will go for a golden duck.
Yeah, to be technical, plays a bit inside out, bat turns in his hands. It was skied, and yeah, well, Hinley did the rest, didn't he? And so we've had 3 ducks so far. With 4 balls in, we lost 3, we've seen 3 wickets go down.
Can I just think about something for a moment?
Yeah.
The last time England played, what happened in the last over?
Oh, yeah. Right.
3 wicket maiden?
Yeah, triple wicket maiden.
So this is the next time we've seen 3 wickets again. So yeah, there you go. England certainly getting better with the ball, aren't they? And of course, that man's playing here as well. That was Matthew Siddal.
3 times on the European Cricket Network we've seen 4 wickets in 4 balls. Could we have it here? Is Roshanth Karunamurthy, who is going to face up. Can he do the unthinkable and take a 4th in succession? Oh, takes it on the body, climbing over. But I said the start is everything. Greatwood bowled a couple of balls to the moon first up, but he's come back with a hat-trick, and what a time to do it.
It was all part of the plan, getting that radar adjusted, getting the antenna adjusted. And then it's been that, well, that heavy ball into the body that's been too hot to handle for Switzerland.
Oh, this one comes away off the pitch as well. I think it just sneaks inside. Looks like that'll be the end of the over. What a start. 2 for 3. This one breaks away, but I think it's just inside tramline. Good umpiring. And so that is the end of the first, and it's 2 for 3.
No runs off the bat. That was a wide and a no ball. They weren't over to cash in on the free hit. Switzerland missed out on that, and after missing out on that, the next thing we knew was 3 wickets fell on the spin. Incredible bit of bowling there from Toby Greatwood. 3 for 2. Shaba, sensational. बहुत जबरदस्त bowling की थी अपने Toby Greatwood ने अपनी hat-trick पूरी कर ली. Incredible.
So Rich Edwards, talk about
follow that,
having the table set for you, though. I don't think he's worried at all. But Hassan Ahmed, he's been a spectator so far, hasn't he? Hasn't faced anything. Still got 2 batters there that can certainly mount a resistance. But Hassan starts with a play and a miss.
Yeah, just incredible start from England. Of course, Switzerland are right on the back foot here now, and that's the issue. They've got good bowlers to come, and Rich Edwards will bowl this. I wonder if Dan Lincoln will maybe not even go back to Great Wood straight away. He might even throw a couple of spinners in, even in the power play, just to get a few more overs done and dusted while Switzerland are trying to recover. It's another swing and a miss, and Hassan probably is a little bit shell-shocked. He's been stood at the other end. He's seen all the action happen. He's seen wickets fall, partners come and go, and now he's trying to get things started here. No runs of any bat here so far.
The thing is, this kind of a total, you can't really win it in the power play with a bat, but you can kind of lose it. You know, like a start where you really struggle, say 10 or 15 at power play, it's almost impossible to come back from there. Hassan does get some bat on this. There's some hesitation. Hits is gone, and he misses. So Hassan could have been run out for another duck.
Yeah, throwing a miss there. I think that might be Matthew Waddle that has the shy, and if this hit, it would have been out. But I suppose they've got to start somewhere. Yeah, look, that tells you the story. Not even in the picture. So the first runs of the bat, it's a risky one. Krunamurthy, the left-hander.
He misses. That's a clever slow ball. Edwards will bowl it anywhere, anytime. 3 for 3. This isn't a football match you're watching. England 11. What a time for us to see the hat-trick drought broken. Remember, it was opening day. Lorne Burns from Spain, who took a hat-trick against Greece, and now Toby Greatwood, he has hat-trick number 37 of the season. He still has an over remaining as well.
Yeah, fantastic. On our Hall of Fame. This one might be okay as well, you know, just bowling a really good angle here to Roshant Krunamurthy. And Krunamurthy, if he's not going to be using his feet to try and get to these, I think he's going to be saying every time. And just having a look, they have got the third man back on the boundary as well. So we're going to just continue with this line.
Wow. Edwards, only one conceded. Can he get a wicket? Almost, but how about that for an over? It's unbelievable stuff from the English. There are 5 dot balls and a single in that over, and it is 3 for 3 after 2.
Yeah, Switzerland, we've got to start here now, haven't they? And just keep an eye on that rate. It's approaching, well, it has gone to 17 now, exactly 17 required per over. That's going to take some doing. It's not impossible, but these batters have to get going. We know that they can. Look, we're talking about Hassan Ahmed. He's a man who hit 6 sixes in 1 over yesterday. He's a tremendous hitter of the ball. Well, Krunamurthy, we've seen a lot of him in Switzerland. I watched him bat in St. Gallen's, and he was pretty destructive there as well. But it's all about making that start here now. I see that Hassan Ahmed just sees some movement behind the bowler there and says, no, I'm not quite ready. So Greatwood would go back to his mark. So they're sticking with Greatwood here. So yeah. I think this is all about Dan Lincoln saying, right, let's see if we can get a few more.
Well, I would be, no doubt about it. Now he gets a crack at Hassan Ahmed for the first time. And this should be another wicket. Lincoln doesn't drop these, and that's 4 for Greatwood in 7 deliveries. This is quite unbelievable what we're seeing. The Swiss top order has crumbled, and now it's in ruins. It's 3 for 4.
Greatwood is the great man because he takes another 4 wickets. Well, we could see a 5-wicket haul here in the final. I wouldn't put it past him at the moment. Everything he's doing is materialising to something good happening for England. Once again, he felt the need to go for it and misses it. He had no idea where that went, did Hassan? And yeah, look at Greatwood here. He's just letting Hassan know where he has to go. That way, buddy. You got to go that way. Hassan Ahmed, he fails as well. Switzerland are just collapsing here. They really are. And well, I know they do bat deep. They've got plenty of good batting to come. But at the moment, the captain comes out here. Remember, he batted well against England in the first match that they played when he helped his team to get to that 119 score. He made a very fine 30 not out. And the thing is, though, he needs to find another partner to stay out there with him. But he's got to get going first.
The thing is, put aside the fact they've lost 4 wickets. They've only scored 3 runs in 13 balls. Yeah. So even that aside, even if you sent the openers back out there, it's effectively like they're chasing 174 now. They're 17.4 and over. So Greatwood may catch a light here in the final. Can he get a 5 for? Well, that's a cracking shot. In fact, kind of eats up the fielder, and it's going to be 4. So Ali Naya can he be the man to try and turn this contest around? It's a mammoth task.
Finally something positive for Switzerland. A bit of an error from the fielder, but he's been hit pretty well out of the middle of the bat. He'll get 4 runs. And the first runs of the bat come off Greatwood.
Now, one thing we haven't had, Rico, and just remember when we last had one, it wasn't here. I'll tell you in a second. As this one, it's right off the shoulder of the bat, past a diving Lincoln, another boundary denier, but this one certainly not convincing. It's good heat from Greatwood.
Yeah, I mean, it gets an edge and this flies. But Dan Lincoln was flying as well. Well, not even he, with all of his great goalkeeping experiences, could get to this.
Well, that's one if you're goalkeeping, you're leaving it because it's around the bar. But yeah, 5-wicket hauls. We haven't had one in this series. We have had 26 in this year. We haven't had one since Zayn Ali in the internationals the day before this ECC started. That was in Rome.
Yeah, but we had a phase of 5-wicket hauls, didn't we? And I know they were happening in Germany.
Well, we've never had a 7. If Greatwood takes another hat trick here, then we've got our first ever 7 for on ECN. Yeah, it's a slightly slower bouncer, I think, but Naya will get a 3rd boundary. Straight pull beats them in on, and the captain strikes back.
Yeah, good this from the captain. He doesn't go out there all sheepish. He's saying, chalo, 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 goina, chalo pavete. And he's doing the work at the moment. So 3 boundaries in the over from Greatwood. Well, that's how things can change, I suppose. But it did start with a wicket, 4 for 14. Still got 2 balls. Can he get 5-wicket haul?
Oh, he digs it in again. It's just glove. And Naya, slow to get going, but fielder doesn't pick it up cleanly. That is a rare lapse. And this one, interesting one, probably just, I think maybe he would have hit him in the shoulder standing, but not over the shoulder, maybe just below.
See, he's got his gloves on off here, and that caught him quite hard on the gloves. I wonder if he's asked for a bit of attention here, maybe a bit of the magic spray, because yeah, look, he's holding his hand there quite a bit. If we have a look at that delivery again side on, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a sharp delivery and it's right into his gloves. So yeah, I think I can see that somebody's coming out there with the magic spray.
That'll sort him out. But what a spell by Greatwood. He's been great all series, by the way. It's not like he's just turned up in the final, but he has been absolutely phantasmagorical here.
Hasn't he? One thing that we talked about just before we came back on here, the one disadvantage maybe that Switzerland had, and I touched on it with you, Vinny, is in the games that they've played, this is the first time they're playing in the night. So whereas England had a little bit of experience with it, so had some of the other teams, Switzerland hadn't. I just wonder how much of a difference that would make.
Yeah, you're right, actually. You know, the nature of the format, as we see Magic Spray Roberta heading off. Only 4 teams out of the 5 get to play a night game, because there's only 2 night games before this. So by definition, you can only allow 4 out of the 5 teams to play one. Switzerland have played 2 of the twilight games, but it isn't quite the same, to be honest. Krishnamurthy, not a 5 here. Greatwood, can he get this 5 for last chance? Pretty close, but he's going to finish 4 for 15. Incredible stuff. And Switzerland, well, need a miracle really at the end of that power play. It's 16 for 4.
Yeah, let's see what Dan Lincoln does here now. He hasn't asked for the lid, so it looks like he's going to stick with some pace. Yeah, I saw that the 12th man just waving the helmet at him, and he shook his head and said, nah, don't want it just yet. So we're going to continue with a bit of pace. Just have a look at the like for like there. The first 2 overs were 2 off the first, none of them off the back. It was a wide and a no ball, and just 1 from Rich Edwards, that second over, and it is going to be Rich who's going to finish things off here.
You do it, you stick with it. I mean, you bury them to the point that you could probably bowl with your other hand and you still couldn't lose, and that's what you do at this stage in Switzerland. And they probably have an inkling of the fact that this will be their last game. I mean, there is time, there is that, but I mean, what's the rate required? It's got a 17.5 for 7 overs, really? It starts with it's not just that, it's not the magnitude of the task, but it's also that you're playing against a bowler here in Edwards, and he's only given you 1 run in the first over he bowled. So the idea of getting 17 or 18 off this is pretty far-fetched.
Yeah, and Edwards, he's bowling that heavy length. That ball is coming up to around about the chest height. These batters haven't experienced this sort of level of bowling that often. Just watch this again. Watch where he's going here with this one. Right, that one he goes straight. It's the rolls his fingers around. It's a little bit of the cutter, isn't it? He doesn't pick it and only just misses the stumps. Clever bowling, clever variations from Rich Edwards. So the ball before was sort of around about chest height. That one is the slower one. How he's moving the field around as well. Wants to send third back, and that's because he sees that Nair is swinging at everything.
Yeah, it's actually disguised that off cutter better than most, Rich Edwards. Puts the pace back on, so he's trying to get back to ball at the moment. So, well, it's been such a frenetic day, hasn't it? Game after game, innings after innings, but you just really feel that this first 3.5 overs has put this one to bed already.
Another change zone, so now the third man who was pushed back comes back in, and square leg goes on the boundary behind square.
Again, not really an attacking stroke, just feeling for the ball. Ali Nair, just a single. Credit to England 11 though. I mean, they're humans, like I said earlier on, and they all credit to Switzerland for outplaying them earlier. But England 11 knew that they didn't really play to their potential either, and so they had to come back and do it the hard way. They got over Malta, who gave them their best shot, but here under lights, their class has really shown where they batted themselves out of it. Bit of a sticky situation with Scott with his half century in the first half of this game. There's that slower ball again from Edwards, and Murthy, none off 7, sums it up.
What a spell, just 2 runs for it. But Vinny, that's what we always say. If you're gonna have a bad game, you have it before an elimination game. So you have it in the group stages, or that's why you get rewarded by getting the second chance, finishing in the top 2. And if you have a bad game in that one, you still know you're still in the competition, and that's what England have done. High up in the air, and where's this going to drop? Into the hands of the fielder? Yeah, it does. Good catch taken. Bevan doesn't make any mistakes, and well, Roshan Kunamurthy is going to make a 8-ball a duck, so he's going to go as well. Well, I tell you what, it's a busy night for a lot of people, but I tell you, our ducks have been pretty busy as well, as Derek is going quacking mad at the moment. Well, Derek, come out wherever you are. Well, I think the ducks like this time of night as well, because it is a little bit cooler, isn't it?
You got a feel for Roshanth as well, who he's had a pretty good summer, played his way into this team, but just couldn't deal with what was coming his way in the final in a tough situation. And well, Derek, it's a very slow stroll for him as Murthy goes for an 8-baller, and it's 17 for 5.
Yeah, another one goes, another one bites the dust, and Jason now comes out. Let's see what he can do. I know that's one person, well, a lot of people around the world, a lot of people watching via Swiss Sports TV will be hoping Jay can get going. But one person especially here, his girlfriend, Serena, is watching. Oh, goes for it, and he's gonna get it. Boom, shaka, that's a nice shot. And the captain, Ali Nair, well, he keeps on going.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna keep swinging and hoping for the best. 6 at a time. Yeah, Siddle said a bit earlier in the week, looked a bit like a comic book character, but he was all superhero, wasn't he, earlier on with that triple wicket maiden in the last. And yeah, no, really exciting. Young cricketer, one of the spin options. Oh, this is pretty close, you know.
I think more than close. I think if this hits, he's out. He's really slow going as Nair. Let's have a look at this. You won't see him in the picture.
Oh yeah, he's well gone. Doesn't get the bat down. That's poor running really from the Swiss captain. Only ball that matters is the next one. Jason comes out. Again, he had a brilliant game earlier on. 2 wickets, 2 catches in the opening stages of that. And he can't catch up with the first one. It's not the kind of game really where you're looking for, you know, let's get to a respectable 100 or anything. You're kind of hoping for a miracle. Like if there is 1%, it's hard for me to imagine this 1%, but you know, you just got to hope you can win the lottery and hit a whole bunch of 6s. Oh, this comes back pretty quickly towards Siddle. He has a dive at it, but can't stop it. That's a single.
Yeah, takes the single, Jason. gets off the mark. And also, I know that Serena is supporting JCN and Switzerland, but Serena, it's her birthday as well. I know there's a few birthdays out there. I know Ken Weston had a happy birthday sung to him before the start of this final, but happy birthday to Serena as well, and of course to Ken.
Huge happy birthday to everyone out there. Feliz cumpleaños. Right now, tell you what, this might look like a bit of a slow death for Switzerland in this tournament. And all credit has to go to England 11. And you're exactly right about that. If you're gonna have a bad game, if you're gonna have a loss, the qualifier one's the time to do it. Ah, she's absolutely slammed that. Wow, what a shot. Maximo. So Naya, well, he's swinging hard, but Siddle's over, goes for 14. That's way less than the required rate at the moment.
Well,
that's 5 overs down. It's 31 for 5.
Are they giving up? No, they're not. Naya, Naya, Naya. We're not giving up. We're going to keep pumping this. And that's what the captain is trying to do.
Yeah, I want to welcome you into the Dream Box as well. Big thank you to Rico Full, of course. Corey Rutgers took us through the first half of finals. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And I'm telling you something, that was something. The Romania-Malta eliminator. I mean, it seems about a week ago now, but that was just this morning.
Yep.
Credit to all the teams in this group. Cyprus, obviously, not making it to finals day, but, you know, they tried their hardest. It was a bit tough for them. Limited opportunities in the 10-over format this year at the international level. But obviously, we had a great time in Cyprus. Really, to everyone that put on a show here in Group E, it has been exciting.
It has indeed. And the final at the moment looking a little bit one-sided. Switzerland, they battled hard, didn't they? But well, the England bowling attack just knocked them over. And now Andy Rishton comes on to have a bowl, so they don't go with another spin option straight away.
What about the hat-trick? I mean, what a start this has been, and Rishton is going to make things a lot easier for you. Again, mostly Yorkers and a few cutters in there as well. It certainly is different playing under lights, and even little things like picking up the release of the bowler. It's such a different thing if you're not really seeing if they're, you know, what they're doing with their fingers at the moment of release, whether it's one that they're kind of turning their fingers on or one that's kind of seam up. It'll come through a bit quicker. Yeah, England already 1 foot in championship week as Rishton comes in, last year's MVP. Great Yorker, really, really good. England executing in more ways than one, really. Yeah, Rishton, he's a teacher by trade, and all his students will be tuning in. They're probably allowed up this late, I imagine. About 10 to 9 in the UK right now. Naya, 27. Straight drive, gets booted by Rishton. Another dot ball. There's been so many. The thing is, the ones that haven't been dot balls, a lot of them have been wickets through the first 5.5 overs or so of this game.
Yeah, there is a fielder right behind Rishton, but you can see there he's saying, nah, if I can stop you getting a run, well, I'm going to. Ali Naya, what a brave fight from him, 27 or 14, and well, just have a look at the score. If he wasn't able to get that 27 and the few extras they've got, it'd be nothing on there practically. Clever bowling. This is where Rishton before couldn't execute these deliveries.
Yeah.
He was over-pitching them. They were turning up being full tosses. But, you know, sometimes maybe he hasn't played too much cricket of late, but he's getting it spot on here now, isn't
And
he?
that one, yeah, to be fair, that one's probably a fully. But if you're going to full, as long as you're not kind of getting up near the waist where we know that they're very harsh on these. But, yeah, Rishton just making a slight field change, putting the deep backward point back. So I wonder if he wants to bang this one in. At this stage, I mean, you can pretty much do what you like. Half the fielders could probably sit and have a cup of tea. I still think you've got enough runs. Another similar ball in length. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, Swiss fans have a lot to be proud of as well from their team. To hand England 11 a loss. Some people were saying it was the biggest upset ever in ECC history, and it's kind of hard to argue with that as well, especially in such a big game as well on finals day. Now he does get this, and it's out of the ground. Maximo for Naya. Rishton still a good over though for England. He goes for 8 in the 6. It's 39 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Ali Naya. He's still continuing to fight. He's making sure that, if anything, it looks respectable. There's 6 overs now completed, though. The rate they need to go at is at 25 per over. So England, you can't see them slipping up here. But look, that tells you a story. It's been a good day for the Ducks. Let's just say that. And well, it was Greatwood, all the way through, and then of course Edwards getting in the act there as well. But just it's an incredible start from England. But it's all about, you know, I quite often say it's about tactics as well. It's not just about turning up on the day and seeing what you're going to do in the field of play. It's what might be called, it will be. It's about having the right tactics. And one thing about Dan Lincoln is always thinking field changes, bowling it, like even now here. There's a dot there, it's a dot, but he's not following the ball. He's saying, okay, I'm going to do this here now. I'm going to do this in this ball. He's always making changes, and those changes are being watched by the batters. So he's trying to play the batter's mind. And I think we saw 2 bits of brilliance from him in the day. One was when he went to Matthew to bowl in that last match, that last over. Nobody thought that he was going to go back to Matthew Siddle to bowl his first over. As this one's been hit pretty well by Jason, and this is going to be out of the ground. It goes into the darkness, and Jason gets his first boundary. Well done, good hit. And there you go, Serena, that one is for you.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, he could have gone with Rishton, and we thought he was going to.
I was going to say this. Sometimes, as a captain, I haven't captained a lot, to be fair. I certainly have watched a lot of cricket. Sometimes you can kind of know what maybe the right move is to do, but you can be a bit scared to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And Lincoln hasn't captained that way. He's kind of been, he's had plans, but he's also been flexible in his plans.
Yeah.
And so a lot of captains will think about it last moment, they'll kind of chicken out. But he didn't do that. Siddle bowled a brilliant over in that game. It's well, right now, for Switzerland, it's hard to bat with a broken heart, and that's the situation. I know the Swiss fans will be hurting out there, but like I said, they can be really, really proud. When the initial emotions subside, they'll look back at this tournament and they'll be very, very proud of what they've achieved here. We'll hang in full toss this time from Scott. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, remember last year, you know, they finished. Where did they finish? They finished 3rd in the group with a 4-4 record. They lost to Germany in Qualifier 1, and you know, they've improved, and that's the key thing. They've improved. They've got some newer players in here. They looked good as a team. I think the work out there was pretty good. That's a nice looking shot as well. So you can see, look, if things had started better, if the openers had got going like we know that they can do, it could be a different story. So that's a really nice shot. And Jason having a bit of a conversation, a bit of a chin wag there with Dan Lincoln. Dan has probably said, good shot, buddy. Yeah. That's a nice shot.
Cracking shot. Yeah. I'd say Lincoln's ever super relaxed on the field because he's a gamer from way back, but this might be the time that he might offer a little good shot or something like that to the batter.
And just to finish off with Dan Lincoln and his captaincy in the final, Rich Edwards has bowled well all the way through, but he said, you know what, I'm just going to change it. I'm going to go with Toby Greatwood, and look what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Back, and that'll be a single to the straight fielder. This will be the end of the 7th over, and Switzerland are 53 for 5.
Rocking and rolling. Well, we'll be rocking and rolling tomorrow as well, and it's time to welcome Scotland. And that first match, Scotland versus Portugal, that could be pretty interesting as well.
That'll be a really good one. Yeah, no rest day in between these groups because you get 2 groups a week. So I know that all these players, they've arrived today. So they're settling into the Sunset Beach. Maybe there's a few watching in the Panorama Bar there, probably.
I get the feeling more than just a few.
Yeah, so same time tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. 3 overs to go in this one. Jay, he's had a good tournament. Haddo, he's had a good tournament as well. Time for some of his mystery spin. The first one is edged and well held in the circle. That's Siddle doing the work there.
Yeah, Siddle. It's might become a bit of a household name, I think, in England now after his great bowling performance earlier. That over that will be remembered for many a year. His last over in the last match, 3 wickets, no runs.
Quite astounding. Well, this is hit. Fielder comes around. Another great catch. Oh, gee, they've caught well, haven't they? Bevan. He throws himself, kind of goalkeeper style there to his left. So Jason played some nice shots, but he's going to have to go for 14. And it's time to party for Team England. They have Switzerland 53 for 6.
There are those that say that catching out there in the middle in the night fixture when the floodlights are on is pretty difficult. Try telling England that. Look at some of the catches that they have taken. This is another outstanding catch from Bevan. That is a delightful catch. And it's all about the way he takes his. There's the celebration there, of course, from the bowler, Connor Haddo. But I think he needs to quickly go over and congratulate Thomas Bevan, because that was a superb catch.
It really was. Class act. Kind of good mixture of hard hands and soft hands there to take that one. Yeah, there's a bit of an expression, and I know this isn't the whole tournament, but batters win your matches, but bowlers win your tournaments. And if you think of this 3-day group as kind of mini tournament, it really is the bowling for England that has stepped up and shut the gate on the Swiss here. Ashwin comes in at number 8. English fans, well, think positively. They've got to see their team in action 3 times today, not just 2.
Yeah, that's a bonus, actually. Yeah, so I must admit they have come in force, haven't they?
Yeah, they sure have. Ashwin gets a hit. And another edge, another stop. This time 3 or 4 fumbles for Siddle. Not that it matters, they'll get just 1 run. Yeah, so yeah, bat for show, bowl for dough. That's another one that I like sometimes, because really when it's come down to it, you can say have the attacking intent. There's no lack of attack intent from Switzerland, and that'll never happen. But they shut them down, not just the wickets, but restricting the runs in the initial stage of this innings. Naya has hit some, he's missed some. He certainly wears that Swiss shirt with pride. In fact, they all do, don't they? There's the Maltese team. They were fantastic as well. Remember, they missed out in the finals narrowly last year.
Hello, Malta.
We'll be seeing them again soon.
Zishan and Wasim Abbas. They hadn't knee bowl well. Wasim Abbas, great to see Zishan part of the setup there. After, of course, his team goes as Zalmi, who were victorious at the Malta International Cricket Ground in the European Cricket Series there. Ryan just plays this out for a single, and I suppose once you've done your hard work like Malta have, it's a good opportunity, why not, just to enjoy a Cerveza Victoria. Well, there we go, some more support. Julian Dawson.
There's Dave B. Dave bottom left.
And look at the beanie there from Dave. Look at the beanie.
Beanie.
Salute, todo salute. And yeah, loving that. Plenty of action there, plenty of support for all the sides. And
there you go. He hasn't had enough camera time, I think. We should have a camera on Dave and Julian all the time, because I know a lot of the ECN super fans want to see them. Yeah, it's 55 for 6 here after 8. Hello to Shrug, watching from Jersey, of course. And yeah, been a bit of action in Jersey, it looks like, in the chat. Rishton comes back, get the 9th, and
same field, I reckon.
Just concedes 1 first ball. So England 11, when they have needed to win, they have won. They've had their ups and downs, like any team really in the European Cricket Championship. It's rarely smooth sailing all the way. It's a format that tests you physically, but also mentally, doesn't it? Tests your decision making and your cricketing wits. I think it's straight off the bat, that's 4 runs. It's actually a pretty good shot by Ashwin Vinod, who gets a full toss. Kind of premeditated that, but gets a boundary.
I like it. Well done, Ashwin. We are on the Costa del Sol. Well, a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Ooh la la la, Ashwin. I like it. Well, there's always time to get funky, isn't there? Always time to get funky.
Yeah, sexy cricket in the moonlight. Don't know about the sun being out at the moment. Uh-oh, this one's popped up. And it will be caught. Yeah, I mean,
I think it's called.
It has been called, I think. And that's the umpire's call. Again, at this stage, we just get on with the game. Kind of half advances. Oh, yeah, you know. Has been called on the field, though, but yeah, they might want one more look at this, because I have a feeling.
I think for me it's a no. I don't think it's dipping. It's not a dipping ball.
He does come out of his crease.
But he doesn't charge. He takes a step and stands. So if you follow the path of the ball, I mean, look, he stands there. He's not charging. If you follow the path, I think it stays pretty high. So, yeah, I can see it being called. I wouldn't mind if it's called.
I don't know. Yeah, that step makes the difference for me. It is coming. You can see how much it's coming down. I actually think this will be out, if I'm honest. And, yeah, it is. So it's game of fine margins. And look, standing in his crease that height, playing that shot, I think it would be called. And it doesn't feel right, but I think if you go by the actual kind of letter of the law, I think it's probably the right call. Switzerland 60 for 7.
They're hugging Richton here because I think he's probably... Is that his first wicket? Has he been struggling to get a wicket? He's getting all sorts of... For me, I got to say, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Me, I'm calling it. I reckon, all right, he does take a step. I think the ball's still too high. I think as a bowler, he shouldn't be bowling there. And I think Ashwin's a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, certainly difficult balls to handle. But I tell you what, he got his highlight with a little step across. He's had a really good finals day as well, Ashwin, really.
Great bowler.
He's bowled fantastically well. And Switzerland, they've had plenty of highlights that we'll try and remember while they're having a difficult time out there. England 11 showing their class in this final.
Well, you know, when you talk about highlights, yeah, they have. For me, two of the outstanding bits of play in this week so far in this group, the catch from Anish Kumar, probably one of the best catches that we've seen on the boundary. And don't forget yesterday, in that great partnership of 161, we saw 6 sixes in an over from Hassan Ahmed.
Yeah, that's right.
So these are things that will live with us forever, and Switzerland have provided that, and they can be very proud. Well, there's the birthday girl. Happy birthday to Serena.
Hello, Serena. We're watching you.
Yeah, happy birthday. Come on, buy her a drink, everybody. It's a birthday, you know.
Yeah, well, a form an orderly cue for Serena down there right now. I guess it's a tough time to watch with obviously Switzerland going down. She's supporting her right now. Naya is going to blast another one out. So it's kind of been a fighting, defiant innings from Ali Naya. Goes maximal, picks the rolling colour from Richton, drills it. 6 runs.
Yeah, liking this from Ali Naya. You know, of course he's hurting. It's a captain. He's losing in this final. He's hurting. I mean, they have beaten England. He was hoping to do the same thing again, but he hasn't let it affect his play. He's out there. He's not moping around. He's getting on with it. He is trying to make this respectable. And he's on 42.
Oh. He's lucky to get away with that, Richton. Yeah. I don't think this is fully inside. What do you reckon? Mostly inside, but not completely. But anyway, it's all academic at this stage. We'll go to the last 67 for 7.
Say again, mate.
Easy from up here when we get the replay, mind you. It's 4 for 15, Greatwood, including a hat-trick. Really got us off to a ridiculous start. And then Rich Edwards, kind of quiet achiever there. Well, it was certainly quiet the other end. He took 1 for 2 off his 2.
Yeah.
And right now, everyone's probably just having a deep breath. There's a bit more of the England supporters. And of course, you see Dave Bod and you see Julian in the background. Yeah. The Maltese team, they're disappointed, but also I think they can be very proud of what they've done this year.
They will be very proud. They'll go back with plenty of positives, things to work on, but they've come a long way as well. Just like Switzerland, they've improved on what they did here last year.
The reason I said we'll see them soon is because we'll have a series in Malta. Of course, we've got 2 weeks in Croatia after this, and we actually have a 3-week series in Malta, so looking forward to that. You can see all your favourites. Zishan, the tank, probably Lala around as well for Gozo Zalmi. Right, Henley gets the 10th. Oh. Siddle's feeling pretty rough that he doesn't get the 10th because he owns the 10th now, doesn't he? But I suppose Henley needs the bowl.
Yeah, it starts the real rusty delivery. This is a bit better. It's a little bit short. Gets played away. Going to be 4 runs. So 4 carreras. As Rana gets his first boundary.
Nice shot from Rana. Yeah, I suppose for Switzerland, they've had a long season. Some of their guys are playing over 50 matches now domestically, if you include all the internationals as well. So, you know, they've got a lot to be proud of this season, no doubt about that. Winning the Valletta Cup for the first time in Malta, which was a 5-way tournament. Abdul Rana, who was a last ball hero, actually, against France. Winning runs. And that's going to be out. So Henley will chip in with a late one. And I tell you what, they better batten down the hatches on the Benel Madden High Street tonight, because England, they'll be out, they'll be celebrating. And with 4 balls left potentially in this one, Switzerland 72 for 8.
Yeah, good. I'm quite surprised actually this doesn't bowl him, because I thought, yeah, here we go, Timber.
It's good stumping.
Doesn't hit the stumps, but great work.
It's a really good stumping because it actually turns a lot, and you can see he gets it with that inside hand. So the key with those, don't be distracted by what the batter's doing or thinking the ball's going to hit the stumps. Just try and track the line of the ball, and Lincoln did it expertly there. So right now, Switzerland have had a 10 overs to forget, no doubt about that. Nish Kumar comes out at number 10, but we're minutes away from the big celebrations for the England 11, who will return to Championship Week.
Yeah, that is for sure, as the man I was talking about earlier provided us with a great bit of action. One of the HCL software moments of the week. Taking a catch, and the outfit comes on to, well, face a few balls, and maybe he can have a highlight himself as well if he can get one away. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have been looking at that on the social media. Great catch. Of course, you can watch all of those highlights on the social media, and of course you can go to our website as well, europeancricket.com, and well, he looks to get it away. He will get off the mark. In comes the throw, attacking the end that he's running to, but he gets home, and it means that well, with what we've got, 3 balls to go, look, this will be good. Let's see if Ali Naya can just stay on strike and maybe bring up a half century, the captain of Switzerland.
Yeah, maybe a pretty hollow milestone, I'm sure, for Ali, but he's a guy that leads his country with distinction. He'll just get one here, so he'll move to 43. May or may not get another opportunity to add to his score. Even now, England, the professionalism they're set up, they're making changes to their field. Obviously, left-hander means you're going to have to, but you know, they're staying in this contest until the very end. Team England. That's well bowled by Henley as well. It's been really impressed with the variety of the English lineup, and you know, there's times their spinners have taken the mantle. Obviously, here their pacers really did the early damage tonight. Here's the last ball of the Group E final, and it will just be a single. So we have our champions here in Group E, and Group E is for England 11. And in the final, they make a mess of the Swiss batting lineup. And we know now that Switzerland bow out of the competition, England 11 through to Championship Week. We only have one more unknown then. And look, you got to feel for the Swiss. They had their moment before, didn't they?
Yeah.
Beating the English for the first time. But England 11, too good in the end, and they will return.
Yeah, they will return. Oh, well, you might as well take your shoe phone off and ring our hotel partner, Sunset Beach Club, and tell them that England are going nowhere. They're sticking around, and that's going to be nice for them as well, isn't it? They can stick around for a while, and we'll see them on Monday. But a great performance from them. I think with the bat, they shone, didn't they? David Scott, outstanding from him. He reminded me of Ireland's Macbeth, the way he was hitting the ball out there. Dan Lincoln chipped in with 34, Sam Young as well. But then with the bowling was sensational. Well, there's that hand again for the high five. A lovely moment that's what it means to them. Scott, he was good. His runs were so important. There's Maria saying, come on, give me some love, guys, give me some love. Well, there you go, you want some love? There's a little bit of love. And Sturgis is not worried about that. And then the bowling performance then there. Toby Greatwood gets a hat-trick, finishes with 4 for 15. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, plenty of highlights there for England 11. But the thing about this format, and not just the match format being the 10 overs, but also the tournament format with so many matches in quick succession, is you've got to keep your emotions in check. There's Ian Ramage, of course. Proud Scotsman, very experienced international. Nilko Patel doing a great job as well. Well, there it is, it's official. England 11 will return to Championship Week, where they will meet Spain, Jersey, Italy, the Ireland 11, the Netherlands 11, of course, and the Group F champion, which will be decided on Saturday night. So let's roll the highlights as Switzerland chasing 139. I said it was all about the start. The start was everything. Well, let me tell you something, Rico. Everything went England's way in this first 4 overs.
It really did. Look, there was a wide ball. There was a no ball. They didn't capitalise on the no ball. It was a swing and a miss. And then there was a wicket. And look how pumped they are, because that was a big wicket. Don't forget that Idris was the man that they wanted to get out. He scored 68 against them last time around. They get him. And, well, it's just fantastic work.
And Stanek Zai went the next ball, and then Osama Mahmood came out to face the hat-trick ball, and he just skews it. It was an easy catch. I mean, really, Hindley could have taken it behind his back with his eyes closed, and there we had it. Hat-trick number 37 of the season. And, well, Greatwood, before long, he had another one at the other end. Edwards had shut down the scoring. He had one for himself, but really, from this situation, there was never any realistic way back for the Swiss.
No, I mean, Hassan going there. But then, look, well done to the captain, Ali Naya. He went out there when they were, well, all the top order was blown away. but he stuck around and he scored a plucky 43 off a 25. And, you know, you got to say fair play to him. Here he is playing some really nice shots. It's feeding the herd, of course, while he's out there, but at least he makes it a little bit more respectable than it could have been. And just imagine if he doesn't score those 43 runs, and you know, there would have been practically nothing to talk about in this innings. Jason, he comes out there, he plays a lovely shot through the covers there as well, but then going for this one, and who takes it? Bevan. What a catch. The catching has been outstanding, and the fielding from England has been great.
Really set high standards. Look, they haven't always met them, but they've set them, and they're a team that can achieve them. A nice little highlight for Ashwin Vinod later in the innings, but yeah, like I said, it's hard to bat with a broken heart, and Swiss hearts were broken. They were so full of hope earlier in the day. Anything can happen in a one-off game. And Richard finally saying, hey, yeah, I'm not just defensive, I can get people out too, even though that one, I suppose, was borderline. I feel like they got that call right in the end. And that one left. And Ali Naya, credit to him, he fought hard. Excellent keeping by Lincoln, who, again, he's such a solid keeper, leads his side well, you know, with his actions and his words. And now time for a few little sweet nothings here on Wednesday night on the Costa del Sol. There was a bit of love in the air at the end, wasn't it? Well, the English fans, they're loving it because they know their team will return. Having a look at the scorecard, well, Greatwood was great, wasn't he, with the 37th hat-trick of the season. He took 4 for in the end, almost took 5. Edwards chipped in, so that was the top 5 gone. They scored just one between the 5 of them. Naya fought back with 43, but really, there was no way back for Switzerland. But have a look. Bowlers, they win you the big games, don't they? And they certainly did for England tonight.
Absolutely right. We always say that. It's your bowlers that win you the matches. Toby Greatwood was sensational. What a spell of bowling from him. I think in this final, I think he took a few more steps on his run-up. He ran in quick, he banged the ball in hard, and he had all of the batters in a lot of trouble. Fantastic. And I think Rich Edwards, who's bowled all the way through, he was sensational as well. And I think, is it a surprise? No. Was there a surprise in this group when Switzerland beat them? Probably yes.
Yeah, I think there has to be a surprise.
But at the same time, I think I go back to what I say. I think England probably, they were, from when we saw them in the first game, I don't think they were at the best. I think I remember saying that at the time, that maybe that I was a little bit disappointed perhaps with the fielding. I expected them to come here pretty hot right at the end of their season. I think players would have played a lot of cricket, but they built on that. They got better. I like the way that the captain, Dan Lincoln, led them. They improved all the time. And I think also Dan was trying out little things all the time with the batting as well, with the bowlers. But I think it was all of the things he was doing was all part of the big puzzle. And the big puzzle was the final. Get it right in the final. And when it comes to the final and the way that they played that final, I mean, they were exceptional.
Unbelievable work, really. But I do believe it, knowing these guys, knowing that obviously England 11, 2 years ago, they raised the trophy. I put it this way. I think Switzerland, they can't, to use a tropical metaphor, they shake the tree, don't they? They shake the palm tree. They get 1 or 2 coconuts coming down, but ultimately they can't pull the tree over, can they, in the end? England 11 too strong. Don't forget, we won't take a break because tomorrow we'll be right back here for Group F. Scotland 11 versus Portugal. What a great start for that group. But there's no real weak teams there. I know Luxembourg, when they've come here before, maybe didn't have their best side. But I think that they have some very good players in there. Germany, of course. I mean, they've just won a couple of ECIs on home turf. Norway. I mean, Norway are a very good side. I'm looking forward to seeing the players like Scherzer Hart, for example, and the like, and seeing if they can make a run. So expect the unexpected, but Scotland 11, I think they have to start favourites. 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 Central Europe, 3 p.m. tomorrow. Well, once again, Rico, it's been a great day. Big thank you to the Blue crew, to all the officials, all the helpers around the ground, all the spectators that came in.
Yeah.
A lot of English spectators, of course, or English supporting spectators, but also a few for the other teams as well. I'm sure a lot will return next week. But also want to take a time to thank Spring Productions for their work as well. And of course, Corey, who wasn't with us the second half of the day, but he was a big part of the coverage here in Group E. E was for exciting. F is for... Can't say that out loud on TV, but we're not really sure what's going to happen. Rico, let's pack it in. Hopefully you can follow along on EuropeanCricket.com. Also our social media at European Cricket. And if you're watching on YouTube, please like, subscribe, watch this video. Last word, Rico?
F is for Frenzy. Frenzy of cricket starting tomorrow. Join us
Well,
then.
you
How do
know
feel,
what? I've
family?
got my dancing shoes on. It's Wednesday night. I'm not afraid to party. Thanks again for your company. It's always great. It's always fun. Thanks for being part of our community on behalf of ECN. And the European cricket family, have a happy, have a safe evening. See you tomorrow for Group F here. 3 more days of action before we hit the big time on Monday. You've been watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.